See if the stream... There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Accolon here, and welcome back to each of our video. Of course, if this is your first time watching one of the VODs, please remember to hit the like button. Also, click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. God, it's good to be back. Wow, it's been an age. It's like a week. It's been a week, more than a week, actually, since we've last been live here. So I'm very, very, very happy to be back. Got quite an interesting show planned for tonight. Quite a lot of things that I want to accomplish. And also just to hang out, you know? Just to have some fun while we're here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We've got a shit ton of stuff that needs to be reacted to. Like the suggested content is insane. Like, we are so far behind on suggested content. So hopefully we can start catching up on that. Super Cider, how you doing, brother? Yeah, there will be Final Fantasy 14 today. I'll give you guys a bit of insight into what's going to happen a bit later in the stream. But there will be Final Fantasy 14 today. That said, though, I'm still not on 6.1, so I'm not expecting... Like, I think a lot of people are expecting more from the Final Fantasy 14 streams than what I'm going to be offering today. The Big White, how you doing, brother? How you doing? Dude, it feels so good to be back. It feels so good to finally sit down again and go live on Twitch. Especially now, since load shedding started again. Isaac, how you doing, brother? Like, load shedding is back in South Africa, and I'm just like, dude, generator, fuck off. I'm good. You guys can take your load shedding and shove it. So it's good to know that I don't have to worry about, like, my country falling apart, influencing my ability to stream. So yeah, we'll see. I'm sort of fucking Spain today. Went to the gym finally again today after almost a week of not going to the gym. So hopefully I get back into the swing of things there as well. King Julian, how you doing, brother? Working and popped up to say hi. Dude, very happy to have you here, bro. So I'm currently doing the 6.1 MSQ, and I must say I'm enjoying the new story so far. Congratulations, King Julian. Please do not tell me anything about the story. The quality of life changes editions will be enjoyable. I'm sure it will. Although, how many of the quality of life editions will impact me? I mean, I'm in Stormblood right now. So how much of that is actually going to be an impact for me? I can't imagine much. Too bored? How you doing, brother? Can't believe the story of 6.1. Dude, like, guys, no fucking spoilers for the story of 6.1. I am not there yet. Just want to be clear. You guys are hyped for it. I understand. You love it. That's great. But I'm not there yet. So how about we talk about what's actually relevant today? Stormblood. Because that's where I am. As far as I'm concerned, the only story in fucking Final Fantasy that exists is the Stormblood fucking story. That's it. End of discussion. There is no other story in Final Fantasy XIV. Portraits? What portraits? It's awesome. Spent an hour messing around with it. I don't know what that is. Like, what change was there to the clam plates? I didn't find anything wrong with how the clam plates worked before. So, what could possibly be wrong with it now? It's an ID card. You can go check it out. All right. Well, we'll check out some of the new stuff as soon as we get into the game. We'll check out some of the new stuff, and you guys can tell me what is new and what I should check out. We'll check out the new PvP mode as well. Going to make a lunch. Just here to say hi, Akko. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Shima, how you doing? What's for lunch, by the way? I definitely want to check out the new PvP mode. I'm not even a PvPer, but let's see. Grilled chicken, of course. Easy. Although fried chicken is better than grilled. Like, if I'm gonna have chicken, I want it fried. Like, nicely deep-fried fucking chicken, always better. The Bullet Lag, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, man? I hope you're good. I'm doing fairly well. I mean, I'm finally back online, finally able to stream again. Life is brilliant. PvP is at level 30. God damn, I need to level up many classes. True, but more work and stinkier process. Stinkier? What do you mean stinkier? Be joining you today on stream, Akko, to help you with Stormblood, because I will be busy. Dude, go and play your game. I mean, I'm just questing right now, so go play your game, go enjoy the game. What do you mean alt class is fun, Too Bored? Because alt classes are already fun. Or do you mean they've made it fun by being able to level up through PvP? Because I can absolutely see that. Like, if you... could you do that before? Like, level up through PvP? Brem, thank you so much for the fucking Prime sub. Really appreciate it. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Sabako just got out of 24 hours of load shedding and more to come in 30 minutes. Wait, 24 hours of load shedding? What the hell went wrong? Susan, how you doing, bro? First time playthrough is Final Fantasy. Like, we'll get into Final Fantasy 14 in a bit, and it is my first time playing through it, even though I've been playing it for months. I've yet to, like, get to the end of the game. So that's where the first time playthrough comes from. I literally just put that up so the people don't spoil the fucking game for me. Because the last thing I need is someone coming in going, oh my god, you should see Endwalker 6.1, dude. It's insane. And then mouthing off about what's happening, and I sit here going, huh. Well, I guess I'll play another game that isn't spoiled yet. Could level up with PvP. Well, we'll have to see, right? We'll have to see if I'm not a PvPer, so I'm literally just going to be testing out the new PvP feature, which isn't really helpful because I didn't test out the last PvP feature. So I have no idea what to expect. I just know that people said that PvP was bad. Is there anyone here in chat that's already tried out the new PvP, like the new PvP, and have also done the old PvP that can sort of give me a comparison of what you think of the new PvP? The whole area was down, the whole of Florida. That fucking blows. Like, the good thing here is we have load shedding stage 2, obviously, but because I'm in Cape Town, we have load shedding stage 1. And if we stay on stage 2, I will basically have load shedding only for the first time. My power will go out Thursday if we stay on stage 2. PvP is not worth a try. I tried. Yeah, but what was wrong with PvP? What was wrong with it? Foul Smoke, you and I both know that we're not going to stay on on stage 2 load shedding. I mean, that is a given. I'm not trying to advise you to level up with PvP. I'm just answering a question. Super Cider, I know. I'm just sort of, like, I know you were answering the question. Don't worry about it. Class balancing. Is that really that hard to achieve? I mean, surely they could have balanced the classes better. Although, I guess Final Fantasy doesn't have different balancing for different activities, do they? So if they make a change to, say, PvP class, or to a change to a class because of PvP, that will automatically fuck up the class for all other activities in the game as well, right? In a herd, or you would get swarmed. Ah, but that's true for WoW PvP as well. Going it alone is almost a guaranteed way of fucking dying. they have now in the new PvP. I think that's good. I think that's good. Too bored. It could also, like, have a bunch of issues with it. Like, not gonna lie. So, World of Warcraft fell into this trap. The more knobs they gave themselves to balance the game, the harder it became to balance the fucking game. Because knobs do not really exist on their own, right? So you can buff one thing because that thing is maybe underpowered, but because you've buffed that one thing, you now suddenly start buffing a bunch of other things inadvertently that you didn't even think. Now, I'm trying to think if there's anything like that in FF14, and I think the thing that could save FF14, with, if it's true that their new PvP system allows them to basically say, right, we can make changes to PvP without actually changing the class in PvE. I think the thing that could save FF14 there is the fact that there's no borrowed power within the system, right? Because the real struggle for Blizzard came from trying to balance borrow power. Because a certain ability in the borrow power system could be overtuned, but then undertuning it will automatically break a bunch of classes that relied on that ability to actually get some damage out. Because Final Fantasy doesn't have that borrow power system, maybe it's not going to be that hard for them to get some sort of semblance of balance going in PvP. Also, the fact that classes tend to be incredibly stagnant on Final Fantasy, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. Classes are sort of designed from level 1, keeping in mind that there's always going to be new abilities added, there's always going to be new classes added, but this class is always going to be the same. So black mages fundamentally play the same no matter what the expansion is. There will be changes, and I know they make massive changes expansion to expansion, but from a fundamental standpoint, a black mage has always been a class that needs to stand still and dish out damage. They've never changed that. So maybe that is one of the saving graces, is because they know they can balance it, and they don't have to worry about fundamental changes, say 2 expansions down the line, that will completely mess up their balance again. So maybe that can work. Norak, how you doing, brother? Black Melon Slapper, how you doing, brother? Are you going to try out PvP in 14? Preach doing it right now and enjoying it? I am going to try it out. We'll see what it's like. I am willing to give it a go. Spoiler anything about 6.1? All I'm going to say is, once you do finally get to 6.1, you will really enjoy the stories. Well, I'm enjoying the stories right now, so I can't imagine I won't. We'll report back. We'll listen while doing some cleaning in the apartment. Are you hyped in any way for Dragonflight? For me, as much as I hate WoW, I still feel some kind of hype whenever a new expansion is announced. Am I hyped for 10.0 or Dragonflights? Now, before I even get into answering that question, I do have a little bit of a conspiracy about Dragonflights. What if Dragonflights isn't the expansion? We know that Blizzard is working on a mobile game, right? They said as much. Now, World of Warcraft mobile? Dragonflight would work perfectly, because we know already that the mobile game is akin to Pokemon Go. Blizzard said it. When they went in to design this World of Warcraft mobile game, they were playing a lot of Pokemon Go. And Dragonflight would be perfect for a quote-unquote Pokemon Go. Right? Go ahead and collect all of the dragons and items for your dragons and different powerful dragons. Things like that, you know, there's like, the sky is the limit when it comes to dragons, because you have all of the proto-dragonflights, you have the dragonflights, you have a shit ton of things, right? So, there is a chance that dragonflights could actually be that. Now, am I hyped for 10.0? The answer, in short, yes. I am a sucker for new games being announced. I've always been a sucker for new games being announced. So just knowing that there is a new expansion coming already fills me with a lot of joy. Specifically, when I look at how much Blizzard have changed since the launch of Shadowlands. And I know most people don't want to believe this. I know most people want to say, well, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I know most people want to say that. But the truth is that what Blizzard is doing now at the end of Shadowlands is nothing close to what they have done in previous expansions. Because I see it all over Twitter with people, the sort of very negative people going, well, what's new here? Blizzard have always gone above and beyond to try and fix the end of an expansion. And usually expansions are kind of good at the end of the expansion. And I'm like, well, actually, no. There is a massive difference between what Blizzard is doing this time around and what Blizzard have done in the past. You are correct that in the past, Blizzard have 8.3, for example, made BFA almost pretty good, right? It had its flaws and it had its faults, but it made it almost pretty good. With one big exception, 8.3 still pretty much kept to the Blizzard standard of doing things, right? So you still had that, Blizzard time gating bullshit and Blizzard trying to sort of artificially increase the amount of playtime that you have to, or the amount of time that you have to spend in the game. Now with 7.2, almost all of that is gone. There's nothing that forces you to farm reputation. There's nothing that forces you to really farm Zereth Mortis if you don't want to. There's nothing that really forces you to do Torghast if you don't want to. There's really nothing other than I want to do things. So that's already a massive change. Blizzard have pulled the ripcord, as people have been asking them for the longest fucking time. But what stood out to me most is if we go 7.15, 9.15, if we look at 9.1.5, Blizzard did something that they have never done in a 0.5 patch. They actually gave us content. Now, I say us, I don't play anymore, but they've actually given people content. Now, with 9.25, Blizzard is planning on fundamentally changing a lot of their max level content. They're actually going and saying, wait, okay, so Mythic Plus guys might be a little bit bored with the dungeons that we have right now. How about we bring in new dungeons? But old dungeons, but new dungeons, right? Some of your favorite dungeons from the past, how about we bring those back as Mythic Plus dungeons that you can enjoy, sort of new content. So it's definitely a new Blizzard. It seems to be a Blizzard that is more focused now on what the players need and not as interested in forcing players to effectively deal with content droughts and stuff like that. So ultimately, I do think that the new Blizzard spells maybe good things for the 10.0 expansion. Now, my hype levels for the 10.0 expansion is tempered. I would say I'm definitely not as hyped for 10.0 as I was for 9.0, or even for 8.0, or even for 7.0, or even for 6.0, or even for any of the other 0.0 patches in the history of World of Warcraft. I asked this question on, and I'm gonna make a video on it, but I'll quickly share the question with you guys so that you can see this. I asked this question yesterday on the community tab, right? So I asked people, is World of Warcraft 10.0 a make or break expansion for you? Yeah. 61% of 2.8k people voted yes. So if 10.0 sucks, that's it. They're gone. 36% said no, which is understandable. And 3.3% said, I only log in for dailies anyways. So it really doesn't bother me. Logging in for dailies means a bunch of different things, yeah? But ultimately speaking, I think this is pretty telling. 10.0 needs to blow the socks off of every single gamer playing World of Warcraft, with one major exception. I really hope that Blizzard stops So I used this example today during the coffee with supporters. Blizzard constantly wants to present players with a 5-star meal, a 5-star 17-course meal. Yeah? That's what Blizzard tries to do with every single expansion. Give players a 5-star 17-course meal. The issue is sometimes a nice cheeseburger with beautiful crispy fries, just enough salt to make it perfect, goes down better than a rushed 5-star, well, you don't even get the 5-star because it's rushed. So you have 17 courses, but half of those courses are undercooked or overcooked or sloppy or under-seasoned. It just doesn't hit right. So we were talking specifically during the Coffee with Supporters episode today. We were talking about player housing. I would be surprised if Blizzard does not announce player housing in 10.0. I'm going to be very honest with you. We've spoken about this before. The year is 2022, and World of Warcraft is one of the only MMOs on the market. It is literally the only top MMO on the market that doesn't have player power. Like, what in the fuck is wrong? So we need player housing. But here's what I would say Blizzard needs to do. Stop announcing features for 10.0. Announce features for 10.x. So come out and say that we're going to have a Mage Tower-esque thing, and we're going to have Karazhan, which is the new Torghast, and we're going to have player housing, and we're going to have islands, and we're going to have this, and we're going to have that. All of it is coming in 10.x. So we're not telling you that these things are going to be live the moment the expansion goes live. We're telling you that they will come when they're ready. So they'll be part of this expansion, but when they're ready. So if 10.0 launches and we're not quite happy with where Karazhan is, and we're not quite happy with where player housing is, then, well, we're not releasing it. You'll get player housing in maybe 10.2. And you'll get Karazhan maybe in 10.3. But you will get it when it's ready. It is part of the expansion. So Blizzard needs to start treating their expansions as a 2-year process through which new content will become available, rather than looking at the launch, the day of the launch of the expansion as the time when all the big things has to be launched. And then what ends up happening, as it did in Shadowlands, we end up with Covenants being undercooked and really not feeling great. We end up with Torghast being undercooked and really not feeling great. So we end up with a bunch of systems that is fairly useless because no one really enjoys them. Just stop over-promising. Stop promising players things that you know you can't deliver in the time frame of the promise. Now, if the next expansion is Dragonflight, I am actually very excited for it. I'm literally right now writing a script on Rathian. Because if the next expansion is Dragonflight, Rathian needs to be the main character. Because Rathian is brilliant. Having Rathian as the main character is going to allow Blizzard to tell a story through a character's eyes that is already pretty grey as a character, right? Ramnax, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So I really think that a Rathian-centered expansion, and you can do so fucking much, right, with a Rathian expansion that you wouldn't be able to do with anyone else. So Rathian, why would he want to go to the Dragon Isles? Well, to reinvigorate the Black Dragonflight. That's already a cool hook right there. How's he going to reinvigorate the Black Dragonflight? Well, maybe there's some kind of power on the Dragon Isles that allows for dragonflights to be born. Because right now, the Black Dragonflight is severely hampered and hindered, right? So that provides us a hook into the Dragon Isles for us to help Rathian revitalize the Black Dragonflight. Not only that, there's so many proto-drakes that we've not even seen in WoW. That is part of the history of WoW. Those proto-drakes did exist. Why is it that we can't go to the Dragon Isles? Why is it that it took us this long to go to the Dragon Isles? All of that is stories that you can jam pack with Rathian being the main sort of protagonist of the expansion. Because Rathian has also never been there. Remember, if you use any of the other leaders of the Dragonflights, they've been to the Dragon Isles before. They were there. That's where they were born. Rathian wasn't. Rathian was never at the in the Dragon Isles. So Rathian would basically experience the Dragon Isles like we experienced the Dragon Isles. And I think that could be really cool to give the players the ability to discover a new world alongside the NPCs. It's one of the things that made Mist of Pandaria so nice. If you guys remember, Mist of Pandaria, no one of the Horde or the Alliance had any idea what this new world was about. Everyone was confused, and you were basically sent out on these expedition missions to figure out this world. Like, what the fuck is actually going on here? And then reporting back to your superiors of what the hell is actually going on here, right? The Dragon Isles could be very similar if Rathian is the main protagonist, the main character within the game. Now, I'm not going to go into everything that I'm actually covering in the video, because in the video I'm actually diving more into Rathian's sort of speculation and lore and what we can expect from him in the next expansion. But I will say, if it is Dragonflights, I am more hyped than ever for an expansion that takes us to the Dragon Isles, an expansion that dives into the lore and the history of the dragons. I want World of Warcraft to be good. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not an asshole to the developers, but I think they deserve it. I don't think I've ever said anything to the developers of World of Warcraft that they did not deserve, including calling Ian a cunt. I think he deserves that. If he doesn't want to be called a cunt, he should fix his shit. Shinichiro, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I am hyped, and I want to see World of Warcraft do well. So yes, to answer your question in a very roundabout way, 10.0 is, I'm hyped for it. I really want it to be good. Just last night, I was sitting here, like, wanting to play something. I reinstalled Dragon Age Inquisition, and it wouldn't fucking load. Like, I click play, it boots in, and then immediately crashes. Don't know what the fuck's going on there. And I'm sitting here and going, what the hell am I supposed to play? I can't play FF14 because I play FF14 on stream. This would have been the perfect time for me to log into World of Warcraft and play some WoW, because why the fuck not? You know, at least there's something to do there. But I don't want to, because I don't like World of Warcraft. So yeah, I want WoW to be good again so that I have a game to play when I don't have anything fucking else to play. As simple as that. It would be nice if some stream days I could go, guys, we're gonna log into WoW now because I want to do my dailies or whatever the fuck, right? That's it. That's all I care about. Ravy G, I didn't get a sub update from you. Like, there's no sub update from you. Let me show you. In case you're wondering. Like, look at that. We have Shinichiro, tier 1 sub. Ramnax followed the channel. Brame resubbed. I have no update, but Ravy G, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate it. How many months is that now, Ravy G? It's like a fuck long time that you've been subbed. But if they have another AP grind on the Dragon Isles, if the next X-Pack is Dragonflight, turns out to be Aspect Power, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it if it's done well. So, I genuinely think people get this completely wrong. There's nothing wrong with the player power systems within World of Warcraft. There isn't, it's not wrong. It's different. And do I wish that World of Warcraft would use more of the Final Fantasy XIV approach? Of course I would. But, you know, they're obviously not going to do that. player power, or borrowed power, as it were, can work. There's nothing wrong with borrowed power. But it has to be done right. Legion was a great example of player power being done right, or borrowed power being done right. Why is it, chat? Why did we not mind borrowed power in Legion? Omi, I was actually tempted to play that. More powerful character for it. Do you think they'll let you keep the Covenant abilities as like a memory of your service to the channel? You know, I do hope that they would, actually. I hope that they would. Fun. Running more souls 628 times. It had its flaws. It had its flaws. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the Legion system didn't have flaws. It did have flaws. But it also had a lot of upside. There was a lot of upside to the Legion system. What made it tantalizing and interesting for people, and why did people not mind it? First and foremost, it was interesting. The system itself was interesting. No one here can argue that the artifact weapons wasn't incredibly fun and interesting. You were excited whenever you got another upgrade and another perk talent that you could spend, right? Kyle, thanks for doing something. Really appreciate it. 28 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see you back, my friend. It is good to be back, Kyle. You can't sit here and tell me that you weren't excited as soon as your weapon leveled up. Because every single trait made it more and more interesting. The fact that your weapons also had lore and story behind it made it more and more interesting. So there was an actual system that people could get involved with. But its biggest success, the reason for the success of the artifact weapons, was the fact that no matter what you wanted to do in the game, every activity in the game gave you the ability to upgrade your weapon. So if you wanted to do world quests would give you the ability to upgrade your weapon. If you wanted to do dungeons would give you the ability to upgrade your weapon. If you wanted to do raids would give you the ability to upgrade your weapon. The change that I would have made is I would have had a soft cap on the amount of AP that you can grind. Artifact power at the time. So, not a hard cap. You don't hard cap it, but you do soft cap it. So, in other words, you can gain, say, 5,000 AP per week. As soon as you hit the 5,000 mark, you start gaining or start getting diminishing returns. So, it makes it less and less valuable to keep farming your fucking ass off. You've hit your 5,000, it's done. And then I would make it easy to hit that 5,000. So, if you're a raider and you just raid, go raid and bam, you hit the 5,000 at the end of clearing the first raid. Yeah? That's it. You've hit 5,000 for the week. No more. You don't need to do anymore. If you're a dungeoneer, 5 or 6 dungeons get you your 5,000. You don't have to worry about it. From there on forward, everything else that you do is your choice. You can do pretty much whatever the fuck you want. Kenho, thank you for the Prime tip. Did really appreciate it. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. No, I would have had it where no matter what weapon you have equipped, all of your weapons benefit from AP. So it's not a case of, you have 3 weapons that you have to level every single week. You level just 1 AP item, and all of your other weapons get all of the AP that you grind. It's not just one weapon and then the other weapon and then the other weapon. It's a system. The one system gets upgraded, and all of the other systems gets upgraded alongside it. Ramnax, thank you for the what's up. Did really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much. This is what I would like to see from a Tempo, because in all honesty, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the main reason why BFA failed and also why Shadowlands failed. It's these systems that gets introduced that can only be utilized by very specific activities within the game. And if you happen to dislike the activity, in the game, you also end up hating the system. So if, for example, you didn't like Torghast, you end up hating legendaries as a result of this, because in order to get a legendary, you're forced to do Torghast. But imagine if you didn't have to do that. Imagine if you could have raided, and through raiding, you could upgrade your legendaries. Imagine if you could world quest and upgrade your legendaries. This is what I want to see. If Blizzard is going to have another AP system in World of Warcraft 10.0, make sure that that AP system takes into account that not every single player plays the same way. Some people love dungeons, other people love raids, some people love world quests, some people love dailies, some people love farming, some people don't. So give every single one of the players that you have the ability to play the game their way without falling behind. Allow people to make that decision for themselves without falling so far behind that they can't keep up, right? They've never been able to really nail it in every single expansion. Legion was the closest they came with caveats. There was some serious faults within Legion as well, but it was close to being perfect. I want to see them take that system, iterate on it with all the lessons that they've learned now, and give a system in 10.0 if they want to go with player power. Because, like I said, I would prefer if they didn't go with player power. But if they're gonna go with player power, at least make it so that it doesn't cage people into this is how you play. Because that's not how games work. Give me the world and let me play it. Don't give me the world and then say, well, you can't go to the world. You have to do this thing. So, yeah, but I don't want to do this thing. I would like to go to that fucking mountain and jump off it. No, but you can't jump off that mountain until you've climbed Torghast. Yeah, but I want to fucking jump off that mountain even more now because I don't want to do Torghast. Actually, fuck that mountain. I'm going to the higher one so I can be sure I die when I jump down. I don't want to do Torghast. I wanted to go to the mountain. If someone wants to go to the fucking mountain, let them go to the mountain and let them get what they need there to play the game on the mountain. That's the point of video games. So stop forcing people into weird niche pieces of content. Just give people the ability to play the game the way that they want. That is what I want to see in 10.0. I don't care if it's a player power system or a borrow power system. Blizzard clearly wants their borrow power systems, and borrow power systems can work if done right. At least I believe so. Hold up, let me just quickly see here. Storm, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. But let me just say, I like to get close and personal with a razor sharp object. But let me just say this. I'm not going to stab you in the heart. What I'm going to do is grab a pen, stab you in the neck, puncture your lungs, then slam a blunt object into your stomach. Fuck. All right. You could try that. I mean, you could try. I'd be open to giving you, let's say, a free pass. Like the first time. And we'll see how it goes from there. Want to jump off that mountain? But you're welcome to. Ravy G, you bastard. Thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate it. 39 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Imagine an expansion Blizz makes specifically for Soul. You mean Soul So Breezy? I'm gonna tie your face. Alright, Storm, I can sort of handle a lot of abuse thrown my way, but homophobia, what the fuck are you, bro? Seriously? You're a moron. You may fight back. I mean, to be fair, that first message of his, that was fine. I have no issues with that. And then he comes back with another message that you guys didn't see because it was blocked, where he's basically just saying the most vile shit you can fucking possibly imagine. It's like, dude, why? What were you hoping to achieve there? So yeah. It's just one of those things. There's always someone that wants a little bit of attention because their mother didn't love them enough. And then they think coming into a Twitch stream is the way to get that love and affection that they didn't get at home because their mom was too high on fucking coke to give them love. No point in even talking about it. They're looking for attention. True. 5 seconds of fame. Life-changing. We did miss toxicity. Not really good toxicity. Did you get Inquisition for Steam? Because you might need to, the Origin launcher. I have both and it works. Ramnax, no. I got it through Xbox Game Pass and for some reason won't fucking work. Just telling him that you might fight back. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind fighting back there. Mom's gonna do coke too. Hey, if your mom wants to do coke, I guess that's fine. But then the problem with that would be that you being raised as a fuck up ends up being everyone else's fuck up. Pikarku, how you doing? It's the only issue I have with parents smoking and doing coke while they're while they're pregnant and having kids, because those kids grow up to be everyone else's fucking problem. Cujo 26, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? I'm not here to judge. So what's everyone up to today besides getting high as fuck right now? You need to get 66 euro. For what, Pikarku? And I'm playing WoW. Classics. I do coke out of an Acco fart jar purchased on Amazon. Thanks for the purchase. I followed ages ago and I have no idea where I found you. Kujo26, still happy to have you here. Happy to have you here, bro. Easy, FF14, 6.1. I'm living a paladin on TBC Classic. FF Batch, MSQ. Good morning, Acco. Carthane, how you doing? Playing FF, best Yoshi P is ruining classes. How is he ruining classes? Bad news in the back now? What bad news? Novak, no, not really. Not really. Valheim was fine, but I grew bored with it, so stop playing. But I should play Elden Ring at some point. Not getting load shade today. Kujo26, I am, but luckily I live in Cape Town, so we're on stage 1. So let me just check here. We're on stage 1 when the rest of the country is on stage 2. And my power, if things remain at stage 1, my power will only go out on Thursday at 6 a.m. to 8:30. Now, that could change if we move to like stage 3 or stage 4. Just the bands though, and the chances up. Shinichiro, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. And you're always welcome back. So take care of yourself. Government will fuck me in the ass hard soon. Pretty much a sum up of what I read or can say. 1 year of legal jail. Oh, Jesus. Team is a bit bigger now, but as far as I know, small dev team. Small dev team for who? For Valheim. I'm in Stallies. Might move back to the city soon. Isn't Stellenbosch like completely off the grid or some shit, Cujo? So I'm in Strand, but we still fall under Cape Town for some reason. I genuinely thought Strand was a town on its own, but whenever I like type in anything to get delivered, and I go Strand, it just automatically changes to Cape Town. So I guess we're basically fucking Cape Town for some reason. Refugee, well, yeah, oh yeah, City of Cape Town, municipality holds all of Strand and Somerset West. True. But also goes far north as Malkbos. Jesus. That far? Yeah, okay, if a 14 patch just dropped, they completely reworked PvP, and it's actually kind of cool. Daddy of Daddies, we are going to try out the PvP. We're going to try out most of the new things in a bit. Milk forest. Yeah, well, Malkboss, I think, is a type of plant here. So I'm assuming there's a lot of Malkboss there. Truffle Gaming. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the 2 months up. Really appreciate it. That is 15 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, fuck Blizzard. Nice. Voicey TV. How you doing, brother? MCH 50-yard snipe is awesome. Echo will get obliterated in PvP. Most likely, yes. When you tried Endwalker. Endwalker in 2 years, 275 days, and 14 hours. Boys V, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I mean, Twitter is a fucking cesspool, dude. It's a horrible place. Clean, how you doing? MSQ Relate is now a really nice content, and Totot Rack looks nice. Totot what? Gonna go get groceries now. Be back in a bit. Ravy G, take care of yourself, bro. Set the clock. Yeah, well, I'm assuming it's gonna take maybe longer than that, but that's sort of the estimation we have right now, ladies and gentlemen, for when we'll get to Endwalker. So stop Chocobo racing before Endwalker. I don't even Chocobo race anymore. I just stall. Hey, that's it. We play so fucking slow because chat keeps distracting me. It's not my fault. How's the Jenny going? Any load shedding lately? We have load shedding right now, so hopefully we'll be able to implement the generator soon. But we do have load shedding right now. 1,000 Moors of Totorak? I don't remember that. Just trying the crystalline conflict, and it's pretty good. What's the estimated time? Estimated time for what? It's pretty fast. 2 years and 546 days, I was thinking. It will be for Shadowbringers. Death Knight, that could be. That could be. Not gonna lie, that could be. But I blame you, chat. It's not my fault that we're going so slow. I play the game, and then you guys distract me. So how is this my fucking fault? If you guys didn't distract me, we'd actually be able to get through a single expansion probably within like 2 evenings. It's not on me. Yeah, I blame my internet provider as well. That's not your fault. My internet provider also like makes the stall fucking real. Because I don't want to do that. We're not a big enough stream to get away with that. But anyways, we do have a few changes coming to the stream, just by the way. We do have a few changes coming to the stream. You have to keep insisting Benfilia is hotter than Matoya, so that's on you. Lunari, but it's true that Benfilia is hotter than Matoya. I'm not going to let you guys run rampant with fake news. I'm sorry, chat, but if you guys start spewing off bullshit, I'm going to have to stick up and say, okay, fuck this. This fucking stream will not be known as a fake news factory. We're not going to stop pushing out into the world that Matoya is S tier and hotter than Philia and shit like that. Sorry, fucking no. I will put a stop to that shit. That is absolutely fake news. Verifiably fake news. Mephilia doesn't exist. That is also fake news. You fucking liar. Shadow Scalig, how you doing? Master Matoya, SSS tier, hotter than Memphilia, Tricket, fuck you. That is clearly lies. It's all propaganda, Russian propaganda. You all are Russian fucking spies, aren't you? Russian people sent here to infiltrate the stream and spread your fake news. Hey, fuck all of you. I know Death Knight is a Russian. Death Knight, did you put people up to this? You degenerate fuck. All these weird fucks in my fucking stream. Lost Arch females are hotter than Memphilia. Mike, I know that you spend a lot of time sort of, you know, hanging out with the characters in Lost Ark. Although you don't play, right? You just log in and then lay back with a box of tissues. Tatiana, how you doing? Oh, Hilda is also quite hot. That's true. Still S tier over Memphilia? I wouldn't say that. Sorry, I'm actually a Takistani spy. Well, that's still a spy, as far as I'm concerned. Guys, we all know Yestola is hotter. Yestola is not... Yestola is hotter than Minfilia? Are you high? I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this chat. To anyone that is new here, I do apologize. I can only surmise that my chat has, collective lack or deficiency of IQ. Booba challenge mechanic. Mike, what? I don't necessarily know what the fuck that even means. So what content suggestions? Jesus, this is such a clusterfuck right now. Kujo, if you're degenerate, you'll fit in. Like, no fucking questions asked. If you're degenerate enough, this will be a great fucking place for you. Guys, what was the last thing we reacted to? I'm trying to look here, but there's so much shit. I know that the mods are working on a new place, like a new way of suggesting content. At doctors, but still want to hang. Eternal Night, how you doing, brother? Just sign here so that everyone knows Lalas are evil. But that is true. Last time I was here, you were going to suck a hobo's dick for some reason. I'm always sucking a hobo's dick for some reason. Like I would say that happens more often than you think. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna go with the first video I see here. I'm just gonna go with the first video I see here. And this is also happens to be a video that I would actually like to watch. All right, so wait, we probably have to change a couple of things here. Acting to FF14 History of the 12. All right. Tigress, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Pretty appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. The cat goes would beg to differ. About what? Hold up. Let me just quickly... Hello? Oh, for the love of all things that's cunt and holy. Block that immediately. Do you want to win $5,000? No, I don't. Fuck off. Just wanted to say thank you for answering my question on your Q&A stream. I was the one who asked the question about Saren. Oh, you're more than welcome, Ramnax. Thank you for asking. Well, if my job doesn't fucking pay me soon, I guess I'll be one of the lucky hobos. Doing great. Just the debate on who is master race, Lalo or Catgulls. I'm going to say Catgulls because they're hot as fuck. Even though there is an argument to be made that being with a catgull IRL might be weird. But that's a whole different discussion that we would have to get into. But I do think catgulls would be the master race of FF14. Oragulls, clearly better. Oragulls are pretty hot as well. But I don't think Oragulls are quite as hot as the catgulls. I'm not RPing. I'm literally just stating facts. I'm still not going to be fucking RPing. That's not going to happen. But all right, so this was actually saying to me when we went to the wedding. I think Asmund would disagree with you, man. Why? Does Asmongold think that Lalas are better than catgirls. Because that's the wrong opinion to have. That would be the wrong opinion. Because I don't know shit about the 12 and their lore. So, Alpun, who was the bride in the last wedding, actually sent me this, Understanding the 12.
Come on, it should be further down here.
I hope so. This place hasn't exactly been friendly.
Well, that's what happens when stuff gets abandoned. Nature is pretty fast about taking things back, and it doesn't play favorites.
Still, would be nice not to have to fight for our lives for 1 week.
No rest for the wicked, I'm afraid. Ah, here it is.
What's going on?
Like the 12, it's all still here.
Again with this 12 stuff. Do you even believe they exist?
I guess I'd say yes and no. I believe in the ideals they represent and the hope they bring. I don't.
Please tell me the whole video is like this. Because this is a very cool idea for a fucking video. Having a conversation with someone whilst actually doing some lore stuff. I love the idea for this.
Believe in some entity sitting on a cloud, looking down on and judging me every day. If the gods do exist, they have better things to do than watch me read.
Makes sense, but I can't say I know much about them past their number and having to do with the elements.
Well, here. Help me look through these, and I'll explain while we search.
Sure, what are we looking for again?
The History and Advanced Practices of Aetherology written by a Charlian author. I want to compare their notes against what I found in the Thaumaturge Guild.
We butchered a small legion of monsters for a book on spellcraft?
Will you just help me look, please? As for the 12,
Alright.
Let me start at the beginning. The worship of the 12 is something that's rooted primarily in Eorzea, but it's something that's been a part of Eorzea's culture for more than 5,000 years. Even during the days of the
Wait, so the 12 doesn't exist in any of the others. So, for example, where we are now in Stormblood, they don't worship the 12? They have their own gods.
Elegant Empire, references to the 6 and 6 deities
Digit,
can
how you doing,
still
bro?
be found. No one knows exactly when or how the worship of the 12 started. It can be assumed the earliest evidence of their worship would be the Second Umbral Calamity, the Calamity of Lightning. Regardless, we see evidence of their influence in our daily lives. After all,
How can Stormblood be... So, what the fuck? Okay, wait a second. I was told that the world... So, the world of... that Eorzea is a part of is apparently called just Hydaelyn. Like, the world is called Hydaelyn, but the crystal is also Hydaelyn. Eorzea is a continent on whatever the fuck the planet is called. Maybe Hydaelyn, maybe not. How is... what's the place I'm in now? With the Ruby Sea? How's that part of Eorzea? Because you actually have to travel by boat quite fucking far to a different landmass to get to Doma. Is it the 12? That's 13. That's actually 12, but one is outside of the 12. That makes it in total 13 under the umbrella of 12. And he probably something to that effect. You're on the top right part. It's in Agashi. It's not on map at the moment. Yeah, but it's somewhere here, if I'm not mistaken. Like, Doma is somewhere here. If I remember the graphic correctly, we traveled over here for Doma. And Amigo is part of Eorzea. Ruby Sea, Doma, Kugani are not part of Eorzea. So the 12 would not be worshipped in Doma.
there are 12 months, and modern astrology uses a 12-year cycle.
I'm going to be sick of the word 12 by the end of this, aren't I?
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
So, even without these gods, the number 12 is kind of all over the place.
It's kind of crazy how often it pops up from a historical point of view. While the gods are rooted in Eorzea's creation myth, The mythos itself had multiple different iterations, but thankfully, a wise Charlatan named Lufon spent years picking them all apart and put together what he believes to be the original creation myth. And since Lufon was an overachiever, he created the spell school of astromancy while he was at it. But
what a nice
allow
guy.
me to quote the 12's creation myth.
Okay.
In the beginning, there was neither light nor darkness, only the whirl. It was not until Althic emerged thence in his nakedness did time take its first steps forward. With him, the Keeper also carried weight, and with weight were the realms of land and firmament defined. Yet Althic wouldn't be alone over long, for soon from the whirl did another step forth. Her name was Nimia, and she was but a mewling babe who could do naught but weep. And soon her tears had created a vast lake. Althic, seeking companionship in the early realm of his creation, took the goddess under his wing and cared for her as one would a daughter. As Nimia grew, however, so too did their love for one another.
Oh,
until
shit. A little bit of father-daughter porn play, I guess, is happening here. I'll take you in under my wing as my daughter, and then I'll fuck you a little later. This seems to be starting off well. I can see that they have a lot of similarities with the Greek gods. Double worships different gods. I always understood the shinobi worship nature around them. I think life is all around them. From what I always thought. I don't know if this is still gonna answer the question, because it seems like the 12 is more mythological, right? Because the game itself almost never focuses on anything of the 12. I think the only time we've actually focused on the 12 was, or for the first time where the 12 was actually part of something, was in Alamigo, where you have to go to Ralgar's Reach, and there's a statue of Ralgar, right? That you have to go visit. But outside of that, the 12 seems to not be too much part of the actual story. So I've always sort of taken it just as, it's kind of like the Greek gods in today's day and age. They exist, some people might believe in them, but they don't seem to hold any power.
it could no longer be contained, culminating in a divine coupling which resulted in the birth of two holy daughters, Azima, the sun, and Menphina, the moon. And with their advent was day.
Yeah, just by the way, Zikon Clean, the reason Alpan sent this to me is because I was very intrigued by the inclusion of the 12. So it seems like the wedding is very much sort of bound in like the 12 lore, because at the wedding as well, the symbols of the two people getting married, so whichever gods they chose, those symbols are visible at the wedding. So it does appear as if those have, but it feels more like their power is vested within the minds of Eorzean citizens rather than having actual power. So it's not like, for example, the primals that actually seem to have power, or the Ashians or Hydaelyn or Zodiark, which actually has power. The 12 seem to be more mythological, insofar as their power can't really be seen. We just sort of believe that they're there. So, for example, the one that we just got, like this father-daughter porn film thing, whoever the fuck she was called, she cried so much that her tears formed the oceans, sort of thing. So it's more explanations for things that they couldn't explain. Like, how did these things come here? Well, simple, it was a god.
Daughters, Azima, the sun, and Menphina, the moon. And with their advent was day and night conceived. So did countless cycles of light and darkness pass before from the whirl once again did another step forth. Thaliak, bearer of wisdom and knowledge, looked upon the silent, unchanging lake left behind by Nimia's tears, and coaxed from it a river to carry that water to the far corners of the realm. Azima, drawn to Thaliak's sagacity, professed her love to the new deity and begot him 2 daughters.
Oh
Limlane,
my god, these gods are just fucking each other left, right, and center?
who took the water created by her grandmother and expanded it into the world's seas. The second daughter was lonely Nafika, who, wanting for companionship, created her own playmates, and thus brought life into the world. It was not until life had spread throughout the land and newly created seas that a new god appeared, though whence the others did not know, for the whirl lay dormant. His name was Oshan, and where he wandered did towering mountains rise from level plains. With formation of these spires, did cold wind flow from on high down.
Is that fucking thing upside down? That looks like a castle upside down. My high. That's definitely an upside down castle. The developer just sort of, I don't know, run out of fucking steam and just went, fuck it, just put it there.
To the warm seas and back up again,
Alright.
carrying life that was once reserved for land and water into the skies. Those winds did bring love into the heart of Limlane. Yet though she longed to be with Oshan, his wanderlust prevented the two from ever being joined everlong, and lo, did they never beget children of their own.
Aww.
This was a time of great creation,
That's a cathedral.
but also great chaos. Oshan's mountains rose and fell at his whims, Thaliak's rivers flowed hither and thither, and Limlane's seas ever expanded, swallowing entire swaths of land before the gods even knew they were gone. To bring order to this chaos, Nimia pried forth a mighty comet from the heavens and gave it life, directing it down to the world that it may destroy the excess her sons and daughters had wrought, while bringing harmony once again to the realm. And for many days and nights was the world calm, the gods content in the order which now reigned supreme. That is, until the whirl woke from its slumber and beckoned forth 2 final deities, Biargat and his younger sister, Halone. It was feared that the untamed and ambitious siblings might once again usher chaos unto the world. So to see that they were properly disciplined, Nimia quickly made them wards of Rhalgr, the Destroyer.
Wait, when the fuck did Rhalgr enter this thing? Did I miss Rhalgr? I think I missed Rhalgr. I definitely missed Rhalgr. No, he didn't speak about Rhalgr, did he? Wait a second.
To bring order to this chaos, Nimia pried forth a mighty comet from the heavens and gave it life, directing it down to the world that it may destroy the excess her sons and daughters had wrought, while bringing harmony once again to the realm. And for many days and nights was the world calm, the gods content in the order which now reigned supreme. That is, until the whirl woke from its slumber and beckoned forth 2 final deities, Biargat and his younger sister, Halone. It was feared that the untamed and ambitious siblings might once again usher chaos unto the world. So to see that they were properly disciplined, Nimia quickly made them wards of Rhalgr, the Destroyer.
So Rhalgr is
A
the
builder
comet.
by
Okay. So Rhalgr is the comet, the destroyer. Okay.
nature, Bargot resented his newfound stepfather who could teach him only destruction, choosing instead to spend most of his time in the tutelage of Thaliak. The scholar bestowed upon his eager student the knowledge he would use to forge the tools and techniques of creation. Though more open to her new stepfather's teachings, Halone too grew restless, longing to test her strength. An opportunity arose when Oshan invited the young goddess on one of his journeys. It was during these travels that Halone's ambition slowly transformed into a lust for battle. While on the road, she would challenge every creature she met, honing her skills and methodically devising new techniques for killing. When Nafika, Mother of Life, learned of Halone's wanton destruction of her creatures, she was angered beyond words and swore revenge.
Oh,
But the Fury ignored the matron's challenges, widening the rift between the two. Oshan, feeling responsible for this rift, devised a plan to calm Nafika. From within the mountains of his creation, Oshan summoned a font of magma which spewed forth onto the land. Upon cooling, the magma took the form of the 12th and final god, the dual-aspected Naldthal. With Naldthal, Oshan had provided a god to oversee the souls of those who met their death.
Wait, in the ARR MSQ, there's a part where you actually learn about Naldthal. That's the Thal's Balls thing, isn't it? Evans, you just said Thal's Balls. That comes from Naldthal. Am I correct? But why is he called dual aspected? What about him, like destruction and life, or light and darkness? What makes him dual aspected? I'm assuming since he came from magma, that would give him life and death, because lava destroys, but then it also renews.
Yes, and provide them with peace in the afterlife. Satisfied that her creations would no longer wander the void aimlessly, Nafika agreed to a truce with Halone. And with the advent of the 12th and final god, was the pantheon complete. But before they could call an end to their toil, they first required a realm in which they could reside and watch over their myriad creation. To this end, they created the 7 heavens. Into there did they finally retreat, bequeathing the rule of Eorzea to mankind.
Ah. So that's why... Okay, this is actually pretty cool, because it kind of explains why they don't have power, but also explains it in such a way that you can't just completely dismiss it as mythology. Because they moved into the seven heavens, and they left mankind to rule. So they no longer interfere whatsoever. It's quite a cool way to sort of bring an end to godlike. Because I'll be honest with you, a lot of the time in stories specifically, whenever you have gods and godlike creatures, the stories can become quite tedious insofar as the gods can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want, right? And man can't really do anything about it. So by doing this, you are removing that sort of constant, shall we say, allure of including the gods whenever you want to change a story. Because it makes it easy, right? Let's say you went down a story of killing someone, but now, say 2-3 expansions later, you're like, I didn't really want to kill this character. I can just use the gods to bring the character back. But if you remove the gods from the story, their legacy remains, so people can still have them from a sort of world-building perspective, but they're no longer involved enough that they would bring people back from the dead. I kind of like that.
I didn't know creation myth was so involved.
Right? It explains the world, life, death, and more than a few phenomena we're used to seeing. It's no wonder people gravitate to the 12 so easily. They give context for things people don't understand while also remaining familiar.
But what's that world that kept creating them?
No one knows. Could be an elder god or some kinda uncontrolled cosmic power? Or just a natural force. Your guess is as good as anyone's.
I would say, if I were to wager a guess in terms of the world for Final Fantasy XIV... Now, let me keep watching, and then I'll give you my speculation on what I think the world in FF14 is.
So, let me get this straight. Althik, god of time, and Nimia, the goddess of fate, were born from the whirl, got together, and that made Azima, goddess of the sun, and Minfina, goddess of the moon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then Thalia, god of knowledge, came from the whirl, met Azima. They also got together, making Limlang, goddess of navigation, and Nafika, goddess of abundance.
Correct.
Then Oshan, god of wanders, just kinda shows up, and Limlane falls in love with him, but he's not entirely interested.
Yeah, he kinda just arrives. It doesn't say he came from the whirl either. He's just... there.
Interesting.
Then Nimia got mad at the god's reckless behavior and threw a comet at the world to teach the younger deities a lesson. That comet became Ralger.
I would say slight overreaction. Like, you could just have called a family meeting. Like, sending a comet to basically just fucking destroy everything. Probably, like, you know, as far as things go to problem solving, like the steps that you would follow to problem solve a specific problem, that's like, I would say, like, right at the edge, like the last thing, like last resort kind of things. But I guess gods don't work that way.
God of destruction.
Yes.
Then Burgon, god of the arts, and Helone, goddess of war, were the last deities to come from the whirl, and were put under the care of Ralger. Bergot hated Ralger's domain, and was tutored by Thaliak instead, but Helone enjoyed Ralger's domain a bit too much.
And
Oshan made Nod Thal, god of commerce, so Helone's love for battle wouldn't ruin the world.
a bit reductive, but yeah, that's the creation myth in a Kuponut.
Well, that explains how the gods came to exist and what role they played in making the world, but doesn't really explain all their jobs or what their heavens have to do with all this.
True enough. Lucky for you, I've studied in Charlian astrology, so we can discuss that too. It's said that when people die, their soul goes to one of the heavens best suited for them. We begin at the first heaven.
Yeah, but we know that that's not actually true. Unless, of course, most of you that have kept playing the game and know what's going on, unless this is explained later on, what we're told is when a soul dies, it will return to the ocean of ether. That's what Menphilia says, at least. Like, your soul will return to the ocean of ether. Or is the ether or the soul of primals different to the souls of mortals? Because when a primal dies, its soul returns to the ocean of ether. It crosses over. When an Ashian dies, its soul is trapped between Eorzea and the oceans of ether. Right? So its soul does not return to the ocean of ether. That's why we need that white etherite stuff. I can't remember what it's called now. But we need that stuff to trap the soul and then destroy the soul with enough energy, because otherwise it will just fucking, like, return all the time. It seems conflicting to me.
Or the heaven of earth, where Althik, the keeper, and Nafika, the matron, reside.
Orosite, that's the one.
As you now understand, Althik is the god of time and observer of space, while Nafika is the goddess of life and nature.
Althik is just spending time with his granddaughter then.
In a wholesome way, Nafika planted a holy seed. Althik used his power over time on it, making it rapidly grow into the world tree, which is a constant source of life. Under and on its branches rest the souls of naturalists, farmers, historians, and archaeologists.
And botanists.
Most likely, yeah. People pray to Nafika for fertile harvests and healthy lives. Meanwhile, being the first god, Althik is mostly worshipped by leaders and overseers.
Who do I pray to if I just want to kill stuff? I don't give a fuck about this life and nature bullshit. Who do I pray to if all I want to do is just fucking kill everything, everyone and everything? Angry botanists, aka Reapers? Maybe. Ralgar and Fury. Those are my gods then.
Often you'll see the heads of households wearing his symbol.
You'd think there'd be more worship.
I remember. Nothal is dual aspect because they're both twins and control death and wealth.
Death and wealth. Okay.
For a god of time, but I barely heard Althik's name.
Well, time's movement forward means change is inevitable, and change scares most people. But that's why Althik is so caring and nurturing. He understands that while sometimes terrifying, change is necessary for growth and improvement. A lesson he learned well since he's been around from the beginning. After that is the second heaven, the heaven of fire. That is where Naldthal, the traders, created a city of gold. The bricks and mortar for this city were
Well, I completely misheard there, because I thought he said this, the city or the god of traders, not traders, traitors. I was like, wait, what? Nalthal is a traitor? How the fuck? And then I remembered you guys said, no, they're actually, like, commerce gods. So, trader makes a bit more sense.
Forged from the sun that Azima the Warden created. This city is where all the honest, just, and philanthropic souls can find sanctuary.
So why is Naldthal's name split up sometimes?
Nald and Thal are technically twins. Naldthal is the singular deity they create when together. He's the god of the dead and commerce, which is why you see so many tradesmen and undertakers praising him. Meanwhile, Azima is a goddess of
When together, so they don't always have to be together. Okay, you're informing yourself of the gods, because new patch or what? How the fight? No. This was sent to me after the wedding, because I had questions about the 12, so I'm learning about the 12 now. I'm not going to say that this is the most informative video, because I'm very confused. And not because they're not informing me, this video is very well done. There's just a lot to fucking take in here. I still don't know all the names of these gods. And it seems like Nalthal don't always have to be together. They're twins, so when they're together, they become Nalthal. But they can also be apart. Which means in that case, you would just have the god of death and the god of commerce doing their own fucking thing.
inquiry and righteousness. As the sun goddess, she serves to illuminate and cast down the wicked so that the just may revel in her light.
So the god of death and balance works with the goddess of illumination and justice. That's fair. Though a city of gold under a blazing sun sounds like an oven. But that explains why some people aren't as scared of death. It's easy to move on knowing someone is waiting for you and plans on judging you fairly.
Of course, Nalthal is pragmatic, able to judge the value of a coin and the integrity of your soul. He's the old.
Basically, that means that all of the members of the syndicate And almost all of the members of the other group, what's the other group called again? You have the Syndicate, and then you have the, come on people, all the Lala evil fucking schemes. What's the other group called again? Like, they're not for fuck getting into this heaven. Not a chance. You take someone like Lord Lolorito. There's no way that he's getting into this heaven. The dude, yes, made a lot of coin, which probably made people happy. The monarchists, thank you. But he was also a pretty evil fucking dude. So basically, all of the Lalas are fucked. Lala fowls are not getting in here.
Ultimate appraiser. Meanwhile, nothing can hide under Azima's light. All truths and lies are laid bare in front of her. Next up are the two living within the third heaven, or Heaven of Lightning. Bioware the Builder, and Rhalgr the Destroyer.
You've got the rebellious creator and the wrathful destroyer on the same heaven?
I didn't put them there. In the Heaven of Lightning stands a massive mechanical tower. This tower was built by Bioware as a testament to creation and advancement. Rhalgr wasn't too happy that his stepson quite literally did the opposite of what he was told, and often strikes the tower with bolts of destructive lightning. But it's that same lightning that fuels the tower and keeps it powered, since the tower itself was designed to absorb Rhalgr's rage.
So destruction fuels creation.
And vice versa.
Makes sense. So what souls live on this heaven?
Well, inside that tower, the souls of architects, revolutionaries, and conquerors of evil are able to rest.
So gods of the same element can be polar opposites.
What about just conquerors? Can we get in there as well?
I suppose that means the elements themselves are just as versatile.
Indeed. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other, just like how no one element is used purely for good or evil. Everything is relative.
I assume then that creators, builders, and artists pray to Burgot for guidance, while those who pray to Rhalgr usually pray to be a force of nature like destruction itself.
Indeed they do. Following that is the fourth heaven, the Heaven of Wind. Here rests a breezy mountain range that overlooks a mighty ocean. Oshan the Wanderer stands atop these mountains and looks down over the sea ruled by Limlane, the Navigator.
Limsa Luminsa is always talking about the Navigator.
Understandable. The ocean is her domain, as well as the winds that roll over it.
Wait, a goddess of wind is in charge of the oceans? Not water or something like that?
Strange, I know. But I guess it's because the ocean's currents carry things beneath the waves, much like how air currents carry things through the sky. As the goddess of navigation, she guides these currents regardless of where they are.
What about Oshan? Does he live on those mountains?
What's so weird is that the god of mountains is called Oshan, which I mean, fuck. The Oshan should have been the god of oceans, because that would explain why we call them oceans, because the god of them is called Oshan. I feel like they should have changed the names there. But what I like about this is I'm sort of getting a lot more, specifically with how far I've played now. So, for example, Helone, the Fury, is Ishgod's goddess. This is why they so often say, by the Fury. Which I really like, sort of learning about these gods, because I can take whatever I know so far, and I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Kinda? He sort of comes and goes. But his mountain range is where the souls of adventurers, explorers, saints, and guides are able to rest.
So people who want safe travels probably pray to Oshan, and anything involving the sea is a prayer for Limlane, right?
Indeed, and anyone praying for guidance during tough choices usually prayed to them both as well. The fifth heaven, or the Heaven of Water, is a majestic river overseen by Nimia, the spinner, and Thaliak, the scholar. The river was created when Nimia melted a star into Thaliak's ewer. He added the essence of knowledge to the ewer, and once it was turned over, the eternal river began to pour from it.
Ah, so I take it the souls of scholars, teachers, and wise people relax on or around this river.
And you'd be right. But apparently inventors and entrepreneurs can be counted among them as well.
So,
That
as a
makes no
self
fucking sense. That makes no sense. The merchants, the entrepreneurs, would go to the merchant heaven, but then they can also come to the river heaven, whatever the fuck it's called. I can't remember. So what? You go to both, or does it like? If you're not, like, you are an entrepreneur, but you're not the greatest entrepreneur, you don't go to the flaming city or the flaming heaven. You go to the river heaven. Because, yes, you were an entrepreneur, but you weren't good at it. So Nalthal's like, no, fuck you, get out. Don't need you here. You suck, bro.
proclaimed professor, you pray to Thaliak to find your books, right?
I never called myself that. But technically I could also pray to Nimia too. She's the spinner of fate and watcher of stars after all.
A while back you said fate or destiny ruins the idea of free will.
It does, but in this case you can
So
say
they're
she's
exactly
spinning
Evans.
together threads of possibility that become the tapestry of your life. If just one of those threads was right, then I guess it was fate in a weird way.
Wait a second. Now that I think about it, I've seen Thaliak's symbol before. The Archon Louis Sois had that symbol on his staff.
Observant.
Wow.
Yes, his staff was called
completely
Tupsimati,
forgot about
and
that.
did have Thaliak's symbol. Some rumors even say that the staff was blessed by Thaliak himself, making it uniquely powerful.
Didn't Louis Sois try to invoke the 12 during the 7th Umbral Calamity? Why didn't it work if he already had Thaliak's blessing?
That is hard to explain, and maybe we'll get back to that another time once we're done here. But finally is the sixth heaven, also known as the heaven.
Wait, why didn't it work? Is that spoiler territory? Because that is a very fucking good question. Oh, spoiler territory. All right, fine, fucking fine. I'll just accept the fact that I'm not supposed to know yet. But that really bugs me now. Like, that's gonna bug me until I fucking find out.
Heaven of Ice. That's where Halone the Fury and Menphina the Lover resides.
Love and war are in the same place?
Yeah, love for
This
war.
feels strange.
Understandable. Allow me to explain. Halone used her spear to carve a palace of ice out of the moonlight that came from Menphina's moon. It's within these halls of crystal ice that the souls of champions, honored knights, and faithful lovers reside.
So while home to the goddess of war, it is also built from the rays made of the goddess of love. I take it so that even violence can be calmed by mercy and compassion, right?
Exactly. Violence can be born from defending the things we love, but it's also that same love and empathy that stops a weapon from harming the innocent and defeated.
Where's Ralgar's heaven? I'll go there, because this seems like a heaven where once I get there, I'm going to become some peace-loving hippie. I want to be conquering. Like, once I go to heaven, I'm going to be conquering heaven as well.
Action and restraint.
Precisely.
Well, from what you've been saying, there are clear themes here. Each of the 12 gods represents something important to our lives and has a partner that complements them. It's all connected.
So now that we've covered the gods and their domains, you tell me where you've seen them worshipped the most in our travels.
Let's see. Like I said, the people of Limsa Lumensa practically adore Lamlane. People in Ul'dah seem to worship Nal-Dal.
Yeah.
Not surprising since they're heavily focused on mercantile trade. I think I saw a Nafika's symbol in Gridania, over the Conjurers Guild. The people of Alamigo still worship Ralgar, and I've heard too much about Halone from Ishgard. a lot of talk about heresy up there.
Thankfully, they've recently calmed down a lot. But good memory. Though, you could also add that the once respectable civilization of Nim worshipped Oshan. The islands of Old Charlian have shrines dedicated to Thalia.
Frankie, how you doing, bro?
And the Makote, as a race, hold Azima and Menfina in high regard since they are seekers of the sun and keepers of the moon respectfully. But I doubt I had to remind you of that.
True, but I have not thought about this stuff in a while. I forgot just how involved the 12 are on this continent, let alone everyday life.
Now you understand why people value the idea of the 12 so much despite their silence. No matter what you do in life, it feels good knowing there's someone smiling down at you with approval so long as you live humbly. Eorzea itself is called the land touched by the gods and forged by heroes after all.
What about the 7th heaven? If no gods live there, do no souls live there?
Well, the 7th heaven is undefined. I personally like to imagine the 7th is beyond life and death, where one becomes all and all becomes one.
Wait, it's
Like,
literally undefined. So there's... Please tell me, even now in Endwalker, when did this video come out? Last year. So, is it still undefined, or do we learn about the 7th heaven in Endwalker? Don't tell me what we learn, just tell me if we learn something about the 7th heaven. Or is it like one of those mysteries that's just always going to be a mystery no matter what? You're not going to tell me. All right. Looking at my phone. Oreb, how you doing, bro? We don't know that yet. All right, so we still don't know. Fuck.
like perfection. It's a finish line to run toward, but never to be crossed. Which is why the gods themselves never reside there.
Makes sense, I guess. So I take the hells are basically the awful versions of the heavens where all the trash of the world goes.
Yes, basically all the good things happening in the 6 heavens have side effects which created the elemental hells, causing misery for the souls trapped within them. Bandits, murderers, thieves, traitors, cowards, defilers, and basically anyone without any sense of standards fill up the 6 hells. With the 7th hell snuffing your soul out of existence for being an unrepentant fool that only brings pain and misery. But that's a principle that was only made popular by a playwright in the 6th Astral era, and I can't remember their name for the life of me.
Speaking of names, is this the author you've been looking for?
Let me look. Yes. Wonderful work. I was sure we'd be here for a few hours at least. Guess Thaliak is happy to see us spreading knowledge and wants to contribute.
I guess so. Think the 12, right?
Indeed, my friend. Hello, everyone!
Right?
Thanks for staying to the end of the lesson. If you enjoyed this and want to see more, subscribe and like this video to let me know I'm doing well. If there is a topic you'd want me to cover in the future, leave a comment about it and I'll see what I can do. Until next we meet, I'll be researching even more of our world's rich lore to share with you. Till then, stay safe, my friends.
Gotta be honest, I'm still confused. Even after all this, I'm still not entirely sure. But there's a bunch of other things that confuse me as well that we can talk about now. Have you seen Preacher's video about farming in FF14? No, but that is on the list. We will be watching it today. All right, so I told you guys that I will wager or venture a guess for, what the world actually is in FF14, and where it may come from. Now, I'll be honest. My biggest question when it comes to the 12 in FF14 is, where does Hydaelyn and Zodiark fit into all of this? And is Hydaelyn and Zodiark even the only gods or crystals, like big crystals? Because if the 12 are considered to be gods of Eorzea, then clearly Hydaelyn and Zodiark is much larger, right? Because unlike the 12, Zodiark and Hydaelyn seems to actually have the ability to destroy entire universes, like regardless. So that already confuses me quite a bit where they fit into it. Now we know. Let's just go over what we know for a fact. We know that there is Eorzea and the planet Hydaelyn. We also know that there are other planets thanks to the Warriors of Darkness. We know that they came from a different planet. We also know that there is an ocean of ether, because that's where the primals come from. And we know that there is some kind of in-between place where souls go, like the Ashians, for example, who don't cross over into the ocean of ether, but also don't stay on Eorzea once they die. They go into there. I would argue that the world most likely lies somewhere in this in-between. So somewhere between this world between what separates Eorzea and Hydaelyn, the planet, from the ocean of ether, lies this world. And I would say that the world is most likely connected in some way. So if you have the planet here that Eorzea is a part of, and you have the ocean of ether here, you have the world that is connected to both of these. And I would say that the 12 is then gods in pure form. So unlike primals, because primals aren't actually gods, as I've also only recently figured out, because primals are gods, but because of how they're summoned, they're not really the original gods, like how those gods were to be originally. Because they usually come back sort of exacting whatever revenge their summoner wanted them to exact. So if their summoner wanted them to destroy X, Y, and Z, right, those gods are now going to want to destroy X, Y, and Z. This is, for example, one of the reasons why the sylphs, are they called the sylphs? Who's the leaf people in FF14 again? It's sylphs, right? It is the sylphs. It sort of explains why their god isn't sort of power hungry and mad and wants to kill everything. Because the sylphs aren't really like that. They just want to be protected. They don't want to destroy or conquer anything. They don't really want to kill any of the mortals of Eorzea. They just want their forests to be safe. So when they summoned their god just basically protects their forests. He doesn't do anything like anything weird in that regard. But what if the 12 is quite literally just pure primal souls? So souls that wasn't invoked through worship and the manipulation of ether crystals, but literally pure. So when the world fired up, it pulled souls from the Aetheryte Sea, or the Ether Sea, and pushed it into Eorzea. And so now you have the god in their purest form, not scarred by sort of, whatever influence mortals would have over them. That would be my best guess as to what the world could be. What bothers me about that is why the world goes dormant. Because it states that the world spewed out 2 gods. Those gods then had children. Then the world spewed out 2 more gods. Then it went sort of completely fucking dormant until eventually it fired back up, spewed out 2 more gods, and now seems to be completely and utterly dormant. It just does not act anymore, which almost suggests some kind of interference. Either like someone activating it and then deactivating it, or someone deactivating it in order to stop it from spewing out gods. That would be my guess. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, right? I genuinely don't, like... I'm trying to make sense of something that I'm pretty sure I don't have enough information on. But these things are interesting to me. So, if I can take that with whatever you think is important. Because, yeah, I genuinely don't know. Anyways, let's fire the music back up. It's a theory idea, so throw them out there. You gotta play to see if you're not, if you are or not wrong. Yeah, I mean that's the plan, at least, right? Is to keep playing. I guess we'll have to. Yeah, I'll probably get a lot of these answers in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. What do you mean you like the idea of religion, Tiriko? Yeah, but Evans, the problem with that argument, so people could probably summon one of the 12. The issue with that argument would be, first and foremost, we summon primals from the Ocean of Ether. If the 12 does not preside within the Ocean of Ether, there is a very good chance that we would be incapable of actually summoning the 12, because they would not be in the Ocean of Ether. So we would have to physically rip them out of one of the seventh heavens, or seven heavens, and I don't know if we can. But even then, if you could, so let's say, for example, you could summon one of the 12, you would ultimately still have one big issue, and that is that God would not be the actual God. That God would be influenced by your summoning them. So it would be a replica of the God, not the actual God. So maybe summoning them, not the best fucking idea. Might be wrong, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say let's not summon one of the 12. But then the beast tribes also have all of their gods, and what's weird to me is how a lot of the gods for the beast tribes don't look like the beast tribes. Oh, Tirgio, I'm right there with you. I'm not at all a religious person, but I do understand the allure of religion. I understand why people navigate or rotate towards religion. And I do find it interesting in its own way. But I think the Bible specifically becomes far more interesting when you don't read it as a mythological piece of text. So one of the things that me and my brother have been discussing quite ad nauseum for the last, I guess you could say, 3 weeks or so, is if you remove the mythology of religion, so you remove the fantasy of it, what you're left with is a rather interesting set of ideas that is portrayed within the scriptures. Which actually opens a lot of thought patterns. Like, going through, like, do yourself a favor, especially if you're not religious, read the Bible. And read it not as if it's a fairy tale, or as if it's a myth, or as if it's supernatural. Just read it. Just read it logically. It's very interesting. I'd rather not think there is an overseer that knows all and is all that can solve my problems for him, but that's the thing. if you don't read it that way, it changes quite a bit. But I can see why a lot of people want to believe that there is. It takes a lot of pressure off of you when you believe that your entire life is predetermined, right? It makes it a lot easier to deal with things like bad news or bad things that happen, because you can basically just go, well, it's God's will, right? This is happening with me right now. You know, I lost everything. God has a plan for me. I just have to stick with it, right? Whereas if you don't believe in God and bad things happen to you, it's kind of all on you. Like, it's your fault that the bad things happened, and you're also going to have to work to get yourself out of it. Zikon, yeah, pretty much. The Elder God. I don't even want to get into what the fuck the Elder Gods is. Already talking about God? What did I come into? Machendo, how you doing, brother? Who the fuck is Shinryu? Super Cider. Who would you say is Shinryu? It sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Photo Mega, beginning of SB. Oh, yeah. But that's one of those primal gods. Like I told you, I have no fucking idea what the primal gods are all about. I have no idea what the primals are or aren't. No, that would not be a spoiler. I did do it, but I couldn't remember the fucking name of the dragon. But that would definitely not be a spoiler. Don't worry about it. That was not a spoiler. As long as the things that you're saying in chat does not cross over into like end of Stormblood stuff, we're good. I think we're fine in that regard. People drawing were calling for the destroyer, but it summoned the dragon. Never understood that. But isn't that the destroyer though? You're drawing dragon? Again, all primals are ideas given form. Sometimes the idea is a god they worship. Sometimes it's a hero someone reveres, like with Iceheart. Yeah, they're not actually the primals. They're not actually real. It's just, it's sort of a, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I don't know how to explain it better. All I can tell you is, from what I've learned, the primals aren't real. The primals is effectively a collection of our own fears, our own hopes, and what we want, rather than what they actually would be. The icon ideas, it gives food for thought on primals and icons. I mean, there's a lot that is explained in the game that is actually very strange and very fucking weird. But alright, so next video that we have to react to. This was also suggested to me. This is from Nixium. We haven't reacted to Nixium, I think, ever, actually. I just watched Nixium offline. But someone wanted me to, if a strawberry, how you doing? Icons and primals is such a fascinating topic. Absolutely agree. I imagine primals is what the believers themselves wish to be. In Moogle's case, a Moogle. In Ixal's case, thick and with wings. Could be. Inquisitorium, how you doing, brother? Sinru is closer to King Thorin and Shiva than Ifrit and Ramu. Alright, so Nixium asks the question, can World of Warcraft be saved? Let's hear him out.
Can World of Warcraft be saved? Now that's a question I'm sure all of us Warcraft fans have asked ourselves at least once, twice, For many times,
The problem with that is there are people who do not ask that question at all because there are people who believe that there is nothing wrong with World of Warcraft at the moment. So,
Calling they're real, until they're killed. Effectively, they're imagined entities. According to Tiamat and Reesfelger said.
Supersider, I agree with that more than 7 times in the last few years, for sure. But there isn't anybody that works there that can save it. I wouldn't say that. I do think there are people that work there that could save it. It depends on how much those people actually want to save it.
over the past several months, with poor game releases, company drama, the rising in popularity of other MMOs, the future of Blizzard Entertainment and World of Warcraft is in question. Can the game be saved? And honestly, do we even want it to be saved at this point? That's what we're going to talk about today. But first, as always, I'm
going to be honest with you. There is a part of me, like I told you guys at the beginning of the stream, I do want World of Warcraft to be better. I want World of Warcraft to be great once again. But there is a part of me, a small part, but still a part of me that I have to acknowledge that kind of doesn't want WoW to be saved. And I realize that it is a very sort of, what's the word? Vindictive part of me. There is a part of me that wants to see the game crash and burn so that I can turn to the shills and the people who basically vilified anyone who dared criticize their game. And for those of you that don't know, that is going on literally every single fucking day. You say anything about WoW that isn't ultra positive, and you get literally attacked by these people for saying it. And there's a part of me that sort of thinks, you know, if this game dies, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Because I could then turn to these people and say, congratulations. No crying, no bullshit. You did this. Because when we were actually trying to save your game, you told us to shut the fuck up. So now you shut the fuck up. It's done. It's over now. So congratulations. You got your wish. Nothing changed. Nothing was made better. So this is where we are now. That is a small part, though. The majority of me really does want the game to be better.
I thank today's sponsor. Now, is it going to be a real sponsorship this time, or are you just going to tell people about some stupid product you found on Amazon as a joke? Nixium, do you really think I would do that? Just tell people about some old bullshit I found on Amazon and tell them to click the link in the description? This video was sponsored by the Chubby Blob Seal Pillow thing over on Amazon. Link in the description. Do you want a seal to hug as you watch Blizzard Entertainment go up in flames, or a big chunker to cuddle with as the joy you once had in your childhood slowly leaves you, being replaced by an existential dread that the game you once loved and adored is now finally dying, and there's little you can do to save it besides make a YouTube video desperately trying to get Blizzard to listen to their player base and to give to people the quality of MMORPG that they deserve? Link in the description. Get this big ass seal today for yourself, your girlfriend, your mom. Link in the description. The thing's cute. Check it out. So, can World of Warcraft be saved? We've all asked this question of ourselves. Can Blizzard turn this poor game around, bring players back to it, and restore the glory that this game once had? Well, honestly, guys, after giving it some thought, maybe. But the question is, how? And I think that I have a few points to make that I believe could.
I did not think, I thought he would go yes, which is sort of the bog standard approach for videos like this. Can World of Warcraft be saved? Yes. Here's how you would do it. Him going maybe is interesting for a number of reasons. Nixium isn't really a sort of all-out hater of World of Warcraft. He's expressed his disappointment with World of Warcraft in the past, but he's not really one of those people that's just incredibly sort of anti-World of Warcraft, if you will. So that is an interesting response, maybe.
It help the future of the game as a whole. Actually, I had a lot of points that I could have made, but I didn't want this to be a 3-hour video, so kind of kept it short and simple. To begin, we need to talk about the greater drama surrounding Blizzard, unfortunately. Now, I don't want to go into all the accusations and the leaks and the reveals that have come out about this company as of late, the sexual abuse, Cosby suites, and all that stuff. What I do want to talk about is PR, public relations.
Yeah.
Now, right now,
All right.
even the biggest fans of Blizzard Entertainment have to admit that the company does not have a good face at the moment. Honestly, Blizzard hasn't had a good face for a long time.
Yeah.
People are looking at Blizzard like they look at EA. They are a bunch of greedy corporate scumbags who abuse their audience, who abuse their hardworking employees,
Yeah.
and who do not seem to care about their products in the slightest, seeing that
In all fairness, that's not entirely... So this video took a massive ton, just FYI, from what I thought it was going to be. I did not think that Nixium was going to talk PR, which I think is actually something that we have to discuss more. Blizzard's PR is disastrous. Like, genuinely speaking, the Blizzard PR department may as well not exist. They may as well fire all of the PR people because they do not do their job. Unless, of course, their job is to make every single problem a bigger problem, because they are very good at doing that. Whenever the players are unhappy, the PR department finds a way to make the players even unhappier. So, I don't know, maybe that is sort of the plan with PR. Like, just see how fucking angry you can make the player base. And if that's the case, those guys deserve a raise because they do it well. But I don't think that's why PR departments exist in the gaming industry. And I can literally tell you why Blizzard's PR department is as poor and bad as it is. Practice. They never had to be good. World of Warcraft, literally until last year with the lawsuits, enjoyed a sort of insulation that no other gaming company ever had to deal with or ever had as a protection mechanism. Every other gaming company have always been judged on their most recent product. People hate EA because every product they bring out is just another schmoz to get as much money off the player base as possible. People don't like Ubisoft because Ubisoft scumbags as well. Every other gaming company has had to deal with players hating them whilst also trying to convince those players that hate them to play their games regardless. Right? So their PR departments have to work really hard. Blizzard never had to deal with that. Up until last year, before the lawsuits, almost every single player for World of Warcraft would go to bat for this company. Like, if anything happened with this company, people would always be like, yeah, but it's Blizzard, you know they're going to fix it. It's going to be good. Don't worry. Blizzard is always on top. You know, they're for gamers, by gamers, by God. Don't worry about it. You know, they've got this. They care. And then the lawsuits happened. And suddenly every single player realized that what they've believed in was a lie. Now you need your PR department to fix this. And your PR department doesn't know fucking how to. Because they've never had to deal with this. In the past, all they had to deal with was try to convince people that is already going to buy the expansion to buy the expansion faster. That's it. That's all the PR department for Blizzard ever had to do. Was convince people that was already going to do the thing to do the thing faster. Now they have to convince people who do not want to do the thing to actually do the thing. And they clearly have no idea how to do that. Cask, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate it. 40 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
them more as a means to an end than an expression of their team's creativity and talents. Now, you might disagree with that personally, and that's all right. But when Blizzard keeps putting out cash shop crap in their already subscription-based game, when news keeps coming out of abuse happening behind the Blizzard doors, and when the games that they are putting out are subpar at best, lacking content and creativity, people are going to get pissed off and go seeking their entertainment elsewhere.
Yeah.
So starting with rebuilding their reputation among gamers is critically important for this company. They need...
I'll use the following example. How many of you know anything or have followed Cyberpunk 2077? From its announcement to its release and now moving onwards. So Cyberpunk 2077 was hailed to be the next superstar game. every single person that knew anything about RPGs knew that CD Projekt Red is perhaps, if not the greatest RPG developer in the world, among the greatest. So people sort of counted CD Projekt Red amongst the, the same vein as old school Bioware and in some ways Larian Studios. It was a company that you could trust. Their games are insane. Just look at Witcher and Witcher 3 in particular. And then Cyberpunk 2077 launches, and it is a fucking nightmare. The game does not do what is promised. A lot of the promises that were made was completely not even fucking put in. People on older consoles can't play the game, even though no one can get their hands on the Xbox, the new Xbox or the new PlayStation. It doesn't work on the PlayStation and the Xbox that is already out. So it is a complete fuck up. Right? And I've sort of wondered, because since then, CD Projekt Red have slowly but surely fixed their game in a major way. If you go back now and you actually play Cyberpunk 2077, it is a phenomenal game. It truly is. I've finished the game now 3 times already, and I'm actually getting ready to do it again. And I literally finished it 2 days ago. And I would actually be willing to start again and play it again. The world feels amazing, insane. It's so good to be a part of it. It feels alive. That city, Night City, is just absolutely phenomenal. The story is really good. The bugs are almost non-existent now. Although I did run into a bug in my last playthrough where every single time I would do cyber deck things and sort of cyberware attacks, the sound for the cyberware would never stop. So I'd have to reload in order to get the sound. But that's sort of, bugs that you can sort of live with and whatnot. But I've sort of asked myself, why does CD Projekt Red keep trying to fix the game? If you look at the state of the game when it launched, it would have been better for them to do what EA and Ubisoft do so very often. Let's take Andromeda, for example. BioWare releases Mass Effect Andromeda. Mass Effect arguably is the biggest modern-day RPG franchise in the world, right? Any RPG fan, specifically Western RPG fans, know what Mass Effect is and have played it, or at least it's on their list of games that they wish to play. EA launches Andromeda, and it's a failure. Like, in every single way. It fails everything that franchise was known for and the people actually loved about that franchise. What does EA do? They wash their hands of it. They go, okay, we'll get the game in sort of a playable position, we'll fix most of the bugs, but then we're out. And they just fucking left it. That's it. No more Andromeda. In fact, when EA announced that they're remaking Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, and they then announced also Mass Effect 4, they didn't even mention Mass Effect Andromeda. Like, EA pretended like Mass Effect Andromeda never happened. They're just like, let's fucking mention that game. We're not talking about that. That game doesn't exist. So Mass Effect 4 is going to be either a continuation of Mass Effect 3, or it's going to be like maybe a prequel or something like that, but they washed their hands of it. So why did CD Projekt Red not do the same thing? Reputation. Restoring the relationship that you have with gamers. They are currently losing money on Cyberpunk 2077. They are consistently running like giveaways almost of Cyberpunk 20. You can pick up, I believe, right now Cyberpunk 2077 for $5. That game is far more worth than $5, but you can pick it up right now for $5. Then they go down to $20 or go up to $20 and go back down to $10. They're basically giving the game away to people. Why? Relationship with gamers. They're working on new patches all the time to include new content. They are working on a new expansion, which should bring a lot more closure to a lot of people with new stories. And they know if they just gave up, players wouldn't trust their future releases. If they just gave up on Cyberpunk 2077, Witcher 4 is a failure. It just will not go anywhere. People will not trust it. So they're biting the bullet now in the hopes that by the time the next, expansion for Cyberpunk comes out, or Witcher 4 comes out, players trust them again. So more oftentimes than not, restoring trust between you and your players once it's gone is going to cost you a lot. You're going to have to say, look, I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to take the L's. I'm going to lose a lot of money here. But the relationship between myself and the player base is more important to me than the money in the short term. Can Blizzard do that? Is Blizzard willing to do that? That is the big question here. Mania, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Need to be more open about what they are doing behind the scenes, what they are working on through the forums, through videos, showing regular updates of content.
Lord Knox, why is EA still in the gaming industry? Very fucking simple. Gamers. The reason EA is no longer still in the gaming industry is us. It's consumers that are irresponsible, that refuse to take responsibility for the marketplace and how the marketplace treats them, that would rather sort of speak their principles than live their principles. And I include myself in this as well, by the way. Because you can bet your ass when Mass Effect 4 launches, I'm going to buy and play it. You can bet your ass when Dragon Age 4 launches, I'm going to buy and play it. Because I love those franchises. I want to see what the games are like. The principled approach, however, is to say, I will no longer support you until I see an actual change. So until you've learned, I will not support you. The sad bit is that most of us are very happy to speak our principles, but living our principles is a bit hard. So, yes, EA is scumbags, but hey, it's a new Battlefield. I really want to give it a try, Rather than saying, well, actually, no. I don't care that it's the new FIFA. I don't give a fuck that it's a new Battlefield. I don't care that it's the next Madden. It is dog shit, and I will not pay for this. So, really, it's our fault that companies like EA is still allowed to do this.
And community feedback being taken into consideration, even doing things like featuring, little things like this, like featuring screenshots from community members or videos made by content creators being posted on the front page of their site or launcher or whatever. This is something that Blizzard used to do, fun fact, but they just don't do it anymore. The company gave an impression of a bunch of nerds making games for a bunch of nerds.
Yeah.
There was a relationship between the player and the developers. I thought so anyway. So I think, to start things off, during this difficult time in the company, Blizzard needs to be investing in communication with their audience tremendously.
Yes.
Do not just tell us that you have changed. Show us that you have.
You know what I would have done if I was in control of Blizzard's PR? If it was me, I worked as the lead PR guy at Blizzard. I would go to Ian Azikostas, I would go to Steve Denuser, and I would say, okay, boys, we're lining up a bunch of interviews with different content creators. We're not just picking the content creators that are positive. We're picking Asmongold, we're picking Akalon, we're picking Nixium. Preach is a big one. I think everyone and their mother will watch any interview that Preach does with any Blizzard developer. I'll also tell them that there's no script. There's no questions are being emailed in first, and we'll decide which questions may or may not be asked. You're going in there blind. The content creator is going to ask you the questions that they and their community came up with that they feel is important. There's not going to be a time limit on this. So if the content creators want to keep you busy for 2 hours in a podcast style fucking discussion about something, that is what's going to happen. You are going to have to explain to the content creators and answer all of their questions. We need this. We don't have a choice. The player base has to start seeing you as people again. It's not helpful that they view you as sort of above the law and they view you as sort of above the fray. That's not helping us right now. We need you to be human. And if that means that there is a question that you can't answer or something that you fucked up with, then, hey, you fucked up. You made a mistake. Admit that you've made that mistake and move on. And then we, the PR team, will take notes of that interview. So we'll make sure that we keep a list of notes from that interview to figure out what is it actually that people are unhappy with. Did we have a good response to what people were unhappy with? Is there a way for us to fix what people are unhappy with? So we'll use that interview or discussion as feedback. This is like one of the first things I would have done right after the lawsuits. I would have sent my main developers, my lead developers out into the world and tell them, look, now's the time for you to start being normal people. We can no longer pretend like we're celebrities. We're not. Our celebrity status is over. We now have to become one with the gamers again.
Changed. That's very important. But now let's talk about World of Warcraft specifically. Perhaps it's possible and very likely that the game has suffered due to all these issues surrounding the company as a whole in terms of PR. True. I can only imagine what these people have been dealing with, from the team managers to the lowest employee over there at Blizzard Entertainment. The stress, the doubt, the despair, all of it. And it would not surprise me if this is the reason why the stuff we keep being given with World of Warcraft is so uninteresting and seemingly uninspired. I mean, really, guys, how many of you looked at patch 9.2 and said, wow, that looks awesome. Can't wait to quit Final Fantasy, The Old Republic, Lost Ark or whatever, and go play that. Like, oh, I can't wait. How many people said that? How many of you?
I didn't.
Like barely any. Now we, all of us, through this video and through the comment section,
my genuine thought was, thank fuck I'm playing Final Fantasy and I don't have to deal with that shit.
or on the forums or whatever, we could tell Blizzard a ton of stuff that we want added to the game, and we have. I've made videos, you guys have left comments, player housing, more character customization in terms of appearance and armor, a better starting experience for new players, reworked professions, whatever. You have all said it, you have all made your thoughts known here and there just like I have, but none of it matters. No good suggestion is worth a damn if Blizzard is not going to listen, or if they are going to listen, they're going to give us a discount version of what we were hoping for. Yeah. We wanted player housing for years, and we got garrisons. We wanted greater character customization that could rival modern MMOs, and you know what? We got a couple of new hairstyles, skins, and markings. That's great. Great start. Where's the rest of it? We wanted a good story, and we got this crap. But most of all, we just wanted to see Blizzard give a shit about World of Warcraft, its lore, its fulfillment of fun, and its infinite potential of creativity, and we were left wanting. Now, there are some people out there that may think that everything is just fine. Maybe to you, WoW's just another game, something to pick up and just quit whenever you get bored of it. But for a lot of us, millions of players around the world, Azeroth is like a second home. It's a place that we really fell in love with. We made friends there. We built relationships with people around.
I feel like that is very true. He's actually touching on something that I didn't know how to word. But I do feel like there are some of us who do not view World of Warcraft as just another game. It's not just a game to us. It's almost part of your personality. And that's what leads to so much fucking anger, is when that part of you that was always there and you always knew that it was there because you grew up with it gets turned into shit. You are going to be more angry than the people who sort of play the game only because they're playing with their friends, or, they sort of love the pet battles and maybe they like sort of collecting stuff, but the game itself is not really their thing. It's just something that they do with their friends. Maybe they love the RP stuff or something to that effect. Mania, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Greetings from London. I love that you share your own honest thoughts with us. This is exactly why I've been watching your videos for a long time. Keep it up. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate it. And I'm glad that you enjoy it. Ravy G, probably after this, I just need to go for a piss and then we can watch your video.
around the world. It brought us together in person at places like BlizzCon, and it inspired our own creativity when we got to observe Blizzard's creative potential. So it's not just a game for us. It's something more, something special that we want to see succeed and be known as the best MMO again. But none of that matters if Blizzard themselves do not care anymore, and if they've given up on the game, seeing it as nothing more than a means to a quick cash drop before ultimately they pull the plug on the servers. But maybe that's just me talking. I've been playing the game since 2005. Maybe that's just my opinion. Here's the thing, the truth is that I don't know if World of Warcraft can be saved. I admit I haven't even been playing it at all much lately, not even classic WoW. I've just been playing a ton of the Old Republic lately, enjoying its storytelling. I've been playing Final Fantasy and loving its crafting and gameplay. Been playing Lost Ark and loving discovering new things with a Twitch audience. I've been playing ESO and I've been loving the frequent updates that fill me with excitement each time the developers make a post. But as for World of Warcraft, I haven't really been playing it much because, I mean, if Blizzard doesn't care anymore, why should I? I would love to see Blizzard unleashing their creativity again with World of Warcraft, taking risks again, hiring better story writers, developing new characters into the lore instead of just reusing the same ones over and over, building up the world like back in the day with their tabletop RPG guides. I would love to see them gamble on new types of battlegrounds, like the mobile one they wanted to add in WoW back in the day. I would love to see them add more paths of progression other than PvP and PvE, like player housing to build and decorate and indulge in. And I guess I just want my old Blizzard back.
Literally, start doing crazy shit. Just start doing stuff that you have no idea whether it's going to work or not, right? You just do it. And hopefully it works. And, you know, if it doesn't work, you apologize, you surrender, or you sort of retire the piece of content, and maybe you bring it back in a different vein. I'm always inspired by that. What's the thing that was released in FF14 and then removed and brought back for crafters? It's sort of like a game mode that used to be something that all players would take part in. Didn't work. People fucking hated it. Got removed, reworked, and then put back into the game, but now it's sort of a crafter, it's sort of a place for crafters. Like, crafters go there in order to collect stuff. Maggie, how you doing, bro? The Diadem and Ishgard's Restoration. Diadem, that's the one. No, Eureka is a different sort of game mode. Diadem, that's the one. Do something crazy, something that you have no guarantee is going to work. Right? You actually, everything in your brain is telling you this is going to be a fucking nightmare. This is not going to work. But who cares? Let's give it a go. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it does work. You know, maybe we can pull it off. That would be sort of my advice to Blizzard. Alex, how you doing, bro?
And I just want World of Warcraft to thrive. But I don't know. Can World of Warcraft be saved, or are we grasping at mist? I don't know. I want to believe. I want to have hope. But I don't know. Thank you all for watching the video. Just a quick rant. Please subscribe if you want. Like the video, it helps. Get a seal pillow if you want. Link in the description. And I'll see you guys with my next project. See ya.
Peace, bro. Ultimately, you know, I think I agree with him. Maybe World of Warcraft can be saved, but we need the developers to get out of their own minds. They just need to forget about all the bullshit and just do crazy shit. And if it doesn't work, just go, oh shit, that didn't work. We'll try again next time. And then do something else that's fucking crazy and out there. And just keep doing crazy and out there stuff until it works, you know, and until things work. And then everyone is happy. Everyone fucking loves it. Everyone is back. Everyone is on board again, and the hype is real again. That's what we need. We need that hype to be back. I want to see a new announcement for World of Warcraft that doesn't instantly lead to what the fuck. right? That doesn't instantly lead to negativity, instantly lead to a sort of, I fucking hate this. Why are you doing this? I want to see, World of Warcraft back to that almost Final Fantasy levels of happiness, where whenever Final Fantasy releases anything new or announces anything new, the player base is like, oh my God, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. And that's what, for those of you that haven't played WoW for that long, or maybe doesn't play WoW at all, that is what World of Warcraft used to be. Whenever, like, think back, all of the old school WoW people in chat right now, think back to whenever World of Warcraft or Blizzard would announce anything for World of Warcraft, how fucking hype would we get? Like, how hype would we be? Doesn't matter what they announce, as long as they announce it, we would be like, oh my fuck, yeah, this is coming, we can't fucking wait. I want to get back to that. But in order to get back to that, you need to have some modicum of trust that what they're announcing is actually going to be what you get. And not, this is what we're announcing for PR purposes, and then what you get is going to be a hell of a lot less than what we've announced, right? I think that's like what every single one of us are hoping for. While waiting from I can't wait to you will wait with all the time gated shit. True. I remember my first time playing Wrath just a few months before Kata. I got so hyped when I saw the Kata trailer. I think all of us, they need to be more open as well. They need to acknowledge it doesn't work and their thought process. Alex, I agree with you. I literally spoke about that just before in the reaction video. If you tell people, shit, that didn't work, here's why it didn't work, here's what we thought, and this is actually how it played out, most people, I think, would be like, okay, that makes sense. I can see why you thought that that would work, and I'm glad that you realized that it's not working. So maybe let's try something else. You know? I don't think people would be angry at that. Some people would, but there's people who would literally be angry at getting a blowjob. So, let's not try to keep everyone happy. Let's keep the people that are reasonable happy. If Blizzard comes out tomorrow and apologizes and explains what they thought was going to happen and how they thought it was going to happen, I'll be the first person to go, you're forgiven. It's fine. Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it. I didn't agree with you from the start. I'm glad that I was right and you were wrong. Now let's try a different way. Let's see if this could work, right? All right, we'll watch the Preach video after we watch Ravy G's video. But before we watch any more videos, I need to piss. I genuinely need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to piss myself. So take a break, go grab some coffee, do your relaxing thing. I'm going to be like 5 minutes. I'm probably going to grab a coffee myself as well. And then we'll watch Ravy G's video, Preacher's video, and then probably play some FF14. All right? See you guys in a bit. First to Preach? All right, chat. What joke? No, I'm making coffee. Making coffee is a process. Can't be fucking rushed. Can't be rushed, people. Calm the fuck down. I told you I'm going to be about 5 minutes. That's why I said you should get up and go do something. If I wanted to take a dump, I would tell you, guys, I'm going to go take a shit. I'll be back later. Joke is the stream. Oh, shit. Fucking bang, bang. What did I do to you, Zekon? What did I ever fucking do to you? Why is shots being fired now? When I didn't do shit, I come to sit down and immediately chat attacks me? What is this? It did, and it only took 2 minutes? But you know, but you probably use an electric kettle, correct? In the bomb day, off the layer cable? Fuck, CDJ. Twink on a different region. Dungle, how you doing, bro? Sorry, guys, I'm just quickly looking what the video that RayVG suggested here. Jesus, that is a long-ass fucking video, RayVG. Naomi, how you doing? That is a long fucking video, RayVG. Holy crap. But alright, I'll be down. But I think before we watch that, because that is gonna be a long-ass fucking video. So before we watch that, maybe we watch Preach's video, like stick with the gaming stuff for a bit before we go into like any sort of other things here. I think that's a good idea. Let's stick with gaming stuff for now, and then we'll jump into real life stuff. You can also just watch it in your free time. I would like to react to it. The video literally is chat, would you want to see it? Because the video is about what did the Romans think of other civilizations. Zekon, you bastard. Thanks for the deal and stuff. Did really appreciate it. That's 3 months in a row, 4 months altogether. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Oh my god, all the support. You guys are far too fucking kind. Spicy jokes. It does sound cool, doesn't it? I want to fucking watch that, right? I want to watch it too. But okay, so anyways, let's watch the Preach video first. MMO grinding can be fun. Let's see what Preach has to say here.
What is the one thing that when it comes up, you go, in MMOs? And not only MMOs, but online games for literally decades now. But what if that could change?
I'm going to be honest, like, yeah. But I don't know what Preach is going to say in this video, but here's what I'm going to say. Grinding used to be a core part of the MMO game. And for good reason. MMOs are supposed to be always online, consistent, persistent worlds, right? The problem is you can't really have new content forever and always persistent, never ending. It's just not possible. You would need a development and design team, probably rating into the tens of thousands of developers working on new content so that people can have new content literally daily. It's just, it's impossible. Can't be fucking done. So grinding was sort of a way to time gate the distance between different types of content. So between, say, one dungeon to the next, there would be a bunch of grinding that takes you from that point to the next so that they had time to basically make new things. Now, I feel like that used to be sort of the bog standard approach to MMO design. But since really Final Fantasy, even if you go look at something like ESO, in ESO, content almost never gets retired. the whole world levels up around you. So in ESO, you can basically pick any of the zones and you can level from level 1 all the way to max level in that zone. Like every single one of their zones is designed for you to level through and play through a specific story, so that you can get to max level that way. So you basically pick your poison and you play the game. But nothing is ever really retired. Everything is always sort of kept relevant. Final Fantasy has the same thing. So by doing that, by keeping the game relevant and all of the old things relevant within the game, you sort of reduce the amount of grinding that is required in the game. Because there is so much content, you don't need to add so much downtime between new pieces of content to be added, because there's so much old content that people can sort of grind and have fun with. Grinding, I would say, just to be honest, in itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are plenty of grinds in World of Warcraft that I never really had a problem with, that I never hated. Because grinding is also the opportunity for you to sit down, watch something on your second monitor, and just sort of mindlessly farm whilst you're doing that. So, for example, I used to love grinding herbs, because I'd get on my druid flight form, and I would just fly across the map. And I'd have a series or a YouTube video on my second monitor and just farm for like 6-7 hours. I would just sit there and I would just farm herbs. That's it. It's a grind. It's a massive grind. You know, there's literally no brain power involved, but that also kind of made it fun. You know, that was kind of the point, was just waste some time whilst you're doing something. So it's not like it's bad. It's not like it's horrible. So there is sort of different types of grinding, I think. But let's see what Breach is talking about here before I get too far down the rabbit hole of what grinding we're actually talking about here.
Talk about farming. There's something that's constantly been impressing me with Square Enix's model, and this isn't just an FF14 gush, because the system I'm going to explain does have some flaws, but it's such a step in the right direction.
I just want to say, a lot of people sort of accuse me, and I've seen this on Breach's videos as well. I see this on a lot of content creators' videos that have made that switch. A lot of people accuse myself and others of sort of everything FF14 does is good, everything WoW does is bad. So it's just sort of like, I'll often get this comment, oh my god, snooze fest, FF good, WoW bad. Yes, but also no. Because I have said multiple times, there are genuine things that I dislike within Final Fantasy. There are genuine flaws within Final Fantasy XIV that needs to be fixed at some point. Difference at some point. The flaws in FF14 get outshined by the brilliance of FF14. So you can deal and sort of live with the bad shit, like the things that isn't that great. You can live with it because everything else is so much fucking so good. And that's why whenever I make a video about FF14, I tend not to focus on the bad stuff because I don't even think about them as I'm sitting down to make the video. For me to think about the bad things in FF14, I would literally have to go sit down and think about the bad things in FF14 before I can go, okay, this is clearly a bad thing, and this is clearly something that they have to fix. And there are things like that, but they're few and far between, and they get outshone by the great things in FF14.
Direction. It doesn't matter what game it is, whether it be your Call of Duties, your Apex Legends, your MMOs, any online game has this fear and base model when they design every single system, and that is, how do we keep the players online all the time? Because if they have this complete fear that if you're not playing their game, you're not spending money with them, and you're playing something else, and you're spending money with those guys, right? That's it. So it comes down to, when we're talking about farming, you've seen every system under the book at this point. You've seen prestige levels, honor levels, reputation levels, and they're usually
I feel like this is a problem that we can remove from the gaming industry. Social media. Social media, at its core, is designed to keep you using it. Because whenever you're not using Facebook, Facebook has a genuine fear that you are using Twitter or YouTube or any of the other social medias. And for Facebook to make money, they need you to keep using Facebook as much as possible. And Facebook have done a great job of basically increasing that almost every single year, getting more and more people to use the site more and more often. With one big downside. Facebook is now also losing more people than ever before. So it almost seems, and I'm not saying that that is the case because I don't actually know, but it seems to me like there's a point. So you can sort of increase engagement by making decisions and changing things so that people are more engaged in your platform up until a certain point. So let's imagine this is the point. Now you're working up to this point. Once you go over that point, you actually start losing people. So the site has almost become so engaged that people sort of disengage from the platform. For example, I haven't been on Facebook in 6 months. Like, genuinely, I have the Facebook app on my phone. I haven't opened the Facebook app in 6 months. I don't want to. It's boring me now. I can't imagine going on Facebook. What am I going to do there? And I think that's true for games as well. You can make the game as engaging as possible, but there is a point, like whatever that point is, but there is a point where you make the game so engaging that people disengage from the game altogether. I don't know if I don't know if anyone agree or disagree, or maybe you have a different opinion on it, but that seems to be my takeaway, at least based on my own user statistics. The more engaged you want me, oftentimes the less engaged I get.
usually in some way gated, or they're made really, really long to keep you grinding the same thing over and over. But there's two elements of it. One is the way you, what the reward is and how you get it. So those would be the levels. And then there's two is the gameplay involved with actually doing it.
Yeah.
And typically, this falls into the category of just playing the same thing over and over and over and over again, regardless of how fun that system might actually be. And it doesn't matter, because as long as you're playing it, you're doing it all the time. You're playing their game. That's it. So even if you come down to, like, I don't know, I've done this, something like the Burning Crusade Classic, which many people will be playing right now, and you're after that Spell Strike gear, you might be farming fire elementals for hours and hours and hours. And I spent like 12 to 14 hours grinding out motes of fire. And then I had to go and do the same with some other motes in order to eventually build this one set of gear. And you will say, I felt really accomplished when I did it. But for me, at least, and I think more and more people fall into this category every single day, is that you need to turn your brain off from it. Because what you're actually physically doing is really boring. You're just grinding, you're waiting for mobs to spawn, you're killing them, they're not too difficult.
It's second monitor content. That's what it is. And games should have that. Almost every single MMO should have second monitor content. It should. Because sometimes, I told you guys this, last night, I'm sitting down, I want a game to play. I just recently finished Cyberpunk 2077, so I thought to myself, fuck it, I'll download Mass Effect Inquisition, not Mass Effect Inquisition, Dragon Age Inquisition, I'll play that. Dragon Age Inquisition doesn't want to work. I'm like, fuck, what am I going to play now? I can't play FF14 because I play that on stream. What am I going to play? And I had this sort of moment where I went, I kind of want to play WoW. And not because I want to do anything. I just want to go uselessly farm shit. Like, that's it. I don't want to do anything with their fucking systems. I don't want to, like, do anything with their fucking power systems. I just want to go uselessly farm shit while I watch a series on my second monitor. Like, I have the series there, I'm watching that, and I'm just brain dead doing whatever the fuck is on my screen over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? That's it. I ended up playing Riftbreaker, which achieved basically the same thing, because it's also a lot of mindless farming most of the time. So all MMOs need that. They need that sort of content that is just mindless, brain-dead farming and nothing else. The problem is when that mindless, brain-dead shit is also then tied to actual progression. Because now it's not a case of optional content, it's a case of primary content. In order to get the best gear in the game, I need to engage in this brain-dead, mindless thing, and I don't like it. Because I'm not always in the mood to do the mindless, brain-dead thing. Sometimes I want to do something that actually makes me think. So if you, and that's why I said at the beginning of the video, or at the beginning of watching Preach's video, it used to be the gold standard for MMO design. That you design a game that is grindy and takes forever to finish, and you have to basically make it a second job. I think those days are over. I don't think modern day MMOs can survive with that mindset. Because people are busy these days. People are more busy than they've ever been before. Thanks to mobile phones and the interconnectivity of the world and the interconnectivity of people in their general lives, it means that we have less time to actually do mindless things. Because at any given point in time, there is a lot of things that's vying for your attention. And if you have a game that says, actually, I don't want some of your attention, I want all of your attention, people sort of clock out. Like, well, actually, I can't. I'm sorry, I just fucking can't. I have other things that I want to do or that I need to do. So good luck. I love you, but I can no longer do this. So it is sort of, I think, the new era of MMOs. You're gonna have to stop trying to bog people down with your game and your game alone.
Then you're waiting for the next one, killing it, not too difficult. And this is where we turn to YouTube, we turn to Twitch, we turn to Netflix, we turn to whatever it might be to try and distract our brain from the fact that what we're doing is an incredibly monotonous process. And the same exists across tons of other games where you're just like, right,
true.
I need to... Recently, a good example would be my kids got into Plants vs. Zombies. And I thought, that's cool. They can do some shooting with some
pretty
peas
cool
and pods
game,
and
that,
things
actually.
like that. But then they started to discover, like, the hidden characters. They started to learn about the goals that were in the game. And what did they turn into? Really endless grinds, where they had to wait for certain events to happen, and then they had to grind out, like, 50 PvP matches in order to earn X amount of crystals, and those crystals can then open a chest, which then leads you into something else, where you can then get one chest reward.
I don't remember
then
that.
You need to wait.
I played Plants vs. Zombies years ago, and I don't remember anything like that. Like, I remember this, you know, just putting down your plants and they go pew pew, and then you can upgrade your plants and choose different plants that you can place and they go pew pew too. But I don't remember, like, having to grind out for crystals and shit like that. EA probably doing EA things again, I suppose.
For the event to come back, and it can take months, and it's all a case of keeping you online all the time. That's their purpose, because if you're not playing their game, you're doing something else. Well, Square Enix obviously doesn't have that approach. We've talked about it many times now, and it's such a freeing experience because it allows their creative floodgates to open.
True.
Because when you don't start designing something with the goal of, how do we keep players online all the time? When you drop that out of it, when you have the freedom to say, we're kind of okay if players don't engage with this. It's the same thing we talked about with our Bosnia content. And we just make it fun. People will play it if they enjoy it, and if they don't enjoy it, they're not going to play it, and that's okay. They'll play something else, but we'll have the confidence that they'll come back for what they do enjoy when we update that, and we update the game very regularly. And so that whatever they enjoy will likely come back later, and they'll resubscribe then, they'll come back for a month or two, or they'll leave, and then they'll come back again.
It's what we spoke about so often on the channel. It's what we speak about literally almost every single fucking stream. What is your priorities? If your priority is to keep people playing as much as possible, then your priority is not also going to be make the game as fun as possible. Your priority has to be, how do we make a really fun game? Because it just so happens that when you make a really fun game, people also end up playing the shit out of that game as if it's a second job. How many people in chat right now basically play Final Fantasy XIV every free second you get. Like, it is almost your primary game. It's pretty much the only fucking game that you play. I know there's a bunch of my community that play Final Fantasy literally as if it's the only game that exists. And yet, you don't have to. There's not a single thing in Final Fantasy that forces you to keep logging in every single fucking day. Not a single thing. And yet, so many people do that. Why? Because it's fun. And because it's fun, you do it. Then you ask the same question, how many people actually play World of Warcraft as if it's, a second job? And you'll find that for many people, that's not the case. Most people I know that still play World of Warcraft log in only for raids. Yet the game is designed for you to keep playing all the time. It wants you to play all the time. And there are so many people that sort of went, you know what, I'm okay with not having the base legendary. I'm okay with not having all of my covenants up to max. I'm okay with this. I'm just going to log in and raid because fuck it, I don't want to do any of the other things. So the more you try to get your game to be engaging, the less engaging it gets. Whereas if you just try to make your game fun, it becomes more engaging as just a side effect of it.
Again, and we're happy with that model because that's worked out for us so far.
Fakara, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate it.
There are times where I know life the game and sometimes I don't feel just I don't have to. And it's refreshing to always come back for more. It don't force me do such. But I want to know life it sometimes.
Fakara, I 100% agree with you. My cocaine my crack in that game is chocobo racing. I want to know live chocobo racing, but I also don't have to. So if there is a day or two where I don't feel like chocobo racing, then I just don't fucking chocobo race. And it's as simple as that. Right? Because there's no reason not to. There's no reason to log in every single day to chocobo race, and there's also no reason not to log in every single day in chocobo race. So it really is up to what you think. FF14 is a very good game. After catching up to MSQ, it's a game I just find myself still getting the itch to play from time to time. Sometimes I do end up doing other things, and I unsub for a month or two, but the game's fun enough, and the updates roll out enough that I find myself excited to come back when I get the urge to. In for a strawberry, but that's exactly, I think, my point, and I agree with you. You should be okay. In the past, Blizzard used to be okay with this. So I remember Tom Chilton and Ghostcrawler speaking about the natural ebb and flow of World of Warcraft subscribers. This was specifically during the time, so sort of pre-Mists, where Blizzard still released their actual subscriber numbers, and people would always make a fucking big deal out of it. As soon as the subscriber numbers drop, people are like, oh my god, WoW's dead. WoW is fucking dead. It's over. And then, next patch, the subscriber numbers go right back up, and people are like, oh, saved. And then it drops again, and people are like, oh my god, it's dead. It's dead. The game's never going to fucking exist anymore. I can't play WoW anymore. I hope the private servers exist forever because I need to play WoW. And then Tom Chilton and Ghostcrawler would be like, look, guys, this is natural. When we release an expansion, the numbers are fucking high. And then they're going to drop. It's natural. People sort of do everything that they wanted to do, and they move on. They'll come back next expansion, right? Because for a lot of people, they don't give a fuck about the patches. They'll do all of the patch content when the next expansion launches just before. Then they'll quickly do all of the patch content and see the story. For a lot of people, they don't want to stick around for the whole fucking cycle of it. And Blizzard used to be very okay with that. They used to be like, yeah, that's fine. That's how it works, People come and go. And then at some point, and I don't know when, Blizzard's mindset around this shifted to where they don't want people to ever log out. And now it feels like more people are not even logging in. It feels like we've gone from we really don't want people to ever log out to we just need people to fucking log in. Because it's not that they're logging out, it's that they're not even fucking logging in anymore.
far, and as we can see, it's a slow burn that has risen FF14 to the levels it's at now. Now, I encountered one of these.
Jorganon, that is some 5-head fucking gameplay. I buy one sub to play the whole campaign.
Systems. It's not a new system. I want to be totally clear on that. I want to be so fundamentally clear. This system is not new and it's not perfect, but Jesus Christ, is a step in the right direction. And I want to talk about treasure maps. So I didn't know these existed. I have now played Final Fantasy for about 800 hours. I had no idea this system existed. I have now completed the MSQ. I finished Endwalker. Don't worry, our videos are coming on that. I've been in Germany for 3 weeks working 16-hour days. So bear with me as we get back into the swing. What are the treasure maps? So I know for a lot of our FF14 viewers, you'll know what these are, but I also saw a lot of people in the chat, and this is what happens when you're not forced, and this content is not mandatory, who, 1, didn't know about it, 2, thought it was probably useless, and 3, did know about it, but didn't understand that the rewards were actually really good. So, what is it? It's to do with professions. So when I say professions to you, certainly as MMO gamers and our WoW audience, what do you think of in terms of getting
Max,
difficult and hard supplies?
Aaron Gee, how you doing?
Right, when you need those raw materials that are really tough. Well,
what's even baffling is a lot of current issues of current MMOs today. The legacy system, like time-gated endless grinds, RNG upgrades for gears, FF14 got rid of it. But just because FF14 is known as a weeb game, people would rather go through the same shit in other MMOs. Well, you're never going to be able to get away from that, I don't think.
Well, the first thing you're going to think of is, oh, I probably need to farm something like Onyxia to get Onyxia scales to make Onyxia hide cloaks. I need to farm elementals and elemental plateau. I need to grind out a reputation over a series of time because it's probably time gated. Or something along those lines in order to access a vendor who can then sell things. Or perhaps there's a random vendor that suddenly appears if I wear a magical cloak in the case of Najata. Or I need to do some sort of raid boss like Thok the Bloodthirsty in order.
I agree. Fun is the first and most important thing in the game. My experience as a game designer was that it was almost like playing the lottery for me to know when a mechanical content was fun and when it was not. It takes an incredible amount of research and user testing to figure out exactly that. Mania, I agree with you. I don't for a second pretend like game development is easy. And I think anyone that does is being incredibly disingenuous. It is hard. You're physically developing something that you might think could be fun, but you have to keep in mind that you are developing this for millions of people around the world, and not everyone thinks that what you think is fun is fun. So you sort of have to try and find a middle ground. But this is exactly where, if you are... So I think it's harder, but also easier for single player. Like, it's harder in some cases, but easier in other cases in single-player video games, because for single-player video games, you do have the opportunity to basically design very niche games, and it will find its niche audience thanks to Steam. In MMOs, I think it's again, harder in some instances, but easier in others, insofar as in an MMO, you have your audience right fucking there, right? Your players is literally a click away. If you want to know what's fun, all you have to do is listen to your player base, because they will tell you. It's an MMO. It's always online. They are going to give you the feedback that you require. Whereas in a single player game, you can only really know once you do a beta, and a lot of single player games don't even do a beta. So you can only really know if what you made was fun once the game launches. And if it's not fun, well, fuck you, right? Then you're screwed. You made something that no one thinks is fun. But that's not necessarily true for an MMO, because your players are right there. You need but ask, and they will tell you, well, I don't like this, or I love this. Flamsy, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Dropped a new single. Would love your feedback on it. Flamsy, send it to me on Discord, and we can talk.
To get something from that, so I can then bring it in. But some sort of long grind, right? And it'll be the same for those of you who PvP and FPS games. It's like, okay, well, I need to get prestige level 30, then I will get some sort of gun upgrade, or I need to frag somebody with like 50 grenades, and then I'll get some sort of grenade upgrade.
I do apologize for forgetting about early access, but I do think early access is actually a better system than beta, specifically if it's used correctly. So there are games that use the early access feature correctly. They actually use it to gather feedback. They actually use it to gauge the audience perception of, their game and what they're doing in their game. So I do think that early access is, in my mind, better than beta. It is what I think most AAA gaming companies should be doing, is do the early access thing. Phasmophobia is actually a very good example, Alex. You are correct. Where it launches in early access, it's cheaper than if you wait for it to finally launch, because that is true for most games. As soon as it exits early access, it will be at least double the price, if not sometimes more. But if you do buy it inside early access, you get it for much cheaper. Sure, you are now part of the testing team, but you see so many. So Phasmophobia, I don't even play it that often, but I do know that almost every single fucking week there is an update that I have to download for Phasmophobia, literally weekly. Like every single week, if I click on updates in Steam, Phasmophobia is on there with another fucking update. Why not? And BG is Baldur's Gate, RayVG.
Grade or something along those lines, where you're just like, okay, I'm presented with this thing and I can almost mathematically calculate when I'll get it. And that's the grind. I can turn my brain off. I can go at it. I'm just going to go into this game, sometimes even to the point of scuffing your own gameplay, because you're going to use a weapon or a tool or a utility that you don't particularly enjoy, but you really want that unlock. So you're going to play your character as you don't want to play it in order to find out about these things. So, now I've finished the MSQ, and I agree with Jesse Cox on this, is that FF14 is really an RPG MMO, because essentially I've played 800 hours of single-player MMO.
Yep.
And now that's done, I'm starting to do what I always do, which is, okay, where's the MMO stuff? Where's the stuff that they've put in the game that I don't even know about, that's not story-related, that's the MMO stuff? And I'm now dipping into professions, and I'm dipping into all these kind of things. And along that journey, I encountered treasure maps. So the system is pretty simple. When you're doing various activities, you can get a treasure map in a bottle. Now, I instantly had my heart sink thinking, this is probably something like Azerite Islands in Battle for Azeroth. But then you remember games like Sea of Thieves, where the treasure maps are really fun. It's like, okay, you gotta get that out of your head. Let's give this a try, because that's what I'm here to do, is to find out about all these integral systems to the game. And I found something so cool. And all you do is you have this treasure map. You can decipher it, and it'll give you exactly what you would expect, which is a little picture with an X marks the spot somewhere in the world. And it will tell you what zone it's in, which is great. So you click on that zone
that's
map,
helpful.
you browse.
For a second there, I was like, wait, somewhere in the fucking world? Well, that's a bitch. Like, you have to now go through every single map in the game and be like, this one? Maybe this one? So it's good that they at least give you the zone where that shit's going to take place. Renegade, how you doing, brother?
Browse the map, and you're like, okay, it's there. And there are in set locations, although there's lots and lots of them. So after you've done a few, you instantly recognize where this place would be. And then you fly down there, and you do dig. So very similar to WoW's archaeology system, where you go down and you dig. But unlike that system, there's no, like, you need to stand on the exact correct point. As long as you're in the right area, it will just reveal the treasure box. Then you get a treasure box. You click it, some mobs spawn, you kill them, and then you get a reward from the treasure box, which will be profession related. Now, everything I'm about to tell you has nothing to do with professions. This is the first thing that I thought, genius. And I mean, genius. Does this system have to specifically relate to the reward that comes from it? And the answer is, no, it doesn't. What it has to be is fun. It has to be fun first, and then we can reward whatever, because it won't matter. The players were having fun. So far, I've not described something super fun to you, but wait. Then there's, and I would guess it's about 60 to 70% chance that a portal will spawn. And there are ways of gaining treasure maps which guarantee portal spawns every single time. This is when it got interesting, because what did I find? An entire, separated off from everything else, raid zone. And I'm not talking about some small corridor with some enemies tossed in there. I'm talking about fully fleshed out, theatrical, circus-like environment. I'm going to be focused on the Endwalker iteration of this, because that's the latest one. But there are variations of this I will talk about. And I found this entire raid zone, and we got a raid team together. So our 8-man team is now doing this content. Friends are now working together to do something for an afternoon. Instantly, so much better. Why? Because what you're doing there is so good. So good. Come on, Paul. Oh, we not killed it. Come on, baby. Come on. A portal has appeared. We ride.
Holy
You're
shit.
presented with a room. And in that room, there's another treasure chest. You get bonus rewards. So not only have you already gotten your base reward from just clicking the chest outside the world, now you're in the portal, you get a bonus reward. Clicking on this chest will then spawn maybe a boss. Maybe it'll spawn a whole bunch of enemies. Nothing super difficult.
Holy
nothing
crap.
that you can't clear in, say, 20 seconds or something like that. So nothing big, but something interesting to do. And then they start putting twists on it that keep you engaged. This could be a series of mobs spawning that have numbers over their head. So if you kill them in the right order, you'll get yet more rewards. Or it'll be a treasure goblin that will appear, and you have to kill that before it escapes, and it's in the mix of all the AoE that you're doing. This can happen during boss fights as well. So you're dealing with boss mechanics, and suddenly there's an extra enemy, and you have to ignore the boss. Because if you kill the boss first, the enemy escapes. If you kill the boss first, the enemies don't count. So now you're fully engaged. Like, oh, we've got to do this. And it changes up the gameplay
This sounds
in what is
really
just a
cool.
basic, simple battle arena with a bunch of enemies in it. And then it mixes it up, so you're engaged. Okay, then you clear those enemies. You get the big reward out of the chest. And then a couple of things can happen. They put more twists.
I'll say what I said in my video today that I recorded about the wedding. Almost, I am yet to engage with a single feature in FF14 where the developers do not exceed my expectations. There are plenty of MMOs out there that have a treasure hunting feature. I've done treasures in ESO, for example, which is, I don't know if it's gotten better, because I did treasures way, way, way back in the day. But back in the day, it was literally, there's a thing, like it marks your map, or it gives you a piece of a map with a mark on it, and you sort of have to run there. You run there, you collect the treasure, and then that's it, right? There's literally nothing else. It's fine. You know, it's sort of a break from the monotony, but really it seems like it was more just a system to be a system, right? They wanted to say that they had treasure maps in the game, and they have treasure maps in the game. It is an Elder Scrolls game, so treasure maps would make sense, right? And then you look at Final Fantasy systems, from the weddings to now this, the treasures, and it's like, why do they go the extra step? They don't have to. Almost no other games do. Like, the vast majority of games out there don't go the extra fucking step. They only do what is absolutely bare minimum necessary, and they get away with it. Why do you have treasure hunts that end in raids? And bosses that are actually designed to be really fun and intriguing and cool, and you have to think about how to kill them, and they're not just bog standard, there you go, there's your treasure. Why? What is the purpose? Well, the purpose is the player. The player is important, and we don't want to give players content that is underbaked. We want to make sure that when you finally do get content in this game, the content that you get is actually good and it's actually fun.
On it. One of the things that can happen is you all get to play a game of higher or lower. You're presented with 2 playing cards. It can go between 1 and 9, and you'll be sold.
Fakara, that's the point. I mean, that's the whole point of this video as well, is content that literally exists for you. You can or you don't have to. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason not to do it. It's effectively a choice. You're going to do it. You're not going to gain anything that anyone else needs in order to progress in the game. But you are going to have a ton of fun with your friends.
Okay, your first card is 2. Higher. Next card is 7. Lower. Next card is 3. Higher. Next card is 8. And then you can get 5, and you're like, oh god. What does this do? Essentially doubles the rewards from the treasure chest every single time, up to 5 times. So these rewards can massively outstrip what you should ordinarily get.
The hell?
And you're fun, because you're then engaged with your players. Like, should we go higher or lower? I don't know.
Wait, what are they doing here? Are they voting? Is this what you're voting on? You're voting to see if you can get the same thing on the cards, or how does this work? Anyone that does sort of, that has done treasures. It's a game of high and low. The one who owns the treasure map chose high or low? No, I didn't. I heard what his explanation was. I didn't think that his explanation was in regards to this, because he sort of, I thought it was just numbers on the cards, but I see now that if it's just 1, this is 1, this is 5. So you have to sort of, like, 1, you can always guess that it's going to be higher, but on 5, you sort of have to go, wait, this could be higher or it could be lower, this is a bit fucked, this is a bit scuffed, you know, sort of thing.
But you also have the chance to drop out. So if you get a 5 and you're like, it could be higher or
Demon,
lower,
how you
right
doing, bro?
smack in the middle.
Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I thought Preach was just showing one of the different systems. He did say there's different systems on bosses. So some of the activities is higher or lower, and I'm assuming there might be other activities as well. So I thought they're sort of showing one activity, and he's explaining another one, which does happen, especially if you don't have footage for the system that you're trying to explain. Again, within the treasure dungeon for more rewards. Serene, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Real 50-50 guess. Maybe we just take our rewards and call it good. Maybe we risk it all to get a bunch of extra
RNG,
rewards.
thank
Maybe
you
we
for that.
don't. And then you have this really fun, engaging experience where you're
So in this one, you now have to guess whether the card on the right is higher or lower than the card on the left. That's effectively it. And here you're kind of fucked, because it could go either way. There's 5 on the one card. I would probably go for lower. That would be my guess. If I was doing this, I would go for lower. Which is, like, yeah, probably lower.
brain is engaged. You're not looking away at the screen. You're now focused on a very simple game that actually really benefits you. Because not only are you being rewarded with profession rewards, which is what you would want, so your rare linens, your rare logs.
Fuck! Chat, you bastards. You've laid me down the wrong path. I wouldn't have gotten the treasure. Fuck.
Whatever it might be. You are now being offered the chance of just playing a game. And this is what I adored about this. You're just playing a game with your friends. You're having fun. And you're making decisions. You're thinking about it. You're trying to risk it and do all these kind of things. It's just a game of higher or lower. It's nothing complicated. But if you do it right, you get showered in rewards. And these rewards include not just profession mats, but tons and tons of gil, which is the money in the game. But also, as always, similar to what I said in Bosnia, you're passively acquiring the currency to furnish all your alts or even your main characters if you want to in raid level gear.
What do you mean they had a civil war? What do you mean? Adelia, welcome home. How was work? You go 3-way because the same number is also a possibility. But can you vote same? Or can you only vote higher or lower? Oh, so it was a proper right versus left. Okay, I get it. Left gang lost.
So you're just passively gearing up other characters at the same time. That's just something you don't even think about. And then I played for one afternoon. I ended up capping them, so I got like an almost full set of gear for my alt character that I've not leveled up to that level yet. Similar to what I did in Bosnia, is I have all this gear waiting for me. Then when that's done, you're then presented with more options. Right or left. Simple. And I love how simple they keep it, because when you're with a bunch of gamers, simple works super well. Do we go right or do we go left? And then they put more twists on that as well. In that you can choose right or left, you go to it, and the door has many different animations that can play out. It could just open for you, and then you proceed to the next area where you can continue on. Ultimately, there's a set of 5, which results in a mega boss, and I'll get there to a second. Or it'll half close, look like it's going to close you out, and then let you through. Or it will fully close, and then pop a red alert sign, so you're all getting kicked out of the instance. And then it can be rescued at the last second, so the screen will actually fade out before it comes back. So you're like, oh my god, we got kicked out, I can't believe it, on door number 1 or whatever. And you you get to go through. And the same can happen at like the final door, and you're sat there and you're like, oh my god, if we get the final door, and this is rare to have happen.
Dude,
I think
the
the
amount
6
of
hours I
work.
did this, we only got to the last boss one time. Not that we were consistently showered with rewards up to that point.
Dude, I can see why people would be so excited about this, why you're doing this, because it's a guessing game, but it's also so much fun to actually do. You don't really feel like you're losing out because you are being showered in rewards up until that point. So it just makes it so much more fun. Yeah, I genuinely believe Squeenix should advertise this more. They should actually be like, we have treasure maps and treasure hunts. Come do them now.
No way!
Easy.
No way!
Wow, so they're physically...
Right.
Wait, they're playing with your emotions? Dude, this is one of the reasons I actually love and hate Squeenix. Just want to be clear. It's one of the reasons I can't trust Yoshi P 100%. Horshavant was my boy. He was my boy. He was my fucking brother. And he got shafted horribly. And then I thought, well, actually, it's not that bad. I still have Estinian. It's okay. And I still have Ysail. It's okay. And then, of course, Yoshi P had to step in and say, oh, by the way, the characters that you thought you had, not so much. I'm going to remove them from the fucking playing field as well. And I always thought that I had Minfilia. You know, she was like the constant by my side, only to find out that she's now fucked off to a whole new world, right? So clearly, Yoshi P loves fucking his players. Because that would trigger the fuck out of me. We're at this door, and now it just closes. And I'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake, we have to do this again. But then it goes, surprise, bitch. Here you go. You can go through.
Gang does it! Right Gang brings it home with 5 votes! Unbelievable! Well, the cool thing is, when you get to the last boss and you have that door open, is you then get a nice big boss, not super difficult again, not intended to be. This is for fun. It's just giving you the rewards. Then you get the mega chest at the end, which has 100,000 gil in it. Not huge to long-term players, but still a decent amount of change.
That's a lot.
Then you can get to Gamba again. And you can get up to 500,000 gil each if you play this out correctly. And you have that huge, like, tension of risk-reward. And at no point have I mentioned throughout this, did I get my profession drop. That just happens naturally as you're playing. It just naturally happens in the background of you enjoying the game. This is farming in a new way. Because for a long time, the game devs, as I've seen through the ridiculous MMOs I've been playing Destiny this week, we've been playing EVE Online, all these kind of things, I've been trying to reinvent the wheel of how do we change farming for the modern audience. Because, yeah, sure, 2 decades ago, grinding out enemies was pretty normal. I did it. Most of you done it. Most of you probably still do it today. But a more modern audience with so many gaming options available to them,
yeah,
will be turning their nose up at the idea of, like, I just have to farm. And you look at games like New World, where as soon as I started clicking those stones and trees and just watching a cast bar fill up, I was like, oh, this kind of sucks. And I kind of feel like I need to dedicate an afternoon to just clicking trees and sticking a movie on, is how I felt about it. It's like, okay, if I need to level this up, I'm just going to have to sit here and click trees and watch YouTube, watch Twitch, watch whatever, in order to get through this. But I need to do it because I want to level this up, which is what a lot of the devs are hoping you'll do. They're like, yeah, you're still playing though, right?
The thing is, old school farms or grind fests, is sort of the laziest way to implement farming. It's lazy because you take a system that takes you as the developer very little time to develop, and then you just stretch it out. So it is the equivalent, and as a content creator, we do this quite often. I want to make a video, but I want to make sure that my video is 10 minutes long. How do I do that? Because if it's 10 minutes long, I make considerably more money on the video than if it's less than 8 minutes. All right? Less than 8 minutes, you don't get to place ads. More than 8 minutes, you get to place ads. So I want to figure out how to do that. Now, I could do it the smart way, which is usually with B-roll. So you get some kind of B-roll padding in there, a little bit of a joke, or whatever the case might be. That pads a little, you get over 8 minutes, everyone's happy, you're making more money, your audience isn't that angry. Or you do it the sort of stupid way, which is I'm going to speak about a bunch of shit that doesn't fucking matter, right? I'm going to pad the video with a bunch of useless information that no one really cares about. It doesn't have much to do with the actual video, but I need to get to fucking 8 minutes, and I'm not going to get to 8 minutes with the information that I have at hand. Rather than saying, well, actually, maybe I should do a little bit more research so that I get more information that I can actually give my player base, you just start talking shit for 2 minutes because you want to get to 8 minutes. And it's easier to just talk crap for 2 minutes than what it would be to go do research for hours to find 2 minutes worth of something to say. That's sort of the equivalent of what game developers do. It is much easier to have a bunch of plants that can fall down and be farmed and turn that into the max level game, and players just have to do that mindlessly, than it is to make an actual fucking raid that people have to do, but while doing the raid, they can unlock things for crafting. It's easier to go the route of New World. The issue is, as I said before, I don't think that works anymore. I think it used to work. I think during the era of RuneScape, during the era of EverQuest, Lineage 2, Dark Age of Camelot, even early versions of World of Warcraft, this worked, and people were sort of conditioned to like that and only that. But as people have moved on, especially as as Steam started picking up and there's more games to play now than ever, people no longer want to waste their time with mindless fucking systems, which is why those games tend to become, and this is not, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen to World of Warcraft, but if you look at a game like EVE Online, let's take what Chad is saying here, right? Or you look at a game like RuneScape, or you look at a game like World of Warcraft right now, those games are EVE Online is a complete niche game. RuneScape is a complete niche game. These games are not games that are played by millions upon millions of players and has a giant following. They're cult classics. They're games that their player base isn't that large, but their player base is incredibly invested in what they do. The EVE community is like the most dedicated people in the world, right? The RuneScape community love that game and they play it to death. But it's not the largest community in the world of gamers. It's a small niche within the gaming industry. World of Warcraft is fast becoming one of those games where it has its niche audience that likes that kind of farming, that likes that kind of grinding. But for a lot of the modern audience, the new players, that's just not what they look for. That's just not what's fun. They want something that's engaging, that's fun, that actually makes them think, makes them want to play more, not something that forces them to play more.
Playing, so just click those trees and keep getting it done. And it was one of the things that immediately turned me away. I was like, I don't do this anymore because I can go and play something else where I can have gameplay. And that's what I'm looking for in my games. That's why I love the Soul series and all those. Is I love gameplay. I want to be playing the game. Clicking on a tree. Not really the gameplay I'm looking for, man. That's not the thing I'm looking for. Now, I said it wasn't perfect. It's not perfect because, of course, you can be RNG'd out. And if you are looking for a specific drop, there's some randomness to it, whether you get through the doors or not. But that is so alleviated by the fact that, one, I'm not doing anything boring. And I'm having fun. I'm constantly looking at the screen. Right? Look, think of the things I mentioned. We're clicking the chest. There's mobs spawning. Okay, I'm looking at that. My attention is starting to drift away. And it's like, oh, we've got the ordered mobs to kill. Okay, so I'm back in the game again. Oh, we've got the treasure goblins here. I need to do that. And the music changes to let you know that there's something else going on. Then we have to pick the door. Okay, right or left. And then the higher or lower spawn. It's like, okay, I'm invested here. All the time, I'm being drawn back into having fun and engaging. That's what I loved about this system. It had nothing to do with like, oh, you're after, say, a certain rare piece of hide, a certain piece of leather, a certain piece of iron ingots or something. So let's go and farm 50 iron deposits to see whether that thing drops. This has nothing to do with that. And this is such a good idea for letting people just have fun first, rewards later. And this is how a lot of great businesses have started. I don't know if you know this, and this is a bit like out there, but Spotify, for example, if you learn the history of Spotify, they were like, we don't care how we monetize this yet. What we're going to do is make it cool. We want to make it awesome. Let's make this system cool. We'll find out how we make money on it later on. Because the reverse happens in a lot of online gaming system, which is like, right, how do we make money off this? Well, we keep people engaged, so that promotes microtransactions. It makes our monthly active users look better. And again, this isn't just a WoW thing. This is like nearly every game. And FF14 still has this. I've just dipped my foot into professions overall, and I just started doing botany, which is like, okay, you go and click trees. They've made it a bit better by providing you spells and combos, and I haven't finished it out yet, so I want to see where it goes. Ultimately, you're riding around, you're clicking on trees and bushes, and you're collecting rewards from them. Now, you do get to choose your rewards, which is but it's still there.
Like I said, all games are always going to have, all MMOs are always going to have some level of mindlessness to them. They need to, because, well, that's also a core part of what MMOs are. But it is nice when it's not the only way to do something. When there is actually other ways to achieve the same result, and you can sort of pick your poison in how you want to approach something. So, yeah, I mean, I for one will tell you, I've done a little bit of crafting, tailoring, or weaving, I think it's called. I love the fact that there is an actual cost bar for weaving. Like when we log into the game now, I'll quickly go on my weaver, and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
In some
for
way,
anyone that doesn't know.
Looking at this treasure map system is so good. The other flaw is if people don't engage with it, they don't know it's there. If you're not making it happen, a lot of people don't know it's there. And I saw that from my audience. I was like, oh, this is actually really cool. I've never done this before. This is actually pretty awesome. And then you have the problem of people looking for specific drops will get annoyed with the randomness a little bit. Even though they're getting showered with the rewards, they may not want those. They may be like, okay, I get a ton of gold. I get a load of tomestones or whatever to get all this gear. But what I'm really after is that one thing. And there are other ways of getting those things. Well, here's a side activity that you could do with your friends that is super fun.
Wait, so everything that you can get in treasure hunts, can you also get it from other places? Or are there things in the game that you can only get by treasure hunting? So in other words, if you need something for a profession, you will have to go into the treasure hunts in order to get that thing from the profession, for your profession. So nothing is exclusive. Fucking perfect. Perfect. You can either go grind the thing mindlessly, hours and hours, and get it, or do this treasure hunt thing and get it that way. Either way works, right? It really depends on how you want to approach it. I like that.
Not only that, it gets better. It does. This play system has been in place since Heaven's Ward, which is their second expansion, and all of them have different ones. Different battle.
So just want to be clear here. I'm not talking about super rares or rare mobs that can only be acquired, say, through the treasure hunt system, or sort of glam stuff that can only be acquired through the treasure hunt system, because those things are sort of, again, part of the treasure hunt system. I was specifically talking about professions and the materials that you use in professions and how that relates to the treasure hunt system. So, for example, if I'm a weaver, am I at some point going to be forced to go into treasure hunts in order to weave all of the gear and stuff that I want to make? And if the answer there is no, it's fine. Because I get to choose. I can either do weaving by simply grinding out as much as possible, or I can have this fun treasure hunt system where I get the items. So all of that is absolutely fine.
arenas, different styles of playing. So there's roulette. They've really gone with the gambling style, and I think that's really cool, especially when you have some influence, or even if you feel like you have some influence over it, like you do with left or right, is you make that choice. The roulette one is automated, but it's still fun to see where the thing's going to land, so whether you spawn a giant raid boss, a weak boss, get kicked out, get rescued. I had a ridiculous situation. The most bizarre RNG I've ever had in any video game is in the roulette one. We failed 3 times in a row and got rescued. And I've never seen anything like that. We got pulled out by a primal god who rescued us to allow us to play on and gave us a huge boss in return. So although we failed, we actually got this. Now, of course, in the background, it's like, well, you didn't really fail. The system was designed to show you that you won, but you still get that response like, oh my God, we got kicked out on the second go. Rescued? We're back in the game. Oh God, we failed again. Rescued? We're back in. What is going on? And having that visceral emotional reaction to farming. And let's remember that what we're doing here. We're farming profession mats.
Yeah.
I've never had that in my life. I've never had that in my life. Come on, one more. We've lost the last 2 rounds. You can't make us lose 3 in a row.
What do you mean you've lost the last 2? So if it falls on that exclamation point, you lose. No. Oh my God.
What's in God's name? What?
Oh.
How?
The purple portal is kicked out.
Shit.
Okay.
Motherfucking chaos, baby. And
Arculator.
it's such a good step.
Dude, I want to do treasure hunts now. Like, fuck. I need to get to Endwalker so I can do treasure hunts. Because this looks really fucking cool.
In the right direction. It's such a step in the right direction. And another piece of the puzzle for why when you design systems without thinking, how do we just keep the player online all the time? It frees you up to just get wild and get wacky with it. And I really hope this is something that other game devs take into account, because I want to do them a lot more. Whereas when I'm farming, I'm just like, at least for me, and you guys probably feel the same in most cases, just like, oh my God. I've got to go find.
You guys don't seem to understand. We are already poised at the speed we're going at now. We will hit Endwalker in about 3 years, 275 days, and 16 hours, right? If we start doing treasure hunts right now, that probably goes up to like 5 years. 5 years, 682 days, and maybe something like 52 hours. So, do we really want to do treasure hunts right now? Because things could get fucking shaky here. Let's not play with fate.
If I can't play right now, I've got to go and farm elementals. I've had that conversation. I've got to go and do fishing. I've got to go. I need potions and flasks. I need food. I have to go and farm chimeras or whatever it might be. So I can't PvP with you right now. I can't do some dungeons with you right now. I have to go and stand and do fishing. And it's not a case of I even want to do it. I need to do it in order to do the gameplay later. And that's where the big difference came from me. So I really wanted to talk about the system, is how impressed I am and how much I feel this is in such a step in the right direction. Is to one, okay, it's profession related. Does the system involved in farming it need to be profession related? No. Okay. Do we need people to feel like they have to do this? No. So what should we do with it? Let's just have weird and wacky fun with it and create something that a group of 8 people can be like, oh, hey, do you want to go and do this? Whereas, even how many activities do you actually do large scale with your friends in MMOs or anything right now? Not many. It's usually raiding.
I ain't no booster. I will sit on my fucking ass and grind till I get to Endwalker, even if it takes us 10 years. If I have to grind until Final Fantasy only is available on private servers, that's what I'll fucking do. Like, I will not be boosting at all.
M+ or dungeons or do you want level together? This gave you another route. It's like, hey, do you want to go and farm a load of money and a load of alt gear and get some really expensive crafting materials that we can sell or we can use or whatever? Yeah. That sounds awesome while having a fun system. Like, such a huge departure from what I'm used to that I adored it so much. So, there it is, dudes. You guys have probably also noticed, I should point them out, these displays behind me. These are our designs. Yeah? These are designed by Chris here in the office while I was in Germany. This one, Chris will probably put a better picture here. Let's say here. Of our Emmett Selk Armorot one. Best-selling display on display. It's amazing. So go check those out as well, because we've got like 29% discount code below. They're awesome.
Jesus.
They're so good.
Display is still
again,
going.
dudes.
I didn't even know
Bye-bye.
that. I did not even realize the display is still going. Mike's new office looks sick. It really does. That is an awesome office. I have some plans for this one. I just discovered very recently a shop that sells all manner of gaming toys and crap. Now, I'm thinking most of those stuff are knockoffs. I don't think they're real, but getting real ones here is like fucking hard. They might be real, who knows? But they've got like Iron Man, Batman, Superman, DC, all DC and Marvel stuff. They have like a shit ton of plushies and stuff. So I'm gonna go there and just buy a bunch of crap. Probably get like a bookcase or two made and just revamp the studio to actually look like a gamer studio instead of just having one bookcase there at the back that kind of has nothing on it, you know? Popular display created. I mean, it is a cool display, like 100%. But all right, so overall, I'm gonna say much of what Preach said there is stuff that I believe myself, like 100%. I've said this multiple times, and I've not even done. I don't think I've done 50% of the content that Final Fantasy has to offer. Like, honestly speaking now, what I've done is some of the Golden Saucer, Chocobo Racing, of course, being the main attraction at the Golden Saucer. And if you're doing anything but Chocobo Racing, you are doing it wrong, I think. So there is that, and I've done that. I still have to go do a lot more, because there's obviously a lot of things at the Golden Saucer that I have not done. I've done the MSQ, which obviously, you know, is one of the main things within the game. I've done the dungeons, the trials, and the raids. I've done half of the what's it called? Is it Behemoth? No, Bahamut. Trial of Bahamut. I've done half of that on minimum item level no echo, which was really fucking fun, and I can't wait to get back to basically doing all of the raids and dungeons, or raids and trials at their hardest difficulty, minimum item level no echo. Because that's a feature too. That is a feature that you should be able to do. But outside of that, I've done nothing within FF14. I've not really touched most of the professions. I've not done PvP at all. I've only really played one class, which is the Black Mage. So I should try all of the other jobs as well, to get a sense of what the other jobs are all about. So I think maybe even less than 30%, maybe like 10% I've done. And I can tell you just from the 10% that I've done, Final Fantasy have figured out what players want in the modern era of video games, and they are providing that in an incredible way. Offering that choice, making sure that people have stuff that they can do if they want to, but never feel forced to. I don't think have I updated my game yet? Let's see. Most likely not. Fucking speaking of updates, look at what's updating right now. Phasmophobia with another fucking update. It's surreal. Enoch, thanks for the tier 1 update. Really appreciate it. 5 months in a row, 13 months all in all. Dude, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enoch, how you doing, brother? I should probably launch FF14 because I've definitely not done any updates on it yet. Just quickly see here. What do you mean they're having a hard time retaining concurrence? Too bored. I mean, my internet is fairly fast, so I don't think it should be. I don't think it should take too long. But I mean, we still have a lot to hang out with, so it doesn't really bother me. Well, actually, I think I'm done. I think it's done. MMOs will always have trouble retaining concurrent players. So this meme, and it is a meme because people love to scream that the sky is falling, right? It's what we do. We tend to gravitate towards negativity much easier. I do it myself, right? You fall into this negativity trap and then you can't get out of it. We love negativity. We love being pessimistic about things. Now, sometimes humans also have what is called, it's actually, this is weird. So let's get into a little bit of human psychology. Human beings suffer from two things at the same time, which technically should be diametrically opposed to one another. These things should not be able to exist within a single person at the same time, which is a pessimistic bias or a negative bias, as well as a positive bias. Human beings tend to love negativity. We love when things fall down. In terms of humans, we would call this Schadenfreude, right? Which is we love seeing the downfall of other people. In the same way, we love seeing the downfall of games. And if something goes even slightly wrong, we like to think, oh my God, it's the end, it's the end. But then at the same time, humans tend to suffer from this positivity bias, which is everything's going to be okay, right? It's just all going to work out, stop being so negative. It's very strange that human beings suffer from literally two things that should technically not be present at the same time, but we do. So oftentimes we can underplay things that should clearly be negative, and other times we can overplay things that is actually not that fucking negative. In terms of concurrence and how concurrent players work within gaming in general, you are never going to have a game that has as many players playing it a year after release as you had when it released. It's just, it is never going to fucking work that way. Because out of all of the gamers that may install Final Fantasy XIV and start playing it, I would argue that more than half, so more than 50% of those players, are going to play for the story, and as soon as the story is done, they're going to go play something else. So maybe they have a whole library of Steam games that they want to play. Maybe they have, other MMOs that they want to play. Maybe they just have real life stuff. So they sort of get 3 weeks a year holiday. During those 3 weeks, they play Final Fantasy whenever something new comes out. But then as soon as those 3 weeks are done, it's back to work, back to normal life. No more games for me. Concurrency is always going to be a problem. It's even more of a problem when you design your game in such a way that people can take breaks and not fall behind. Because now, those people that would otherwise have stuck around a little bit longer, remember, you're never going to be able to get someone who only plays for a short amount of time. So someone who isn't a permanent player. You're never going to turn a temporary player into a permanent player. What you can do at best is turn a temporary player into a slightly longer temporary player. So you make the game extra grindy, add a little bit more time gating to it. So you artificially sort of pad that person's playing numbers. But at the end of the day, World of Warcraft does this. For example, Zeroth Mortis launched, and it literally took 5 weeks. 5 weeks of campaign for you to finish the story of Zereth Mortis. 7 weeks, all in all. So if you want to finish the full story, actually, I think it was 8 weeks. If someone said it was 8 weeks, I think. So this means, oh yeah, it was 8 weeks because you had that special sort of final campaign that wasn't part of any of the testing and then launch. So it was 8 weeks. This means that if you want to finish the story of Zereth Mortis, you have to be subbed for 2 months. Now, if Blizzard didn't have that weird time gating, the people that only played for the story would have subbed for 1 month, they would have played for 1 week, and they would have logged out and they would have never been back. Because they're not playing for the raids, they're not playing for the dungeons, they're not playing for the grind. They just want the story and they're done. So 1 month and 1 week, that's what you get out of them. So you can artificially sort of pad it to where you're getting that 2 months out of them because they want to see the full story. I think you are sort of playing with fire in that regard because you risk losing that temporary player that would have logged in every single patch because they see through your bullshit. They realize that you're padding the numbers and they go, fuck it. No thanks. I'm not doing this anymore. Right? So ultimately, MMOs are always going to have a concurrent player problem. I don't think PvP is going to fix that. I don't think more raids or more content is going to fix that. Ultimately, I think it is an unfixable problem. Instead, what you should do is embrace the problem. Embrace it and work with it. Understand that people are only going to come back if you provide them with something that is fantastic and sort of can't miss. Right? You have to be there for it. And then allow them to fuck off again. Now, what could happen in the instance of Final Fantasy, which I literally just thought about, which could probably nullify everything I've said up until this point, so I do apologize ahead of time if I wasted your fucking time for 6 minutes. But, well, you're watching me, so clearly you have a lot of time to waste. What could happen, because Final Fantasy doesn't have a PvP audience, if PvP in Final Fantasy is actually good, it would bring in a lot more players. Now, that could help increase the number of concurrent players. Because PvPers tend to be one of those groups that will always play because they're PvPing. And PvP never sleeps. It never stops. You're playing against other players. So it will raise the number of concurrent players. But that's only going to be in the short term. Because once you have, say, 1 million players that is concurrently always playing, every expansion, that million is now going to peak higher because a lot of other PvP players that kind of like PvP, but they're not full-time PvPers, they're going to come back as well. So maybe it now goes up to 6 million, but it's always going to come down to 1 million because those are the diehards. Those are people that isn't fucking off. It's the same with RP, for example. Kichiro, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Looks now at first glance good. I haven't tried it out yet. We will give it a try at some point, but I have not given PvP a try. Maybe we'll try it tonight. The point I'm trying to make is I don't think no matter what you do with your video game, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you try to build into your game, I do not think you can get more people to keep playing for longer. I don't think it's possible. I think it's a fool's errand. I think you are trying to develop something that is literally impossible to develop. And Blizzard have found this out the hard way. In the last 3-4 expansions, Blizzard have done everything in their power to make their game more engaging. And what all that have done is it's pissed off a lot of people. Ren the Mage, thanks for doing something. Really appreciate that. That is 20 months. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just pissed people off. Because at the end of the day, your diehard people are going to be diehard people no matter what, right? They will keep playing the game. The people who aren't diehard are going to get pissed off because you're trying to make them diehard players and they don't want to be diehard players. So you basically just risk losing a bunch of players rather than actually just being, nice and letting people play the game that they want to play. So I hope that Final Fantasy's idea for PvP wasn't to increase, although I don't think that is, because they don't focus on concurrent players in any other metric of their game design. At no other point does Final Fantasy ever focus on concurrent players. They just focus on the fun and they give people the freedom to leave whenever the fuck they want. So I don't think that's even why they brought back PvP or trying to fix PvP. I think Yoshi P is actually far more nefarious than that. I was once, long ago, watching the interview between Asmongold and Rich and Yoshi P. How many people in chat saw that interview? During that interview, Yoshi P said something. He said, I'm greedy. I want all the players. Right? That struck me as interesting. You see, Yoshi P isn't happy with just getting some MMO players. He isn't happy with just, the story people kind of liking the game or the raiders kind of liking the game. He wants all the gamers. Like, if you're a gamer, you should play it. And Final Fantasy should be for you. It's one of the reasons they're now doing more first-person, like single-player elements in the game. They're making all of the dungeons single-player, so you can literally do it single-player. They're turning some of their trials into single-player trials and stuff like that. Yoshi P is clearly trying to reach out to the single-player audience, and because it's a foot in the door. The guy or the girl that's playing single-player games tries out Final Fantasy XIV because it now has a single-player mode, and they love it so much that they go, well, actually, maybe I should give this MMO thing a go. Bam! You have a new MMO gamer. You're getting the foot in the door. And once the foot is in the door, you're halfway there. So Yoshi P is a very, very greedy developer in that, not so much for money, for players. He wants all the players to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV. The one thing that Final Fantasy never had, and that's been lacking from the game for a very long time, is PvP. It doesn't have PvP. If you are someone that plays World of Warcraft and loves PvP, Final Fantasy isn't for you. It just doesn't have anything for you. So if FF14 can fix their PvP, it suddenly opens the game to a brand new marketplace. A bunch of people that might be angry or upset with World of Warcraft's PvP steps in and says, hey, let's give this a go. There's new PvP. People actually seem to love it. Let's see what this is about. And there you go. You have millions of new players streaming into your game because it's not just WoW. There's plenty of other games. ESO, for example, is basically a PvP game. They might come give it a go. So I actually think Yoshi P's plans are far more nefarious. Yoshi P is trying to build the MMO to rule them all, right? One ring to rule them all, one MMO to rule them all. He's trying to build that one MMO that it doesn't matter what you like, Final Fantasy has it, and you can just come play it. I've actually heard people, I would be interested to know what people in chat think of this. I've heard people say that they would actually play Final Fantasy XIV if it had a sort of Mythic Plus dungeon system. Because there are people that actually love dungeons. And they love the Mythic Plus dungeon system in WoW. They don't love it, but it's sort of the only thing that they have for them, is Mythic Plus. Because they like smaller group content and they like the dungeon system. How would Final Fantasy players feel if Final Fantasy tried to do a Mythic Plus system in FF14? Pachuki, exactly that, right? But that's just one of the things I think he wants to do. in 6.2, it will come the Criterion dungeons. Let's see how that plays out. Keep Mythic Plus away from FF14. What you guys need to understand, and I think this is sort of the problem that I see in World of Warcraft as well. So, not long ago, I made a video where I said World of Warcraft needs housing. And there were people literally in the comments going, fuck housing, keep that weep shit out of my game. And my response to people like that almost always is, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Like, if you don't care about housing and housing launches in the game, it's literally as simple as saying, well, I'm not going to buy a house. And if you don't buy a house, then guess what? You don't buy a fucking house. Right? And I play Final Fantasy XIV. I have no interest in buying a house. So I didn't buy a fucking house. I like the fact that housing is there for people that care about it. I don't give a fuck. In fact, I don't even think I did all the quests to open all the housing districts in FF14. Because I genuinely don't care about it. It's not something that I would ever pay attention to. But I like that it's there and that it's optional. So if Mythic Plus existed in FF14 and it was completely optional, you didn't have to do it for any gearing, you didn't have to do it for anything, it was an optional system, why would you mind?
I'd like some stuff like Extreme or Savage for dungeons, but the scaling way of Fractals or M+, I don't think it is a good system overall.
Mighty Reddit, I can... Okay, so, milady, Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft is... You have your base dungeons in World of Warcraft. These are the dungeons that launch with the launch of the expansion. Yeah? Then you have hard mode dungeons or heroic dungeons, and then you have mythic dungeons. Now, for a long time, mythic dungeons was sort of the hardest dungeons you could do, and then came Mythic Plus dungeons. Now, before Mythic Plus dungeons, it was actually called challenge modes. Right? Now, challenge modes wasn't exactly like Mythic Plus, but it was sort of the poster child of Mythic Plus. So, Mythic Plus is the dungeon, just harder, and it scales up. So, as far as I know, mathematically, it does scale up infinitely. So, you could theoretically do a plus 100 Mythic Plus, even though you couldn't. But theoretically, if you could go plus 100, it would scale up to plus 100. Now, with every single plus that you do up until plus 15, well, actually, up until whichever plus you want to go, the boss's health will scale up and the damage of the bosses will scale up. Not just the bosses, the mobs, everything scales up. Basically, all the health pools, all the damage numbers scale up. You, the player, stay exactly the same. Yeah? You stay exactly the same. You just do harder content now. And then Mythic Plus also has what they call affix systems, which, if I can use a system that is somewhat similar to the affix system, it would be in Palace of the Dead. So in Palace of the Dead, you have those curses that can sometimes happen to you. I had one of those curses where I couldn't regenerate health. Or I did regenerate health, but just very slowly. Now, basically, the affix is all like that. Things that spawn under your feet that makes you move, other things that spawn, and if you're casting while it goes off, it interrupts you and silences you for a bit. Damage numbers that could happen throughout it, mobs, extra mobs that could spawn. So these are affixes. It's called seasonal affixes, and every season, every week, some of the affixes change, and then every season you get a new seasonal affix that spawns. So it basically sort of fundamentally changes the dungeon in one way or another. Now, there are clear downsides to the Mythic Plus system in World of Warcraft. One example of this is the fact that you get a dungeon key. It's called a Mythic Plus key. And that Mythic Plus key is directly related to a single dungeon in World of Warcraft. If you fail that key, the key actually downgrades. So you now have to do, say you were on plus 12, you now have to do plus 11 because the key downgrades. And it could also change where the key is, so suddenly you lose the dungeon that you wanted in the first place.
I think
So,
the problem
sort of
with
fucks it up.
N+ is the key stuff. You lose the dungeon, you lose your key, and that would suck. I don't think Fractals in GW2 have that. Without the keys, it make it much more tolerable.
But this is exactly what I'm saying. Remove the keys. The keys are horrible. Mainly for two reasons. One, it's basically a frustrating game system that doesn't lead to any fun. There is zero fun that the keys add to the Mythic Plus system. It only frustrates people. Because you open your chest at the end of the week, you get a new key, and the key is not the dungeon that you wanted. And it's like, for fuck's sake, now I have to find a group that actually has a key that is the dungeon that I want. Because my key is dead. I don't want to do this dungeon right now, right? Because whatever I want isn't in this dungeon, so what's the point? Or in some cases, you can get dungeons that on certain affixes is completely dead because the dungeon is quite literally undoable with the mix of affixes that you have that week. So there's a lot of that. I would remove the key system entirely. The other thing that the key system introduces is a lot of toxicity. Mythic Plus is one of the most toxic places in World of Warcraft, and the reason for it is the punishment if you fail the Mythic Plus. Because everyone is invested. Now you fail, now the key gets downgraded. And you also don't really get rewards. So obviously people are fucking pissed off. They're angry. They're constantly angry because they don't want to fail. And if you make a mistake, you fail, everyone flames. So I would remove the key system entirely. Well, not entirely. You do have a key system, but the keys never downgrade. And if you fail them, they don't downgrade. It just means you have to do the dungeon again in order to pass it. And the keys are universal. So as long as you have a plus 10 or a plus 11 key, you have a plus 10 or a plus 11 to any of the dungeons that you want to do. Simple as, right? Address that issue. Whenever you complete a key, you can change your key at the end to something different. Again, still RNG, but at least you have the way to change your toxic key. Alex, yes, but that still doesn't speak to, I would say, the biggest issue. Like, being able to choose which key you want to do, that's one part of it. But I think the bigger issues with Mythic Plus actually lies in the toxicity that it induces within the player base. Also, I still don't understand why Blizzard doesn't just make a universal Mythic Plus key. Like, get one skeleton key that opens any dungeon at the Mythic level that you fucking want to do it at. Like, why do we insist on keeping Mythic Plus keys to specific dungeons? It again seems to me like Blizzard wants to ensure that all dungeons get equal treatment, sort of thing. You know, rather than people choosing the dungeons that they find most fun. So yeah, but I think Mythic Plus keys could work. I think Mythic Plus in Final Fantasy, with the way that Yoshi P and his team approaches all other game systems, I think that would actually be, it could actually work really well. They don't think this is kind of punishment system is favorable. That's why they always give the option to go about two ways with every system. They would probably add that to the cash shop. They talked about they had looking into it, but that would lead into dungeons not being played in certain weeks. So their approach is to look into how to make the affixes less toxic. Alex, this is what I never understand about the WoW developers. I don't understand why Ian and his team is so hell-bent on forcing players to do things they don't want to fucking do. Like, yes, but that would lead to certain dungeons being dead on certain weeks. So fucking what? Like, if a dungeon is dead on a given week, then maybe there's something wrong with your fucking dungeon. Like, maybe that's just not a fun dungeon. If you introduce a universal skeleton key for players to be in, right? And you find that one dungeon is never being run by the player base, then maybe the fault isn't with the player base. Maybe the fault is with your fucking dungeon. Maybe you should fix your dungeon so people can actually have fun in the dungeon. And yet, not for Blizzard. No. They have to force you to do it. It's like, what the fuck? just the main bread and butter. Pretty much, Alex. They forgot what it meant to be a gamer. I don't think they forgot. I just think they... I think they seem to think that it leads to better gameplay overall. Because I genuinely... Like, if we're gonna not assume malice on the side of Blizzard Entertainment, yeah? So let's not assume malice, because I do that so often, and I realize that's not always fair. So let's not assume malice. What they're most likely trying to do is to prevent people from burning out. If you think that's not a legitimate concern, in Legion, players very quickly figured out that Maw of Souls is the optimal way to level your artifact weapon. So people started running Maw of Souls. Was it Maw of Souls? Is it called Maw of Souls? The boat, whatever the fuck the boat was. It was a boat, massive boat. Very short dungeon, short, sweet, very easy to fucking complete, and you could run... You ran it hundreds of times as a hardcore raider, to the point where you wanted to puke as a result of it. Because that was the optimal way to fucking do it. So I think what Blizzard is trying to do is they want to sort of remove that toxic gameplay element where people will just run the same thing over and over again because that is the optimal way to do it. Well, the problem there is that Blizzard, more often than not, in order to stop people from engaging with that toxic gameplay system, they'd rather punish people if, for engaging in it or for wanting to engage in it, rather than trying to fix the reason people are engaging in it. So if we look at Maw of Souls as an example in Legion, the problem was that people were running Maw of Souls to the point where they were so sick and tired that they were quitting the game. That was an issue, legitimately. Toxic gameplay. What was the reason people were doing it? Because it was the most optimal way to level your artifact weapon. The easy fix there is to introduce a soft or hard cap to leveling your artifact weapon. Because that means that people don't have to run the dungeon millions upon millions upon millions of times. You have to look at the core reason for why this toxic gameplay exists. Blizzard tends to go, the toxic gameplay exists. We don't want to fix the core reason because that would mean we have to remove certain things from the game that we don't want to remove. So instead, we're going to add a number of new fixes on top of the fixes that we already have right now, right? So we have this system. One fix could fix the whole system, but that would also lead to the problem that we've created in the first place. So instead of fixing the problem that we created in the first place, we're just going to come up with a new fix for the fix that we had in the first fucking place. Like, for example, now people are able to choose and change the key at the end of the dungeon. It's like, well, that's just a fix for a problem that you created in the first place. Why are you fixing fixes? If you have to apply a second fix to a fix that was meant to fix the problem, then the fix originally didn't work, right? Your original solution to the problem didn't work. You can't say, well, actually, we just need to find another solution to the solution of the problem. Go back to the problem and fix the fucking problem. Find an actual solution to the problem. Because your first solution didn't work. But Blizzard loves doing this. Solutions on top of solutions on top of solutions. A good example for anyone that forgot would be conduits, right? So conduit energy. Blizzard continuously played around with conduit energy, trying to find the right way to have conduit energy, to the point where conduit energy still did its job, but wasn't as punishing as it used to be. Instead of just saying, well, actually, clearly conduit energy doesn't work. Because that would have been the fix. Remove the fucking conduit energy. But Blizzard repeatedly adds more solutions on top of conduit energy. And it doesn't actually solve the problem. Because the solutions that just end up creating more problems than what they solve. And then you have to solve those problems that the solutions have now created. And then at the end, you're not solving the problem. You're just solving problems that the solutions come up with. So, yeah, it ends up being just a mess. And that's sort of, I think, I don't want to assume malice because I don't think it is malicious. I don't think Ian Hazikostas and his team sits there and goes, haha, can we fuck up the player right now? I don't think that's the case. I think they genuinely want to stop people from engaging in toxic gameplay, but then it's sort of like that, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? That's sort of the main thing. If you want to have, like, if you want to have these borrowed power systems that sort of intertwine with all of your other systems, toxic gameplay is going to be a result of that. And there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't want the toxic gameplay, then you have to remove the player power. You can't have both, because you're just going to end up fixing things that break things that you now have to fix again that breaks things. It's a mess. Something I really don't like in WoW right now is the Necrotic Wake. There's too much boring trash. So for me, if they would just fix the affixes, for me it wouldn't matter if it's still RNG on keys. But that's only for this expansion, Alex. What happens in next expansion if there's like 5 dungeons you fucking hate and only 3 that you like? Now you still have the... So really, my solution future-proofs against any issues. Whereas Blizzard's solution only works in this expansion because you actually like most of the dungeons. Onto by power or gear score should even apply at the highest difficulty. Shouldn't it be about skill at that level and nothing else? It should, Alkane. In a perfect world, it should. Yes. Tungle, thanks for 100 bits. I'd really appreciate it.
And team have showed they can bring out a good tune interpretation of WoW systems, and Criterion Dungeons are on the expansion roadmap.
Let's see what Criterion Dungeons actually is before we start. Because do we actually know what it is? Are we sure that Criterion Dungeons is going to be sort of a Mythic Plus dungeon system? Alex, it does actually fix the affix because people don't have to engage with the dungeons that is broken. And Blizzard then has the opportunity to look at the dungeons that is broken and say, okay, why are people not engaging with these dungeons? Let's change the dungeon. Maybe let's remove some of the trash. Maybe that's one of the reasons people dislike it. Whereas in your solution, it's still... people are still forced to do dungeons and stuff that they don't want to do, right? Even if it is just a Necrotic Wake, right? People are still forced to do it. Whereas in my system, yes, there is still problems because there's dead dungeons, but those dead dungeons can be fixed. They can be made to be more fun for people to actually engage in. The problem should always be the developer's problem. It should never become the player's problem. Only info I know about is that it is 1 to 4 player content. We don't know yet, or maybe I'm thinking something else. I really hope they eradicate any cookie cutter solutions and systems next X-Pack. It's been years of this back and forth, and I can't take it anymore. Monley, are you talking about World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV? Criterion is a 1 to 4 player content. You're thinking of Evans, but I don't think we know anything else. They see that already now. People don't run the keys on Toxic Weeks, and that's why they are looking into fixing it, so it would be fun to engage. Yeah, but you could just, again, have the skeleton key and still look at why people aren't engaging with it. In my opinion, the skeleton key solves all of the problems, because it at least removes the player's problems. And problems are only valid problems if it's the player's problem. If it's the developer's problem, that's their fucking job. It's why we pay them to solve problems. But as soon as it becomes my problem, I'm now paying someone else to create problems for me. I don't see why that's something I should be putting up with. With your alt, 1 or 2 abilities and your main spam ability, Blizzard like to over-engineer a problem rather than keep it simple. I'm talking about WoW, especially the keys. It's too convoluted and makes me feel like I've just wasted a whole day if I fail. Alright, so Monley, when you say cookie cutter, you can never remove that. there will always be cookie cutter. Always. It's one of the things we warned Blizzard about at the start of Shadowlands, when Blizzard was sort of going, we want people to be able to make a choice of which covenant they're going to join. And I was like, no. There's power behind those covenants. There is no choice. You either make the right choice or you make the wrong choice. There is no choice. So cookie cutter is always going to exist. There's no way of removing it. Unfix it, no longer be RNG, and not a hunt. You would have much more toxicity if you can choose one dungeon, so you will have cookie cutter bold only runs. Alex, I don't necessarily think that is true, because you're never just going to run one dungeon. And if you do just want to run one dungeon, why not? Why shouldn't you just run one dungeon? If that's the only dungeon you like, just fucking run that dungeon. Only to make things not cookie cutter is if they had no power attached. Okay, so for Kara, cookie cutter is something that you wouldn't know about in FF14 because you guys don't really deal with shit like that. Cookie cutter is basically if you have whenever you have a game that has talents and sort of a lot of different gearing options, for example. Cookie cutter refers to the right way to play the game. Okay? So, if I am, for example, if I am engaging in a warlock, say, for example, I play a warlock, yeah? Now, the correct way to play the warlock is to pick talents 1, 4, 5, and 6. So, in the list going down, I pick 1, 4, 5, and 6. Those are the talents I'm going to pick up. That's the correct way to play the game. But I don't like that. That's sort of a very boring build that only gives me 2 or 3 talent or 2 or 3 costs. Nothing really good. It's just sort of straightforward, but that's the best one. Well, anything else that I do, if I don't pick 1, 4, 5, and 6, everything else is wrong. So you're basically playing the class wrong. Yes, I don't know enough about FF14 at max level, but I can tell you in World of Warcraft, cookie cutters tend to be very stringent. You need to do it, and you must do it that way, or not do it at all. Maybe implement the dungeon of the day, week, that boosts the rewards to reward players that don't spam. Evans... Personally, if we're talking about World of Warcraft and the skeleton key option, my solution goes much further than that. Alex is fucking arguing a point here, which I don't see why anyone would argue the point. Like, I genuinely don't understand why anyone would not want a skeleton key that opens all doors. And a skeleton key that doesn't downgrade at the end of a dungeon. Because it shouldn't. You should not have a key downgrade at the end of a dungeon just because you couldn't do it. You should just do the key again. But my solution for Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft actually goes much further than that. So I would basically make it to where you gain points every single time you do a Mythic Plus dungeon. And at the end of the week, you can spend your points at a vendor or any time in the week, really, because the vendor is always up. But you can spend your points to buy the item pieces that you want. And the only items that is available for you on that vendor is from the dungeons that you have done. So if you've done every single dungeon, you have every single piece of gear that is available on Mythic Plus available to you on that NPC. So you can basically target the items that you want and work towards that. And you could always build in a system if you want to stop people from just spamming one dungeon. You could build in a system where every single time you do a dungeon again, you get less points from that dungeon, less currency from that dungeon. So eventually you do run into a bit of a diminishing return on just spamming the same dungeon over and over and over again. And you also stop people from engaging in just endlessly fucking farming dungeons because that's how you have to play the game. So the people that will endlessly do dungeons are people that really just enjoy dungeons or Mythic Plus. They're not really doing it at some point for reward. They're just doing it because it's fun. And for anyone that is literally just doing it for the gear, well, let's say if you've at least done every single dungeon in the game twice, that's basically it. From there on forward, the marks that you get is so insignificant that you're wasting your fucking time doing it again. So that way people don't have to endlessly farm the same dungeon for something. And, you know, you get your points and you make it so that if you do every single dungeon every single week, it's going to take you about 3 weeks to get the item that you want. So every 3 weeks you can buy another item. Alex, but that's why I'm saying it's probably my fault as well, because I'm arguing knowing that that is the system that I want to implement, whereas I didn't tell you that my system actually goes a little bit deeper. It's not just the skeleton key, it's sort of a skeleton key along with a number of other changes that sort of, I think, make the system a lot more fun and open for people to enjoy, rather than having this weird system that we have now within World of Warcraft that I don't know why people think that's good. I need to go piss. So before we continue, let me go to the bathroom, and then we'll play some games. Guys, if you haven't gotten up yet since sitting down to start watching me, now would be the perfect time for you to get up, go grab a drink, or something like that. I'm going to be like 5 minutes. Probably going to grab some water now, because I've had 2 cups of coffee already. I don't want to have more. But yeah, then we'll log into FF14 and do some MSQ. Or maybe some PvP. I have never done PvP in FF14. Do you guys want to do PvP? John Rucker, how you doing, bro? Just fucking loading all the water in there so that I can piss it out now. But okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Guys, take a break, get up, move around. Don't sit on your fucking asses. It's not healthy for you. Dude, I am in so much fucking pain. Gym was brutal today. Stop playing FF14 chat. And just went, what? Oh, there we go, Alex. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Amagon, how you doing, brother? Why would you want me to quit playing FF14? Like, what's wrong with you, chat? Are you guys fucking high? All right, I'm not entirely sure what to expect from the new sort of like, should we do the PvP? Should we try it before you go full weeb? Are you going to cover the WoW expansion reveal 19th? Yes, I will be. I unsubbed from IRL? What do you mean you unsubbed? No, I will be covering it, Alex, of course. I mean, it's a new expansion, as people asked me earlier today as well. I am hyped for the new expansion. I hope it's going to be fucking good. I'm not sure if it will be, but if it is, that's great. Plus, it's content, isn't it? The content's always good. Should try the new MSQ roulette. We can give everything a go. Is the Raffin video going? Can't wait to make that. It's going. Alex, it's going, but slower than I thought. There's a lot more that I need to think about there. We can still talk for a bit, guys. The game is now finally doing its install stuff. It wasn't doing the install stuff earlier. And Steam also didn't show me that it had anything to install. So, open WhatsApp. Either Stormblood or... I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Just in case you were doubting me. Well, I'm legitimately waiting for this thing to fucking finish its updates. But it's either going to be MSQ, Stormblood, or it's going to be PvP. It's because the game doesn't update on Steam itself. You gotta open the launcher first. Yes, it is a pain. Dude, Final Fantasy have to fix their fucking launcher. I hate the FF14 launcher. I hate everything about it. 100% everything about it is just absolute dog shit. How can a game be so good and yet everything else around that game, from the website to the launcher, everything is just absolute shite? Alex, I would not mind a nice background of Minfilia and Yestola. Non-Steam launcher is fine. The launcher that I want for FF14 is one where I log in once and then I never have to fucking log in again. It's just always there. Because that's what I'm used to with World of Warcraft's fucking launcher. With Blizzard's launcher, I literally install... I log in once, and I'm just always logged in. I don't have to worry about bullshit. Not Manfilia. Minfilia. Minfilia. There are some very spicy Stola pictures on the internet. Yes, but I don't want very spicy pictures of my background. I'm a streamer. The last thing I need is like tits showing on my fucking screen whenever I'm playing. just get the sound right here. And stop the music. Miss Sweeney, M. Sweeney? Miss Sweeney? I don't know, but thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love to see you try out the new PvP mode, Crystalline Conflict, as someone who's never PvP'd in WoW. It's so fun. I barely PvP'd in WoW, so I'm probably going to be in the same boat there. What the hell does... Julian is doing the MSQ. Am I going to be in a massive queue? No. Okay, we're good. You just finished the MSQ. I have not finished the MSQ, obviously. I'm almost done, guys. I'm almost at 6.1. Like, 6.1 at this point is a formality. It's a mere formality. We'll be there soon. TM. Like, once you guys see where I am in the game, you're gonna realize that I am fucking minutes away. Like, maybe days away from finally getting to 6.1. At this point, Endwalker is just like, I just need to log in a couple more days and we're there. I need to change my plates first. Character, glamour plate. What? Oh, I can't do glamour plates here. Oh, that's not cool. So where do I have to go for this PvP thing? Yes, I was at a wedding. As you can see. Go to the portal area. And you guys are saying a lot of words that I don't fucking understand. Thanks, chat. You're really helpful. Am I a Limsolo Minson? I think I am. Send you images. Images of what? I can't remember what my grand company is. I think I'm a pirate. Yeah, I think I'm a pirate. Lotus, what pictures have you sent me? Is it Rule 34 pictures? Because I want to see that. Alright, let's see. Hold up, I need to change the glamour plate here. Where's my pants? The fuck? Wait, maybe I can apply it. Do I have pants? Now hide my helmet. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Alright, we're back. Wait, where's my staff? Oh, for fuck's sake. Show me my stuff. Thank you. Alright, now we have to quickly think here. Where is the... Where's the Grand Company? ERP confirmed. Pantless Echo and Limsa ERP, of course. The Aftcast. Okay. The Aft Castle. And, I'm assuming it's in year. Alright, let's see. So where do I go exactly, chat? Who do I speak to for this? I seem to have a quest for this guy. What's this quest? Something about wolves or dogs? You know, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. We did not think it possible for the fishbacks to summon their... Okay, okay. Am I supposed to read that? A pup no longer. It's called a pup no more. Okay, so this is the one that I need to do. Okay. A pup no longer. Ah, Private Lacronium, just the man I was hoping to see. Your exploits of late have been the talk of Limsa. Don't let this puff your sails up too much, but I've heard some of the higher-ups saying that the Maelstrom would be lost at sea without you. But I suspect you're not the type to rest on your laurels. Nay, the tempest raging in your eyes tells me you're looking for new waters to navigate. Fortunately, we have just the place for people like you. Have you perchance heard of the Wolves' Den? It's a proving ground of sorts established by the Eorzean Alliance, a place where the most promising of Grand Company recruits are sent to hone their skills. The Wolves' Den is to be found just off the shores of Lanoskia. The ferry at Morabee Docks in Lower Lanoskia will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Burkia. Jesus, I've let him know that you'll be coming, so you can count on a warm welcome. Thank you, fellow pirate. The one you just declined? Okay, we're going. But now I have to... Where the fuck am I going? You said the docks, right? Which docks am I going to, chat? It's not at one of the gates, is it? There's a ferry that I have to take. Yeah, that does not fucking help. Morabee Dry Docks. To what? I don't know what the fuck that connects to. The Morabee Dry Docks. Where the hell is that? Lumsden ones are lower decks. I think it's the lower decks that I'm supposed to go to. Yeah, but I don't know where the... To the Fisher. Okay, we'll go to the Fisher place. Chat, why are we doing things so difficult today? Why is everything so fucking difficult today? Alright, now... We have to find the ferry guy. Ferry skipper. There we go. Hello, Mr. Ferry Skipper. I need... Where am I going? I don't think I'm supposed to go anywhere there. Oh, wrong one. Alright, where's the other skippers here? Go to Lower Lanoskia first. Morabee Dry Docks is there. There you get a ferry skipper. Ah, well that helps. Morabee Dry Docks. Wait, but can I not just travel there straight? Like, let's see. Oh, fuck off. Teleport. There we go. That is much quicker. Fuck. Mighty Random, thank you so much for 20 bits, dude. Really appreciate it. You just solved all my fucking problems. Now we look for a ferry person. I can mount. Is there a ferry person here? No, this was... There is a ferry skipper here. Excuse me, sir. Can you send me to the Wolves' Den?
First. Morabee Dry Docks is there. There, you get a ferry skipper. That will take you to Wolves' Den.
I'm there. We're going. Taste your skill at PvP. PvP, player versus player duty, involves battles fought against other players rather than in-game creatures, and incorporates an independent battle system with its own set of unique rules. Final Fantasy XIV offers several different varieties of PvP, from ranked matches to casual training for anywhere from 2 to 72 participants. For more information on PvP, visit the Lodestone. Alright. Okay, here we are. Where's all my fucking spells? What the hell's going on? Is my spell supposed to be completely fucked? Man, frame rates is real here. So many people here. What the fuck? Can everyone here go home, please? You're breaking my frames. Excuse me, Storm Captain. We operate with a completely different set of rules? Well, we'll see now, won't we? We just learned about the spells this morning. I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. You say that Ricky sent you? She said she was sending a new wolf to the den. Bah! More like the runt of the litter, if you ask me. Wow, this guy just judging me straight off the bat? You don't even know me, you fucking asshole. You say things for new spells? Snubby, how you doing, bro? You barely have fangs for the honing, but I guess I'm feeling goddamn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with the Crystalline Conflict. Them training bouts are made special for feckless adventurer types who can't tell sound strategy from a horse's ass. I still reckon it won't be sundown before you run home with your tail between your legs, crying to your mum. But you can have a word with Lieutenant Gungi Zalungi if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find him outside, assuming you can work up the nerve. And stand up straight, maggot. This ain't no place for the weak of spine. Dismissed. Okay, I don't like this guy. Can I kill him? He got totally revamped, man. We might get a new mode soon, and man is a step in the right direction. Well, we'll fucking see, right? Alright, Crystalline Conflict. You have unlocked Crystalline Conflict. The Grand Companies of Eorzea established this new tactical exercise to strengthen their individual members' strategic capacity. Outmaneuver other adventurers just like you in a match of wits to claim victory. Alright, thank you. I still don't have fucking spells. So... where do I get my actions and traits? No? So where the hell do I get my... I don't have spells. It's to... we have to speak to the guy outside, no? What guy outside? I have no quest to speak to someone. Corsonia bars? Yeah, but they don't look like fucking spells. I can see shit all. Am I gonna have to, like, seriously? Okay, wait a second. Character profile. Character. Why is everything different now? What is going on? Black Mage. I think things broke here. But I am on PvP. I missed what? Oh, for fucking hell. Character. PvP profile. Okay, here we go. Now what? Raid button in your action bars. Below the raid icon? What fucking red icon are you talking about? I have the PvP profile open, people. Job. Okay, now can I pull these things down? There we go. But I don't want fire. Why am I using... oh, I do. Wait, I don't understand any of this. Is this like different spells? This is different spells. That's fire 4. I know fire 4. I know flare. Standard issue elixir. You can put that there. Right, so I have to now go through every single one of these to figure out what it does. So fire just does normal fire things. Deals fire damage with a potency of 3000. Requires no cast time when cast under the effects of umbral ice. Whew. Afflicts target with a stack of astral warmth. Up to a maximum of 3. The duration is 15. Effects cannot be stacked with Umbral Freeze. Additional effects grant Astral Fire 2. Effect cannot be stacked with Umbral Ice. Okay, never mind. Action changes Fire 4 while under the effects of Astral Fire. Fire 4 deals fire damage of 6000. Effects of Astral up to a maximum of 3. Duration 15. Effects cannot be stacked. Do I not just want to use, like, what's the cost time difference here? 144, 192. The chat always breaks me. I don't think you guys are focusing here. You want me to use the dummy outside, do you? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Let's just quickly make sure. Oh, that's why we wouldn't. Look at the fucking sheer amount of people here. The amount of lag that I will be experiencing while trying to cast one spell will be surreal. So how about we first fix the fucking bar, and then we start trying to lag fest our way through the game. So I'm assuming I'm gonna need Fire 4. Give me... What the fuck? Why won't it give me Fire 4? Huh? Wait, I can't get Fire 4? I can't pull Fire or Flare. So I can only do these so far. I think I'm not high enough level. Then we'll use Blizzard. Because what else am I gonna do? Deals lightning damage to all nearby enemies with a potency. Jesus, the potency is so real on this. Alright, we'll do that. Paradox. Deals unaspected damage with a potency of 8,000. It increases target's stacks of Astral Warmth or Umbral Freeze to maximum. This action does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Ah, it's an instant cost that you can basically use to instantly get either full stacks of Astral Warmth or full stack. Okay, I like that. It's a good fucking cost, that is. Nightwing. Afflicts target and all enemies nearby with half asleep. What does half asleep do? Targets struck while under the effects of sleep will take additional damage with a potency of 6,000. But do I have sleep? I don't have sleep. Where's the arena? Wait, before we do anything, let me just quickly rush to a target member that I can do. Soul Resonance. Grants 6 stacks of Soul Resonance, upgrading Fire to Flare and Blizzard to Freeze. Grants Polyglot, reduces the duration of Super Flare by 15 seconds. Can only be executed when the limit gauge is full. So this is sort of my limit gauge thingamajiggy. Oh, these are all... Wait, what? This said, hold up. Deals fire damage with a potency of 3,000. Requires no cost time when... Okay. Afflicts target with astral effects cannot be stacked. Action changes to Fire 4 while under the effect of Astral Fire 2. So as soon as I get to Astral Fire stack 2 stacks, it immediately changes to Fire 4. Ah. And Blizzard also changes at some fucking point. All right, I think I'm following now. Something changes into Flare as well, like fucking God knows what, but something changes into Flare. Oh, this thing. If I pop this, it changes that to Flare. Foul deals unaspect damage with potency, can only be executed while under the effects. But how can I, like, Polyglot? But I don't have access to fucking Polyglot. Or Foul, rather. Or am I supposed to just have these on the bar in case? What the hell's Addle? Oh my god, I'm so fucking... I have no idea what's going... I have Addle? I don't have Addle. There's no Addle here. Addy. The fuck's Addy? Addle. Reduces the potency for target attacks by 40%. I don't know what that is, but okay, fine. We'll have Addle, I think. Drain. Deals unaspect damage with a potency of 600. Potency increases by... Absorbs 200% of damage dealt as a... What? Deals unaspect damage with a potency of 600. Potency increases up to 2,400 as your HP decreases. I've scrolled down. This is all the buttons I have. I don't have all these other fucking buttons. Wait, are these buttons removed? Comb to your I can't use. Drain I clearly can't fucking use. Foul I can use, but I can't drag foul. So I'm just gonna put foul here for now. Why are those skills still here? Purify. What is that? Heavy, bind, silence, half asleep, sleep, and deep freeze. Grants resilience upon successfully removing one of the... Wait, I can remove it for myself, right? We'll put that there. That might be important. Reduces the damage taken by 90% and grants immunity to... Well, that I love. Give me that. And then, of course, sprint, as always, must be sprint. I think that's all of the bars I can actually... Oh, recuperate. Restores my own HP. We'll put that there. Alright, where is this... Alpin, I'm following you. Where's this magical arena? Alright, here we go. Man, this arena is just as fucking busy. What the hell? So much shit going on here. So once you're in the arena, you can fight people. No? No? You clearly can't. To bring up your duty finder? Jesus Christ, there's a lot of people. Dude, the amount of people that's here is insane. I don't think this can't be all of my buttons. I have 2 buttons and that's it. Okay, but don't attack me. Let me just figure this shit out. Don't attack me. I don't want to die. So I have to fire. And then fire. And that should give me fire 3. Oh my Jesus. Wait, that turned into flare? Wait, I'm not using any mana. I can just basically do this fucking forever. So what happens if I do freeze? I don't think I know what the fuck is going on. It seems to be rotating. So it goes from normal blizzard to like blizzard 4 and then to freeze. So it's sort of on a rotation thing. Ah, so you have to effectively... Ah, okay. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. So you... Well, that's not great. What the fuck? Dude, get the fuck off me. Oh my god, he is hurting me so much. Well, I can't really do anything. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to keep someone off me? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to do this? There's no way. How do you... Oh, yeah, I have sleep, but how's that gonna help? That's not really gonna help much. I didn't use burst even once. I should use burst. Create a barrier around yourself that absorbs damage the equivalent to a heal of 12,000 potency. Well, that would have been so helpful. That would have been very helpful if I did that. I should have done that, actually. Burst seems to be a good spell to have. So I can remove all of this shit. Hold up. I need to do more of this. This is Purify. I don't know why I'm going to use Purify. Well, I'm not going to have fun in this, am I? I'm not good at PvP. I barely ever PvP. Actually, I say barely. I don't PvP. It's just not something I do. Super Flare. I don't have that on my bar. Do I? No, I don't. I should have Super Flare on my bar, right? Yeah. Wait, I have 2 costs of Super Flare. Deals damage to nearby enemies with a potency of 3,000 up to a maximum of 9,000 for every stack of Astral Loan Thermophilia they have accumulated. Enemies under the afflicted with burns, dealing fire damage over time. Ah, okay, I think... So this is basically, once I've stacked up, I need to try this again. Don't attack me, Alban. Just deal me. I want to try something quickly. I think I know what I'm supposed to do there. Took Priest a good 30 minutes to work out what the fuck was going on. Dude, I'm pretty sure I don't have a fucking clue what's going on. All right, so we want to do burst. Yeah. Well, that didn't hit shit. So I want to be in the group. So I want to go 3 of those. And then I want to do... Oh, that looks really good. But now you should be afflicted with burn stuff. And now if I want to do, like, burst again, I do burst. Oh my god, burst does so much fucking damage. We do 3 of those and then... Ah, okay, I think I kind of know what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, fuck it, let's just go. Let's just do it. Screw it, we're just gonna fucking go. We're just gonna do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Don't worry, guys, I've got this. I'm smart. I'll figure it out. As long as they don't see me, it should be good, right? As long as they don't focus on me, I think we'll be fine. Is this like... Oh, this is unavailable in PvP, so I should use that sprint instead. Nothing better to learn than practice? Yeah, just keep out of everyone's way. You know, stand on the side and do nothing. What's these entrances for? Where does this take me? What's this? Oh, never mind. PvP. Where am I supposed to go? Casual match. Let's do a fucking casual match. Here we go. All right, chat. I've got it. Let's see what this is about. I have never done PvP in this game. Alright, what are we Astra. So I'm in Astra. I apologize to every single one of you in this group. This is not gonna go well. I am so fucking sorry. I love how they're actually introducing everyone just so that everyone can know, oh, the black mage doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. It's called Akalon. Thank you, Final Thunder. I really appreciate that. Why can't I use chat? What? How do you use chat? Just you say stuff. Unable to use chat. I'm not allowed to use chat. What? No, other people wrote. Alright, apparently I'm fighting. And running very fast. Like, what's the purpose and plan of this? Why am I doing Blizzard first? I don't know exactly, but fuck it. We'll do Blizzard first. Look, guys. Come. Get me out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Thank you. Get off me. Stop attacking me. Stop attacking me, you piece of shit. I don't appreciate being attacked like this. Can that guy stand still? Let me get to him. Oh, I should have stacked fire on everyone. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, this hurts. Jeez, I'm just gonna get the fuck out. Heal! They hurt so much. Guys, you have to take them down. Take them down. Oh my god, everyone sucks. Stop being so fucking... Okay, this is not working. We need to take down the healer. Everyone needs to focus on someone else, I think. There's the healer. I can see the fucking healer. Come on, you healing piece of shit. I've got ya. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wow. What the hell just happened there? I've been KO'd? Some games are balanced, now there's a total stomp. I don't quite know why we're being stomped. And also, why are we fighting in the middle? I feel like it should be better if we didn't fight in the middle. Oh my god. Just insta smackdown. Guys, we need to, like, seriously? We're not even gonna try? Oh my god, we're not even fucking trying right now. Oh, there we go, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead again. Dude, we're not even trying. Like, my group is not even trying. My group is just sort of going, oh, fuck it. We'll do whatever. Also, fuck this burst thing. Burst might be the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Since when can a black mage run into a group of people? We didn't even try. We should be embarrassed for ourselves. Good job, people. We didn't even try. I don't think it was just my fault, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I helped. I don't think I did anything crazy here. But I also don't think I'm to blame solely for this loss. I'll take partial responsibility. But I also think my fucking healers could have done a bit more, I think, to fix this. This is totally on my healers. Their team could not die. Like, literally, I've never seen anything like this in my life. You can do as much damage as you want. No one dies. Good healers. I want those healers in my next game. Dude, it's never my fault. It's never my fault. If there's a healer present, I'm blaming the fucking healer. And it's kind of, why do I feel like white mages are good at this? Deal with this mode, it's kind of fucked. Oh, so how the fuck did they not die once? Like, putting out all the damage and no one dies. It's not possible. Everyone else can chat except for me. Why am I not allowed to chat? Did I do something wrong? Did I piss someone off? Let me just see here. The point of this seems to be we have to claim that crystal in the middle and then take it to one of these sparkly fucking things. Is that correct? That seems to be the point of this fight. I do like the simplicity of it. I'm a bit... Alright, let's do this. Whoa, I'm being silenced? Why am I being silenced? Get him! Get him! He's so low! We could have killed him! Fuck! We could have fucking killed him. Get that asshole! Look at him, he's almost dead! Good job! Good job, team! Good job, team! I'm so fucking proud of you guys. You're doing so well already. Wait, why am I being... What the... Wow, they have fucking CC? Wait, where's my CC? I'm pretty sure I did have CC. Where's my sleep stuff? the fuck? Where's my sleep? Did I not have sleep? It's burst quickly. There you go. Take that. Now go die in a fire. Why can I not cast anything? Get this? Well, I'm taking so much. No, 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 no. We actually killed them, and now we're just getting fucked again. Where's my sleep thing? I'm pretty sure I had like half a sleep, and now for some reason I don't have half a sleep. This team is so much better at this. Let's go, chat. Let's go, team. Go, team. Fucking wreck him. Wreck him. Wreck him. Wreck him. Good job. Oh my god. We are so fucking good at this. Good, good, good. Now let's teleport this. Yeah, run, you little bitch. This is ours now. Wait, are we just supposed to... Oh, never mind. Let's go. Quick. Where the hell is this thing going? Don't let that guy stand in your way. Get him! Get him! Fucking get him! Quick burst. Quick burst. Quick. I'm interrupted. Fuck! Wait, why am I being interrupted the whole fucking time? Alright, let's see if we can heal a little. Oh, we can actually heal a fucking lot. We need to be able to take down some of these fucking assholes. Oh my god! How did he do some... Why can I not do that much damage to people? Like, what the fuck, bro? This is surreal. Can't expect to be a master after 5 minutes. Dude, I'm already a master, look at me. This is second death. And I'm already contributing. Yeah, but that guy fucking hit like a truck. Wow, there's a guy that's got 6 KOs already in this fucking... Oh my god. How can I possibly get more KOs, though? I feel like I should be changing... Wow. Guys, 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 guys. Get on him, get on him, get on him. I feel like we should be doing more. Come on. Come on, people. Do more. Do more. Should be deleting people, but I'm not. Let's use our big boy fucking damage. Oh, there we go. I don't know what I just did, but I think I'm, like, supposed to be dealing a lot of damage now. How did we win? How did we win? Use LB, you'll delete them. I just figured that out. LB seems to be doing a lot of damage. Use your limit break. It does seem to work. But now, okay, wait a second. This is number of times KO'd, 2. Number of targets KO'd, number of assists, 10. Man, I assisted the most. This is what I call proper Black Mage play. I wasn't top. Granted, I wasn't top. But you know what? I'm pretty proud of myself. Let me quickly see here. Soul Resonance grants 6 stacks of Soul Resonance, upgrading Fire to Flare and Blizzard to Freeze. Additional effect, Flare and Freeze requires no cast time. Grants Polygot. Reduces the recast time of Super Flare by 15 seconds. Can only be executed when the limit gauge is full. Action changes to Foul upon execution. And what does Foul do? Gibbon, how you doing, brother? Alright, let's leave. Let's do it again. This is actually a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm actually having a good amount of time here. Yeah, we got really far. Oh yeah, wait, you're right. Leave this before we continue. Wait, I got a penalty for leaving? Fuck no. Surely not. Character, PvP profile. Where's that sleep? Nightwing. I did put Nightwing on my bar, but for some reason I don't have Nightwing on my bar. Alright, fine. I can restore my own health quite a bit with that. Alright, let's go again, chat. Let's fucking go again. WoW PvP also fun? WoW PvP is alright, but this is far more casual. At least for now. I don't know what it's going to be like when you're sort of in max level state or doing it with a lot of great people. But I'm having some fun. Because it's more casual. It's more just positioning and sort of working with your team. And I think if you have voice comms with your team, you can sort of figure out who to attack much better. Always use LB and always use the potion on the floor to heal. The potion on the floor. What potion on the floor? There are potions on the floor? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I do have this potion. Standard issue elixir. Items on the ground. Did I just not see any items on the fucking ground? What? With marks if I cap? Alright, where's my Nightwing? Okay. I'm so ready now. I don't know what half asleep does or if I should be using it all the time. What's the cooldown on sleep? 30 seconds. So you basically want to wait till everyone... Like, you should actually use this with Soul Resonance, no? Like, as soon as your limit break builds up, that's when you use the half asleep button. And then you go fucking pew pew like a bitch. Of course there's gonna be a fucking ninja right on my ass. Man, just let him fucking sleep. Screw you, bro. Wait, what? How is he not? There we go. He's down. Okay, never mind. He's down. Now, chat. Quick, on the other guy. Quickly, get him. Get him! I'll be limit breaking soon. Man, these guys suck. I love this. Let's do more of this. Yeah. Fucking kill him. Everyone in. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Everyone in. Man, I'm starting to be good at this game. I still don't see any green potions. Good job, people. Oh, these potions. All right. Wait, are we just trolling these guys now? I don't know if this is good. Yeah, we're just trolling now. Oh, I popped this for no fucking reason whatsoever. God damn. Damn it. Come on. Come at me, you bastard. Come at me, you bastard. Look at that. Try and fucking take me when I can insta-cosh it, you piece of crap. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Dude, I got completely deleted there. What just hit me? I was like a big fuck off beam of just like death. Death and destruction is what happened there. Wow. that hurt like a bitch. Alright, let's not do that again. I think this team is better than they fucking let on. Okay. Apparently they can do a lot. Oh my lord. Whoa! 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 Get him off me! Get them off me! No! No! Please help! Someone heal me! I fucking hate you all. Thanks so much for not helping. Like, did you see my team there? My team just completely, they stood there and watched me die. This is bullshit. So, wait, that was Sam that deleted me there? Easy. I'm coming. I'm coming. Get this fucking samurai. Teach him a lesson. Quick. Quick. There we go. It's time for Big Boy DPS. Big Boy Deeps is going. Wow, I'm being fucking wrecked! Man, Big Boy DPS meant absolutely fuck all there. Sebas, how you doing, brother? Sam counted you. He does 100% of your HP with LB too. Oh, wow. My LB meant nothing there. I did no fucking damage there. How are they winning now? Did they give us a shot in the beginning? Like, did they try to help us? I think this Sam just figured out how to fucking play. It's going to be slightly unfair, but, you know, we'll make do, I think. Just kill. How did we lose? Oh, series level up. Whoa. I got a couple of K. Like I got a couple of KOs though. Is the key in this payload kind of game? Like Overwatch? Yeah, I don't really play Overwatch much, so this is fun. This is a lot of fun. It's definitely more casual than WoW PvP. Like, by a mile more casual than WoW PvP. But I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. Yeah, it's definitely... There's a lot that you need to get used to. But what I kind of like about it is the classes are more sort of streamlined, more easy to play. But at the same time, it feels like there could actually be a lot of strategy here. Like, the game itself seems like it could be a lot more strategic rather than skill-based. So you're gonna want to play with a team that you guys can sort of figure out, you know, the best possible way to play, regrouping, figuring out the other team. So it doesn't appear to be as skill-based as it is just more strategy-based. Although I do think as I keep playing, skill is definitely going to become important, because you do have abilities that allow you to escape CC. You have abilities that can seriously reduce the amount of damage that you take. It's just fewer. You don't have as many buttons. Facer, so far I am having fun with the PvP. I am definitely having fun, although I must admit, I don't know why you would have ice, although I think that's for healing and stuff like that. Okay, I've killed that guy. I might be able to kill that guy if I keep going. Come on, big DPS, big. Come on. A little bit more. Just get him down, for fuck's sake. Wow, that does not fucking help. Okay, just get away from that asshole. Wait, why are we dying? Come on, people. Just don't let them do this. Don't let them fucking do this. Go Super Scion, bitch. Come on. Just delete them, quick. Okay, good job. Get in there. Come on, people, get in there. Good job. Oh, I should use foul. I forgot to use foul. Fuck. Okay, they're coming back. This might be a problem. Get it in there. Oh my god, no. Wow. I still got KO'd. Fuck, I should have run away. I should never be in the front fucking lines. Man, this is a back and forth game. This is very back and forth. Quickly stop him. Go. Stop these bitches. Come on, people. This is not the way. Oh my god. For fuck's sake. Dude, how am I supposed to get off this guy? Like, how do I get him off me? I forget my sleep the whole time. Do you know how you doing, bro? I'm trying to delete them, but for some reason my damage isn't working the way that it should. I think my character is nerfed severely. It's the only thing I can think of. Now, where the hell are they taking it now? Come on. Don't give up. Why are you guys giving up? I think they're winning. Are they winning? We have to do so much more. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. James in Fire and Ice? Wait, What do you mean if I change between fire and ice? Does that do more damage? Okay, wait. Someone needs to explain something to me here. What's the purpose of ice? Because ice is obviously to get mana back. But it's not automatic to me that you ever have to go into ice. 4 hours, still Bronze Star 2. Hobson, like a boss. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. We did rank up. This is true. I am now a god at PvP. Ice is for Super Flare to cause them to freeze. What the fuck is Super Flare? Oh, Super Flare causes them to freeze. So you want to basically go nearby enemies with a potency of 3,000 up to 9,000 for every stack. Additional effects. Enemies under the effect of astral warmth are inflicted with burns, dealing fire damage over time. Potency 3,000. Duration 6 seconds. Duration increases by 3 seconds for each additional stack of astral warmth, up to a maximum of 12 seconds. Additional effects. Enemies under the effect of umbral freeze are afflicted with deep freeze, rendering them unable to move. Duration 1 second. Duration increases by 1 second for each stack of umbral freeze, up to a maximum of 3 seconds. Okay, I think I get it now. But you kind of have to make a choice between like maybe go once you go into Soul Resonance, you want to go 3 ice into a Super Flare, and then 3 fire into a Super Flare. I'm gonna try it now and see if I get any difference from rotating between these. Let's try it. Let's see if there's a difference. No, King Julian, we are PvPing now. We have found a new thing in the game that's super fucking fun. To use Paradox for an Insta 3? What Paradox? Deals additional damage, potency, additional effects, increases target stacks. Ah, okay. But it does either or. Or does it do both? Because it doesn't actually say here. It says increases target stacks of astral warmth or to the maximum. Okay, never mind. So it does do the maximum. Okay, I get it. How many stacks, though, of astral fire and ice can they have? I think 3. Yeah, but now let's go into frost. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where's the frost? Here we go. Here we go. Go into frost, see if we can freeze them for a little bit. Oh my god, I'm being so fucking stunned right now. Oh. Dude, the CC there was so real. We can't back up. Our team is losing. Backing up now would not be an option. Alright, I hope my team is like the other teams that just gets better the more we lose. That would be really nice if we were like that. Alright, let's see if we do Blizzard. Alright, now let's go into Super Saiyan mode. Fuck. Oh my god! Dude, I'm just being swarmed by people. This is... Oh, I just wasted an entire Albi. Just getting absolutely wrecked by people. Come on, team. Oh my lord. Look at our one guy just sneaking it. Like, we have one guy just fucking sneaking it there. That was a quick loss. Dude, how are they that good? I got 0 assists. We barely got any kills. Oh, this is an embarrassment. This is a fucking embarrassment. How are they that fucking good? Darfuller, how you doing, brother? The PvP so far, really fun. Even though I suck at it. Nuns are so annoying in PvP. 1 and then MSQ. I can't promise that. If they have another ninja, I'm gonna lose my shit. I hate fucking ninjas. Okay, no ninja. But I'm assuming one of these other classes are also crazy fucking good. It's just gonna spank me around like a $5 whore. I'm ready. I'm ready, daddy. My asshole is ready. Just fuck me and get it over with. This is gonna be so hard again. Apparently Monk. Are they the worst? That's good. I'll focus on the fucking Monk. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know who the fuck I'm fighting. I just click tab and start shooting at whoever is closest. I'm not even focused on who I'm supposed to be killing. Right. Don't just run in, guys. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. He's run out of my range. Get on this fucking monk thing. Get on him. Get on. I think I want to make you sleep a little. How about we make you sleep a little? What do you say? Let's make them half asleep for some reason. I don't know why half asleep even means anything. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like you. Stop doing that, please. Can you not do that? Thank you. Fuck. Ah! Okay, whoever said monk is bad is a fucking liar. Look at this monk just going apeshit on everyone. Fucking liars. The monk is unkillable. I think I stunned all of them. No? I didn't stun all of them. Well, this... Oh my good lord. Yeah. Fuck Monk, bro. That is surreal. The amount of damage that Monk is dealing is crazy. How am I supposed to fight against that? It's like, oh, kick you away, fucking here I come again, up your bollocks. Fuck you. I'll have your fucking balls for breakfast. Oh, this is fun. I love playing like this. I'm just flying all over the place. I'm kicking people. I'm pulling people. I'm fucking going towards people. It's insane. Like, no one should play like this. All right, here we go. Fuck you all. Flare. 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 Get a nice little super flares there. Freeze. 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 And a nice bit of stun there. And then, of course, everyone can get out of my stun because they're fucking good. Oh, we're finally killing them. Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Kill him, kill him, kill him, quick! Don't fucking let him heal! Don't let him heal! Don't let him heal! You want to kill him as quickly as possible. Oh, good job fucking capping that. I love you so much for that. What did I just do? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what the fuck I just did. Someone kill the monk. This monk is very good. Just kill the monk. Yeah, get that monk. Look at this monk. Like, dude, it is surreal the amount of damage that this fucking monk does, and he doesn't get off you. Rise Cloudy, how you doing? The PvP is fun, but also so fucking frustrating. Look at that monk. You see all that damage effects there? That's the fucking monk. I'm gonna go Super Scion. Dude, he wasn't even next to me. He wasn't even next to me. Like, what the fuck? He's standing over there, and then he kills me over here. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, what the hell? I don't even have to be close to you. What is this? You're a monk. You fight with your fists. No, I'm a ranged, actually. I decided I want to play range instead. What? Hey, what is this? Dude, monk is stupidly overpowered. It is impossible. You can't play a monk. You can't fucking beat them. I still don't know what my sleep does. Oh, I finally fucking killed someone. Good job. It's overtime. It's overtime. Stop that monk. Stop that fucking monk. Here comes the monk again. Everyone kill the monk. That monk is dangerous. Don't let the monk anywhere near us. You have no idea. This guy is super OP. I'm gonna go Super Scion. Oh my god. Never mind. I think we won. We should win, right? I don't know what the hell to do anymore. Dude, like, where's the monk here? Let me just quickly see something here, because this monk was insane. Is this a monk? Which one is the monk here? Which one was the monk? 3 kill marks the monk. This one. Look at that. 8 kills, 1 death, 16. Look at the damage dealt. The only one that's more is this gunblade thing. Like 884,000 damage. I don't know what to do anymore, bro. It's not gunners, dude. It's not fucking gunners. You have no idea? That monk, bro. Monk is ridiculous. It does so much damage. It should be illegal to do that much damage, right? You shouldn't be allowed to. And yet, and it's not even like fucking, it's not even, it doesn't even need to be near me to kill me. It can kill me from half the map away. Level a monk for PvP. When I play a monk, it's not going to be that overpowered, dude. It's not going to be anywhere near. This is one of those examples where everyone else plays it a hell of a lot better than what I do. Like, I play the monk and I'm like, what the fuck? This was so overpowered by that other guy. Why, where's that power? Did they nerf this? There it goes. If you can't beat them, join them. Monk is stupid. Like, the amount of monk damage is real. I don't know how you do that much damage. It's fun to watch, I have to say that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, because I'm having fun. This is good gameplay. It's definitely. I'm sort of, because I'm thinking in terms of the WoW mindset. Will it bring some of the WoW PvPers over? I don't know. I don't know if it will. Maybe not at first. It might not be enjoyable for people at first. But I do think more of your casual, like your battleground players, will probably love this. I don't know what the arenas are like. Did they bring out new arena stuff as well, or not really? Now that I think of it, you can't go in as a pre-made group, the arena maybe? Alex, yeah. I think if you enjoy things like Overwatch, you know, things that is more simplistic in its application, but there does appear to be some hidden skill. Because I've clearly not fucking grasped that yet. So there does appear to be some hidden skill within this. I would say, though, that I think a lot of Battleground players are probably going to get into this, and they're going to enjoy it. There's a lot of skill if you really get into it. I can imagine. Right now, I'm basically hitting 2 buttons. That's it. And then when I see a monk, I die. So I click a 4th button, which is to release so that I can raise again. It's definitely my favorite button. Could run Frontline Roulette to also know the BG. But is the Frontline Roulette is not new, is it? Prometheus, how you doing? It's definitely fun. Anyone that is wondering about that, I can't speak really to the PvP aspect of it because I'm not a PvPer. I can also not really speak to the skill base of it because I'm not a PvPer. I can tell you, this is the most fun I've had in PvP in an MMO ever. Because most other games have an incredibly steep learning curve. in order to do PvP, or it's just messy. So ESO PvP, for example, is incredibly messy. World of Warcraft PvP needs... Look at that guy fucking off. Why are you so fast? Fast as fuck, boy. Fast as fuck, boy. I'm not even sure what I'm doing here. But I am being attacked from the fucking back. Right up the fucking asshole. Look at this guy. I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna run out of your way for a bit. Let's... He should die, right? There we go. Peace out, you bitch. All right, come on. Let me freeze you in place so you can stop bouncing around like a piece of shit. How is he not being frozen in place? What is with the light? Oh my god. You can run forever on PCP? I think so. What do you mean you can sprint forever in PvP? Isn't there a cooldown on sprint? Oh my god, I'm fast as shit. What is this? Soul Resonance. Oh, I can actually cast Soul Resonance. Goodbye. Hello. Now let's go for freeze. Stun him. Good job. Now take him. I'm sort of annoyed that my stun only lasts for like fucking 1 second. Wait, where's this going? Come on. Wow, everything fucking hurts. Let's do a bit of burst. Of course, burst hits no one. This is always a good sign. Whoa. Oi, what are you doing? Wow. So much fucking pain. How are you costing? Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate being interrupted. I can't go in there. It's just little old me right now. Oh, this is not gonna go well. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, get off me. How are you doing this? Guys, they're winning. They're winning. They're gonna win. Go fucking ape shit. Yeah, this was fun. It's hard for BIM to determine what kind of distance you should be at. Doing a lot better, Akko. Am I? Am I? I don't think I am. Look at the... I did no damage, dude. Everything's trolling me, bro. It is so fucking difficult to do this. I don't know what half this PvP XP stuff mean. Ninja, Black Mage should be good for PvP if you have if you have a group, I think, that understands it, right? So you have a group that sort of protects you, because you should be able to pump out damage. The problem is you have to run away a lot. I don't have other classes. What are you guys talking about? Go another role. I only have this job. I could go as a weaver. I don't think that's going to be any better. Because I don't think I have any other job at level 30 that I could play. Sheena's Dark Knight monk. We have a monk now. I hope to fuck our monk is as good as that other monk. Someone here says nerf ninja. No, nerf monk. A monk should not be able to kill you from range. What ticks? Oh, people are just saying hello. Darkfuller, I could, but what job started? What jobs are there for Heavensward? Yeah, Monk definitely needs nothing. Monk is very, very OP. Let's see if I can stay out of fucking trouble. I think I fucked up. I definitely fucked up. Wow, that is unnecessary. Peace out, firm! Peace out, firm! No! Someone help me! Thank you. I'm just gonna run away from this fucking asshole. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. That was nice. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Wow. What in the world is that? Dude, like, how can you do so much fucking damage? I'm I don't know how else to put out damage. I'm just gonna fucking heal here. How can you do so much damage? He's on me. He's right on me. What the actual... Can we just kill him, please? Take him down. It's unnatural. The amount of healing that guy has is unfucking natural, I tell you now. That, like, how do you heal that much? He's close to death. He's not close to death. He's just never gonna die. Just Albie and get those 6 insta-shooty boom booms. Dude, I did Albie. And the Albie did nothing to that guy's health. Like, I may as well be standing there hitting him with a wet loaf of bread. Heal ability and use MP. I know, but that's why I went Okay, because the story is really good, apparently. At least PvP doesn't last too long. My spells were healing him. Oh, apparently I can now heal with all my fucking damage spells. This is so much fun. Some of the classes are truly busted. It makes sense it's only launched today, but there's definitely a couple of classes that needs to be well fixed. Darkfaller, so on my account, I have a paladin that is level 54 or 56. Yeah. But I stopped playing the paladin because I didn't follow the story. So I was completely lost when I started Heavensward. I don't know what the fuck was going on, so I stopped playing him. That paladin is also a Dark Knight, but only, like, I think 2 quests in to the Dark Knight story. And then that was sort of the moment that I realized, well, I don't understand a fucking thing about this story now. Like, they're talking about primals and like, dragons and shit as if I'm supposed to know what the hell they're talking about. So I started over with this Black Mage. And then I have level, I think, 26 or 27 Summoner, which is on another, it's on the European data centers. But I sort of just started that for fun, just because I wanted to see what Summoner was like. Go to Ishgard and take Machinist on Dark Knight. They are instantly ready for PvP. I mean, I would first have to learn those classes before I can fucking do that. So I would probably not do that right now. Cry and Sam. Why would you cry as a samurai? I think they're good too. So far, my observations from PvP is as follows. Everyone seems to be fucking amazing, except for Black Mage. Darkfuller, yes. Everyone seems to be absolutely insane in PvP, except for the Black Mage. The Black Mage seems to get its ass handed to it on a fucking platter. Shouldn't you learn Black Mage before PvPing then? Dude, there's nothing to learn. You have, like, a few buttons. There's nothing to learn. It's not a learning thing. This is not a skill issue. It's a general game balance issue. I've decided this. The game is not balanced. So, a good example of this is, I have this Nightwing thing, right? The afflicts targets with half sleep. I don't know what the fuck half sleep is. It doesn't tell me what half sleep does. It just says half sleep. But then it says target struck while under the effects of sleep will take additional damage with a potency of 6,000. It's like, but then how the fuck do I get it to be sleep? Half sleep is a delay before putting them to sleep. Well, I've casted half sleep before, and it did fucking nothing. They didn't fall asleep. They didn't do anything. They just sort of went apeshit. It's almost as if my Nightwing made them more angry. So I don't know. Maybe my buttons are broken or something. It's not the Black Mage. Maybe it's just you being trapped. Nope, that can't be it. King Julian, I have video evidence of, like, literally almost every character in this game telling me that I am the greatest warrior of light they've ever seen. That I am the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea. And now you're telling me I'm somehow trash? Like, it's not been that long, dude. This was like last week. I was told that I'm like the savior of Eorzea. Sleep can be cancelled by Purify every 30 seconds. You sleep to bait the Purify, then 3 stacks of cold, and deep freeze for 3 seconds. No, does it deep freeze? Enemies under the effect of Umbral Freeze are afflicted with Deep Freeze, rendering them unable to move, duration 1 second. What I don't understand is it says for every extra stack, how many stacks can people actually have? Oh, training dummies there? You can stack up to 3, I think. But then it says enemies under the effect, and the duration is increased by 1 second for each additional stack of Umbral Freeze. So does that mean additional stack is in other people suffering from Umbral Freeze? So if you have 2 people that is afflicted by Umbral Freeze, they will both now be deep frozen for 6 seconds rather than just 3 seconds. So this is sort of like a target swap thing. Maybe it's sort of a target swap thing. Let's fucking try that. So 3 second max? Yeah, but why would it then say extra seconds add, or extra stacks add extra seconds? That makes no fucking sense. Sibis, how you doing, brother? It doesn't, in PvP, it doesn't tell you as much. Like, I would say some of these tooltips could use a bit of a rewrite. Now that does make sense, because if you look at Super Flare, it says duration increases by 3 seconds for each additional stack of Astral Warmth, up to maximum of 12 seconds. Then it says enemies under the effect of Umbral Freeze are afflicted with Deep Freeze, rendering them unable to move. Duration 1 second. Duration increased by 1 second for each additional stack of Umbral Freeze, up to a maximum of 3 seconds. You are correct. You are correct. So it's basically you can stun them for a maximum of 3 seconds. But I think I have an idea now. Let's put someone to sleep instantly. Let's open with a sleep. Oh, look at this fucking asshole just running around immediately doing shit. Peace, bro. Peace, bro. Come on, everyone. Up's a daisy. Let's get some damage, please. Is there a fucking thing here at the back? Let me just heal a little. Oh, of course. There's gonna be some asshole on me. Oh my god. And sleep them. If they purify, get some freeze on them and stun them. I tried that now. I got fucking completely obliterated. I tried that. Did not go well for me. This asshole. This asshole. Sleep, you piece of shit. Is he gonna purify himself? Fucking asshole. I'm so glad I did that to you. I wish you fucking like... Oh, they're winning. They're winning. No! Just as I got it right. Just as I fucking got it right. Oh my god. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I think I understand what I'm supposed to do now. Let's go again. Fuck it. Alright, so my job is basically to CC the living fuck out of people. It's effectively all I'm here to do. It's just CC as much as I possibly can. The only time I think as a black mage you should try to deal damage is when you, like, when all of your CC is off cooldown, so you can't CC anyone else. That's when you want to pull out, like, max DPS. Otherwise, just CC the crap out of people. Create a cool portrait. Dude, I don't even know how to do that. Let's not start pushing. I think CC from the back, but go super aggro with flares during LB. Yeah, I think you should drop only flares when you have LB. Because mass stun is not necessarily going to be helpful. Plus, it's not like you do any less damage, I think. I think these do equal amounts of damage. Let's see who comes at us. Ah, lol. Let's stun him. I think I can stun him. He's stunned. He's stunned. Kill him. Fucking finish him off. Oh my god. No one's finishing him off. This is surreal. We could have finished them off. We could have literally finished them off there. Okay, that guy is done. I'm gonna sleep him, and then. Oh my god. Okay, he's quite quick. Let's see if we can freeze him, because he's causing a lot of fucking trouble. Alright, he's frozen in space, I think. Oh my god. There's a new contender here. Bro, heal yourself. Sleep him, sleep him. Wait, how did that not freeze him? Why are we not able to do this? I think I'm gonna go Super Saiyan now and just go ape shit. Oh my god, so much damage. Why did we not cap this? It makes no sense. We could have capped it, and yet we didn't cap it. Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I think I understand the way the Black Mages are supposed to play now. It went a hell of a lot better with max CC. Okay, he should. I think he CC, or I think he stopped that. Wow, okay, that guy does so much fucking damage. Here we go with the ninja boy. Get on the ninja boy. Yeah, kill that ninja fuck. Good, 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 good. Now, on to the next, on to the next. CC the shit out of him. Good job, people. Let's go. Super! How am I supposed to fucking kill that guy? Jesus. He should be falling asleep now. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna just run away. Why is my frost not helping? Like, I'm not freezing him in place at all. Alright, that works. GG, bro. G fucking G. Look at that. Look at my fucking assists, bro. Welcome back. Welcome back. I still don't do much damage. Alright. Playing as a more... Is there diminishing returns in this game? Genuine question. What rewards? Then I go, what do you mean, kinda? On PvP profile. What rewards? I don't see any rewards. Sherry's mom stones. Okay, here we go. So this is it. What's this? What is that? It doesn't tell me what it is. Trophy crystals. Alright. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with trophy crystals. It's currency for buying rewards. Currency to get things from Wolfstein shop. Oh, okay. Alright, that makes sense. What does Foul do again? An aspect damage with potency of 16,000 to targets and all enemies nearby it. Can only be executed while under the effect of Polyglot. So, I have a question for everyone when it comes to Foul. If I use Foul before I've used up all of my flares or my freezes, does it remove all of my flares and my freezes? Or is that sort of like the end of your... It doesn't remove it. There's a green dot on one of your icons. I don't remember the name of the icon. A green dot. You get 6 stacks plus a polyglot. So you effectively want to use that polyglot as like the massive AoE. Because that is sick AoE. I completely do not use that ever. Now I want to do it again. But knowing that I have polyglot. Let's see what kind of damage I can put out if I remember all of the abilities that I have access to. What do you guys say? That could help. Oh, duty support. I'll check it. I'll check it after this. This is new. Because this is new. I've not seen this battleground yet. Dragoon Warrior Bard Gunbreaker. Okay. Thunder. It gives you a massive shield. Yeah, I keep forgetting Thunder as well, because Thunder never hits. Like, I cast it and then it does nothing. So... It changes at the hour. Ah. This is quite nice. It looks a little bit out of place with the area that it's in. Like a massive volcano place and then just this weird battleground thing right here in the middle. Oh, those stairs are going to be a death trap. Those stairs, there's gonna be so much death and destruction on those stairs, dude. It's not even real. Alright, just use the PvP, use the PvP, use the force! Oh my god. Okay, this is a Black Mage's nightmare. This is my hell. Ah, good job, good job. Keep killing him. Keep killing him. Keep taking him. Take him out, take him out, take him out. Let's see if I can stun the dude a little. Okay, he's down. Fucking hell, that is such a big shield. Oh my god, What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Wait, the battleground is against you? What the fuck? I'm being fucking wrecked here. Wow. What the hell is this? Alright. Apparently, like, that hurts really bad. I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do. Grab those cores for the buff. What buff? I can probably... Let's limit break. Yeah, let's go big boy limit break here. Wait, how am I asleep? You know what? Get on this guy, sleep him. Because he's annoying as shit. There we go. Good job, people. Sleep this guy as well. Let's see if we can take care of him. Oh my god. Block beetle. Block beetle. Block beetle. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. Stun block beetle for a little. Oh my god, look at this black mage thinking he's cool as shit and shit. I should be able to limit break soon. Here we go. Wait, I'm stunned again? Fucking hell. Oh my god, 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 get away from him. Oh my god. Wow, oh my god, he's gonna kill me. Why? How does he not die from that? How does he not die from that? Does those orbs, the buff that they give you, does it lower the damage from these fucking fire bombs that go all over the place? Wow, apparently I'm stunned now. That works. Let's sleep him. How is he not sleeping? Man, he should be sleeping, and yet he's not fucking sleeping. Just jump around like a little bitch. All right, come on, come on. Oh, victory. Victory is ours. Oh, look at the damage that I put out. That was some good damage. Oh, that might be it. That was some good damage. Although, what the hell is this? What is this, Derek? What does that symbol mean? Dragoon. Dude, how do they... He does so much damage. 956 thou. That's a lot of damage. Alright. Dude, Block Beetle sucked in this one. Do you guys remember Block Beetle from earlier when he fucking owned me? Block Beetle was not good in this one. I think Block Beetle had a sort of unnatural buff earlier. In Valley, how you doing, brother? Honey Bob. What the fuck is Honey Bob? Got him this time? Nerf Beetle mid-fight? Yeah, Beetle literally got nerfed. Because that Beetle guy fucking wrecked me earlier. He had like stupid amounts of kills and damage and shit. This time he was like a fucking puppy. Like no damage whatsoever. But I think I have figured out the Black Mage playstyle. Outside of your limit break, which, like, limit break is killer. As soon as you hit limit break, you want to do flare 3 times into a super flare, flare 3 times into a super flare, if you can. Because that's just sick fucking damage. Yeah? And then do your foul, because foul also crazy damage, and that puts out crazy damage. But outside of your limit break, you basically want to be Blizzard the whole time. Just frost, 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 stun, frost, 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 sleep, stun, sleep, stun. Like literally, you just want to CC as much as possible. Because that's basically what makes your team win, is when the other team has at least one person not being able to do damage because they're being CC'd. Alright. I'm following now. Rockets, yes. I think this PvP is good fun because it ultimately... It's relaxing. It's not the kind of PvP where you get triggered when you lose, and I think one of the reasons for it is the matches is so short. It's not like a battleground where you can sometimes be dragged into a battle for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Although recently in PvP they've kind of lowered that number, but you can still sometimes be in a battleground for a good 10-15 minutes. So losing a battleground in WoW feels horrible because you've just wasted a crap ton of time and now you have to go again. These battles are over so fucking quickly. And so you lose, you win, who cares? I can see how maybe in ranked it might be a problem, but there again, it's so fast that I don't think you're going to mind all that much. The reward's pretty generous for losers too. Yeah, it's not like you not get anything. You just don't get as much as the other side. And you are having fun. I am having fun. I'll be honest. This is good fun. You know, figuring it out, seeing how people move, sort of learning how to engage, disengage kind of thing. Isn't it all new, this PvP stuff? Alex, yes. It's basically, they've reworked PvP from the ground up. Like, all of the classes for PvP changed, I think. There's, like, a lot of class changes that happened, stuff like that. You're most likely just... Yeah, Alex, I'm not doing ranked. I'm doing just normal play, you know? So I think everyone right now is just trying to figure out how to PvP. There was an old system. They've been revamped and a new battleground. I really like how it's just pure fun. The rewards are just mounts and glamour, etc. It doesn't feel forced as in-game play like in other MMOs. M. Sweeney, I'm still going to say that I think for pure PvPers, this isn't going to suffice. I think pure PvPers are gonna want more. So... does all classes have this few buttons? See, because that's where I think a lot of WoW players are going to have a problem with it is the limited amount of buttons and skills, specifically in terms of how CC works in a setup. But then at the same time, you look at it and you sort of think, well, does WoW have many more buttons? With limit break and heals and sprint and stuff, plus CDs are super low. More buttons doesn't mean better. Look at New World. Does WoW actually have... No, I'm talking about what you use in PvP. I don't think it has that many more buttons. Like, WoW has a bunch of buttons, some of them completely useless, some of them not really. You do have the PvP talents, which do add something extra. That is true. Balance WoW is not balanced. WoW players, they just want to one-shot. Yeah, there's definitely no one-shotting here. If you are going into this sort of PvP, you're gonna wanna... You're gonna wanna stick in it for the long haul. And I've already seen players that are very skilled. Literally in these battles that we've done so far, we've come across people who clearly know what the fuck they're doing. Right? And they are a million times better than anyone else in the battleground. Because they engage and disengage using the angles extremely well. That last battleground that we just did, a Dragoon, I think it was, the way he used line of sight, you could clearly tell that this is a PvPer. This guy knows how to PvP. He's not just there sort of running around not being fucked. So there is definitely skill involved to some extent here. I think we're gonna have to wait and see once balance have sort of set in. Once people have, like, once Squeenix have balanced some of the classes, nerfed some of them, buffed some of them. Because what is nice here is, whilst as a black mage, I have all of these buttons. So as a black mage, I do have sleep, right, that I can use. I don't think I have purify. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't have it yet. And paradox is basically sort of a mix between what's it called? That fucking the one that allows you to sort of switch to the other side kind of thing. So you do have most of these buttons, but they're sort of incorporated into other things. This means that Squeenix can absolutely make changes as much as they want to PvP. So they can balance PvP as much as they fucking want. And, well, it's not going to touch the main game. Because these abilities do not exist in this form and in this function in the main PvE game. All of these abilities are unique in their form and function to PvP. So, yeah, Squeenix have made life so easy for themselves in terms of balancing this. So glad they split skills in PvE. It's something that we've argued for quite a lot in WoW as a tier. So it's always been sort of a, we want it, but we also don't want it as players, not even just as developers. But there has for a long time been this movement in World of Warcraft where we almost always said, so Blizzard's argument against this is they want classes to play the exact same regardless of what you do, right? So it doesn't matter whether you're PvPing or PvEing, your class plays exactly the same. But as players, we have always said that the game would probably be a hell of a lot more balanced in PvP if classes in PvP were built for PvP and classes, because a lot of the time what can happen is certain abilities that is basically supposed to be PvP abilities will become quite strong in PvE and sort of vice versa, depending on builds and stuff like that. But then at the same time, I think even as players, there's always been this sort of feeling that you'll lose something. You know, if a Warlock doesn't feel like a Warlock in PvP, are you really still playing a Warlock? You know, that sort of thing. I don't know what the right answer is. It's just fucking stupid that the class has to be the same, yet the gameplay is two completely different games within. Alex, that I agree with. Wants them to have a league of this. I think having a league of this would actually work, Drakids. Like, I can absolutely... I'll say this. This can be an esport. If you want to talk about an MMO doing an esport right, this is it. This can be an esport. Because there isn't an abundance of abilities, so casting should be rather quick and easy and fun. One of the problems in World of Warcraft has always been, how do you explain to someone that has never played WoW what a warrior does and what a warrior is and what the abilities is? There's too many things that makes a warrior and too many things that they do that can be sort of weird and messy. This keeps it sort of streamlined enough to where all of the classes have similar things, and then some classes do some things stronger than others based on their builds. This could be an esport. If you wanted to turn it into an esport, you could. I think. I don't think Yoshi P really has plans for this to be for this to ever be an esport, but he could. I can definitely see community tournaments. Like, absolutely. I can see the community coming up with incredible tournaments for this. It is fun. I'm not even a PvPer, and I am enjoying this. Not gonna lie. I am having fun in this. I wonder how many people, like, are gonna continue to do it, though. Like, once the novelty of it have sort of calmed down. I wonder how many people are going to continue doing it. But, Alex, my question would be, what if the community turns it into an esport? So what if you start getting those community tournaments and you know, turning it into Twitch tournaments by the community? Would a company like Squeenix support that? Would they be interested in supporting that? Because that's really all you need. Is for the company to be willing to support an esport if the players turn it into an esport. And also you would need a sort of spectator mode. I don't know if you have a spectator mode. Go Stop, how you doing, bro? It's incredibly fun. We've been doing this for the last 2 hours to give you a good idea of how much fun it is. This coming from a guy who does not play PvP in any game. I don't like PvP. And I've been doing this now for 2 hours. I just want to stay away from everyone. See if I can sleep that guy. He should be asleep now. Alright, that should stun him. Good job. Good fucking job, people. I love the fact that you guys finished them off. Congratulations. I love that. Let's do this again. Okay, that should kill him off. Oh my god, get out, get out, get out, get out. Thank you. I want to see now. Let's focus on... Sleep this guy. Yeah, sleep him. He's low. He's low. Good job, good job. All right, get on him, get him, get on him. Good. Why am I standing in the middle of fucking everyone? Okay, I could probably go fucking super apeshit now. Here we go. I fucked this up. Oh, fuck my life. Yep, this was a mistake. Sleep that guy. All right, get on the sleepy guy. Get on the sleepy guy. Come on, chat. Tell the people in my fucking team to get on the sleepy guy. I think I'm gonna have to quickly stun you for a while. There you go. You're done. You're fucking done, bro. Man, I'm loving this. Now that I'm just CC botting, I am enjoying myself so much more. Because that's all I'm doing. I'm literally just a CC bot. Oh, crap. We have fire. How do I get away from the fire? I've sleeped him. He's sleeping. He should be sleeping now. I could probably... Could I go Super Scion again? I could. Yeah. I think we're winning. This is an easy win. Look at that, boys. Look at fucking that. Look at those assists. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you know how good I was. Look at my assists. Carrying. I was carrying this fucking team. I think another 4 hours, I'll be doing the same. I think I want to do DRK or Ninja. Fuck Ninja. And also fuck Dragoon. I hate those classes. They suck so much. Dude, this yeah, it's fun. It's relaxing. It's sort of, you know, it is what it is. You don't have to think about it too much. You don't have to, like, overdo it too much. You're just in there pew-pewing people and having fun with it. But, yeah, it does sort of cost that learning curve of... Because in the beginning, I was literally just playing as a DPS. Like, that's what I thought my job was. I'm supposed to DPS, right? That's a black mage. And then as it turns out, in some weird, stringent twist of fate, where Yoshi P probably said, fuck all black mages, he went, no, actually, as a black mage, you're very much support role here. Your job is to basically stun and sleep people so that other people can kill them. Mr. Shit Anonymous, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the raid, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to everyone that's just joining. Very happy to have you here. I know he's a black mage main, but that's probably why he got so bored with just dishing out the damage that he went, actually, no, let's just CC. That's far more fun. From major DPS to major support. So much for being the one and only rescuing the world. I'm supporting the world. Mr. I am too. I think the PvP is I can't really speak about what the PvP used to be and how it relates to what the PvP is now, because obviously it's changed fundamentally since I last played it. But I can say I think this is the most fun I've ever had in a game with PvP. Ralph Giff, I'm helping. He's actually going to be taking place in some community PvP events in the coming weeks. And a skill clutter. I don't know what the skills were like in the past, so I can't talk to that. I can only talk to what I'm doing currently, and I can probably talk about, like, as I said, what I used to do in WoW, which is not PvP. Anything but PvP, really. I would rather run around in the main city doing nothing than do PvP in WoW. And yeah, I can definitely see myself doing this offline. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have found my new offline content. Because this is the type of content that, you know, you don't miss out if you're not seeing me PvP. The MSQ I can't really do offline, because what the fuck will you do on stream then? But this I can absolutely do offline, because, you know, it's just fun. You should give Rival Wings a try when it comes back. It's absurd, but super fun. What's Rival Wings? Gonna go hang with my family. You have a good one. Mr. Pseudonymous, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. That e-running doing laps in Ouroboros? Exactly. Didn't think I'd enjoy the PvP in Final Fantasy until today. Kazujan, okay, so for how many people was, like, how many of you have tried the new PvP? Let me ask it this way. How many of you have tried the PvP, but have also played the old stuff? So this is not like this is like your first time doing PvP like me. You've done the old PvP, you've now tried the new, this one. And, okay, so for how many of you is this a massive step up in the way of, before you answer, listen closely. You will now actually do this because it is fun. It's not just, oh, it's fun, you know, who gives a shit. It's more fun than the last one, but I don't really care. To actually, I will do this. This is crazy fun, and I want to do more of it. Echo, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Stuck at work still. We'll be doing it right when I get home. Dude, you're in for such a fucking treat. I did the old stuff, but people felt too tanky before. Me, only the casual thing, not the feast. Massive step up, will PvP more. I already played it quite a bit before, but CC frontline. It's massive, you feel each job unique and balance. I wouldn't say balance. I was killed by a monk from literally halfway across the battlefield, so balance might be up for discussion, unless of course it is balance that a monk can kill you from range. I guess he hits so hard that the air in front of his fist shoots out and fucking knocks you out. That is possible. But I would say it's not quite balanced yet. But I do think this is a good starting point. This is definitely a great starting point. Consider this for anyone that is maybe watching this for the first time ever. In all the years that Final Fantasy have existed, the one thing that no one has ever given a fuck about when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV is PvP. PvP have never really worked in Final Fantasy XIV for various reasons. One of the biggest ones that people sort of threw out is clunky. It feels too clunky thanks to the way the servers work. I'm going to be honest with you, I have not experienced that clunk in this one. And I think the reason I've not experienced it is you don't have long cooldowns, so you can basically spam things as much as you want. You don't have that many buttons that you're going to start noticing clunk in terms of rotation, because it doesn't seem to be that big of a rotation. Every button on your bar has a specific job that it does, and your using of the job is what is going to either save or help you, right? Depending on how you want to apply it. It's a lot more involved, but it is the first iteration of this. This is literally Yoshi P and the team saying, right, here is what we envision PvP to be for the future of Final Fantasy XIV. And in that regard, I think it's better than anything I've ever seen in my life. I genuinely believe that it's better than any PvP that I've ever seen. But that is take that with a grain of salt, because I'm not a big PvPer. I like the more casual PvP. I enjoy that. Rules is key. It attracts casuals, and without casuals, queues won't pop and beginners won't arrive because they will be crushed by sweat. Truth. I just see new Cape Westwind. So tomorrow night, we will be trying out Cape Westwind. As well as, isn't there another thing that's been completely revamped into a dungeon? I want to say Praetorium has also been turned into a dungeon, no? Westwind is a solo now. So we'll try out Cape Westwind, yeah, as solo to see how that goes. And I think Praetorium was also turned into a dungeon. It's now an MSQ duty. Yeah. The new trial, that's Ultima from Praetorium. Ultima Fight is new, and La is a solo duty. Solo with La Brea. Castrum and Brea are 4-man now, and they're nice. I linked you a video on Westwind. Nanako, I know you linked me a video. We'll watch that tomorrow before we do Cape Westwind. Can't replay Westwind easily. Our dungeons got revamped? What do you mean you can't replay it? Three kills and top enemy had 7 kills alone. Snuffy, congratulations to being crushed. Solo duty, so you have to do it in New Game Plus. Fuck. So you can't sign up for solo duties. Are you serious right now? I can't just go Duty Finder and find solo duties. Well, that sucks a little. It sucks a lot, actually. It's a one and done deal. Well, we'll definitely try out Praetorium. The new 4-man stuff we'll definitely try out. I want to try out the sort of stuff that's been worked on tomorrow. Just so that we can get an idea of how things have changed. Specifically insofar as the things that I've already done. Then tomorrow we're probably going to get back into the MSQ as well. But for those of you that is sort of worried about... for those of you that is sort of worried about, like, when are we getting back to the MSQ? The way the streams have sort of evolved now, we'll do a lot more gameplay only streams on Fridays, Saturdays, Mondays, Sundays, you know, basically whichever day I feel like I want to play games. Those will be sort of optional stream days, and when I stream on those days, they'll be like gameplay only. So I'll basically start the stream and just immediately fire up the game and play. We've had a goose egg. Now you can even do it with AI. Yeah, that's the trust system, right? That's the trust system. I've not tried the trust system yet. But yeah, I want to get back into the MSQ because I really want to get done with Stormblood so that I can get into Shadowbringers and see what all the hubbub is about, because everyone seems to talk about Shadowbringers. I don't think I'll ever do... just look at the amount of people. If I can just show you guys this. It is so fucking ridiculous. Look at the amount of people that is in the PvP area. Just fucking about. As you run around, it just fills up your screen with more and more people. There's people all the way down here as well. It's ridiculous, dude. Just look at this. It's absolutely ridiculous. People running around in the arena. There's so many fucking people. And end up feeling battle in PvE becomes slow pace. Are there new PvP rewards? I think so. I don't know. You'd have to ask people that actually know anything about PvP. But I'm imagining there is like a crap ton of like new rewards and stuff. I mean, it is revamped PvP, right? What's upstairs? No one is upstairs. What? Nice. Oh, there's some people upstairs. There's a few dummies here. Well, do none of these people know that there's dummies up here? Ellie giggle. Dude, it's so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, they have this really cool new PvP like PvP thing. This. So you have the, I don't know if it's new, but this is the first time I've seen it, where you get these rewards. So right now I have the Ballroom Etiquette Persuasive Perseverance. An illustrated manual detailing how to show yourself undaunted by the task inevitably set to you by both stranger and acquaintance alike, used to learn the determined emote. And then I get a bunch of new crystals, and I get Astra Farmer's Kit, a bunch of more crystals, and then Umbra Farmer's Kit, but also false shaded spectacles, and then an Arcfiend attire coffer. Yeah, I can see that. I can see how this could be a battle pass for PvP. So the more PvP you do, you get some rewards, and then here you just get infinite amounts of these crystals. No, I've not seen the armor. What's the armor like? Well, congratulations. Yeah, someone told me that you can, like, I don't know where to fucking do it. Someone would have to link it to me. I don't know. Yes, please. Zakara, link it to me on Discord, otherwise the bot is gonna fucking time you out. Unless you're sub to the channel. If you're sub to the channel, you can link it here. But does every class have their own armor, or is it the same armor for all classes? How do you unlock abilities for PvP? You don't. They're all right here. So, Miracos, you want to go character, PvP profile, PvP actions, job, and then bam, all of your abilities here. So some of your abilities are actively used abilities. If you can hover over them and they highlight, they're actively used. Then some of your abilities is passive abilities. So my fire can turn into fire and flare. My blizzard can turn into blizzard 4 and freeze. Foul is soul resonance turns into foul once I use it. And then purify, recuperate, guard, and sprint. These are again active abilities. So you just pull these onto your bar and bam, you're done. The set is a cosmetic set for all classes. The merchants below you sell class-specific items and stuff for crystals, wolf marks though. PvP bars is only available in Wolf's Den and PvP duties. Alright. I definitely enjoy this. I wonder if they'll... This sort of gives them the opportunity to also add new abilities for every expansion to PvP. Right? So PvP can also sort of move out. Oh yeah, I should actually pull quick chat. No, this is not... People in my PvP battles are able to type hello and shit like that. How are they able to do that? Zakara, thank you very much. All right. This is actually pretty cool. It is very... I can see why a lot of WoW players are saying it's kind of Bolvar. Because it is kind of Bolvar. But then at the same time, my Black Mage would look fucking stunning. Stunning in this piece of gear. It's only a new mode where you can't text and only through buttons. Not on this scale, they do not. Oh, I can't... I should probably show you guys what the fuck I'm looking at, right? So I can see why people think this looks like Bolvar. There's definitely inspiration drawn from Bolvar. 100%. It's not even pretend that there isn't at least some inspiration drawn from the Bolvar look. It's definitely not a 1v1 copy of it, because it does look cool in its own way. It looks fucking amazing. This is, so Sashal and Asatir, you are correct. This is why I said I can see why WoW players think it is drawn from Bolvar, right? So the inspiration is Bolvar. But the truth is, the inspiration can actually come from a lot of fantasy stories. There's definitely a huge draw from multiple fucking from multiple characters within fantasy genres. This does not take away from the fact that it looks sick as fuck. I want this for my Black Mage. My Black Mage would look sick with this piece of armor. My Black Mage would be the true Warrior of Light in this death-themed armor, I think. It looks sick. So, I think right now people are just basically, like, a lot of people are just way too sensitive about this. Whenever it's the same thing for WoW. Whenever WoW does something that even closely resembles something in Final Fantasy XIV, the Final Fantasy XIV crowd goes, oh my god, you're stealing our content. What you need to know, not just Final Fantasy players, but WoW players as well. Surprise, surprise, MMOs have been stealing from one another for a very long time. It's literally what popularized the MMO genre is stealing from each other. Blizzard have done this forever, stealing content from other companies, making it better, and then, it being a thing. Final Fantasy, in many ways, is what World of Warcraft should have been if Blizzard didn't make mistakes in their decision-making expansion to expansion. So, of course they're going to borrow from each other. That being said, this is definitely not a straight-up copy-paste, which is what you should be worried about. So when Final Fantasy players were really upset with that symbol that was used in World of Warcraft, that was a straight-up copy-pasta from Final Fantasy. Like, you look at the symbol in Final Fantasy, and then you see the symbol in World of Warcraft, and you're like, this is like the same fucking symbol. Like, nothing's changed here. Same color, same symbol, same everything. But that sort of rare. Most of the time, it's more inspired by. So I could see how the artists behind this armor looked probably at Sauron from Lord of the Rings. I can even see some elements of Serevok from Baldur's Gate, and then Bolvar, and sort of said, hey, what if we drew inspiration from all of these and we made this armor? It's really cool. It's really unique. There's not really something like this in FF14. So how about we go with this? This could be really cool. Why not? And it coincides with just a phenomenal fucking PvP system, which I'm truly in love with. I'm sort of wondering, so this is all quick chat stuff. You can say hello to people, you can say good match, you can say thank you, sorry, nice job, limit break. So this is actually meant as the ping system. Because if I look at all of the things that you can do here, this is the ping system from games like, what's it called? What was the first game that did the ping system? That first-person shooter, Battle Royale? Anyways, that's basically what it is. So you want to pull all of this onto your bar, and then, you basically want to use this whenever something happens. So I'll probably put all of these at the bottom, or move these maybe here, because this is more social stuff, right? This is stuff that you do as social. And then these are all things that you want to tell your sort of player stuff with. So attacking the target, for example, you can use this to very quickly ping people. Charge, I'll put that on my bar as well. Retreat, it can go on the bar. Push the crystal can go on the bar. Moving crystal can go on the bar. The rest I don't really think is that important. Limit break might be important as well, so we'll put that on the bar. Am I ever going to use that? Probably not. There's a good chance I'm not going to use that. I don't know modern WoW that much. Pressing agendas with dragons. I'm not a WoW player, by the way, if you misunderstood. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV Andy. I find attacking target and retreat are the most useful. So can I quickly ask... By the way, Crittervane, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Quick question. So it is impossible to actually type in PvP. Like, typing to each other is not possible. I mean, in this one, in CC, but you can... Yeah, I'm talking about in CC. I'm not talking about a normal frontline. In CC. I kind of understand why they did that. Not allowing people to type and rather giving them something like this ping system removes a lot of potential sort of toxicity. Like the potential toxicity of someone going, oh my god, you fucking retard, what are you doing? Right? Which is literally gamer speak. For every single game that you do something wrong, you blame everyone else, right? It removes it. Considering the fast nature of this, and also considering the fact that this seems to be the more casual focused piece of content, I think it's perfect. Prometheus, yeah, it seems like the ping system from Warzone. Because you have pings here, well, basically emotes, but this is the ability for you to talk to the rest of your squad. You can tell them attacking the target, so which target you're attacking right now. You can covering the target. You can blocking the target, charge, retreat, push the crystal, moving the crystal, limit break. So you basically have access to a couple of commands that you would need, right? You can tell them to retreat. You can tell them to regroup, things like that. Are you not doing the MSQ? No. We won't be doing MSQ today. Dude, we've already been live for like 7 hours. And I need to go pee again, and I need to go buy food. So, no MSQ today. Not casual if you get high ranks, though. No, but this is definitely, I would say... The one that I just did is definitely casual-based. That's a really good, you know, trigger elitists to hate on you. Like, I don't think this is necessarily the perfect way to do a ping system. So if you're gonna do a ping system like this, I do like the sort of wheel. You press a button, a wheel pops up, and you just quickly choose the ping that you want to put out. But then again, you could just keybind this, right? Just keybind it to different things, and there you go. No problem. Look, I don't think armor sets, so like the job classic armor reimagined. And the audio cues of quick chat to respond well enough. I like it. I think I think this is a really powerful step in the right direction. I'd be very interested to see how it continues to grow. And what's next, obviously, for this. Because there's obviously going to be a next step. Unless, of course, it completely fails. But then, if you look at the amount of people that is here right now, and the amount of people just in stream today that I've spoken to that loves this new PvP system, I'm gonna say it's not a failure. People are enjoying it, and I get that it's the first day, and I get that, you know, it's hyped right now because it is the first day, but I also want you to understand this is me on the NA rounds. I play on NA. I'm in Gilgamesh right now. The vast majority of NA people are still at work. They haven't even had time to log in yet to check this out. So I'm pretty sure once we get to like your evening time when most people start logging in, this place is going to be basically fucking jam-packed with just thousands of people hanging out here. And it's been, by the way, this busy since we got here. So either people took the day off for 6.1 or it's really this popular. If it remains this popular, I can see Yoshi P and the team putting a hell of a lot more effort into it. And actually working more. I'm going to do more of this. I am going to do more PvP. You can probably expect a few streams of PvP only from me. Because I am having fun with this. It is the kind of thing that I can see myself going, yeah, I try a couple of ranked games. Why not? Let's see how it goes. So yeah, Jam, since the servers came up. So there are probably a couple of people that took time off and sort of hung out. Yeah, all in all, good fucking change. Yet another thing that I can do. Now I can do MSQ, I can do Chocobo Racing, and I can do PvP. That's 3 things that I know I'm going to enjoy in FF14. At least 3 things that I know I'll enjoy in FF14. We still have to try out, like, treasure hunts and all that shit, but we'll do that once we get to Endwalker. Palace of the Dead, I've not really done much of, but I've also heard that Black Mage is stupidly hard in Palace of the Dead, so I don't know. Jakara, I'm not a fan of WoW PvP, no. I don't ask me why, it's just never really been my thing. WoW PvP, actually PvP in general is not really my thing. The only game that I ever truly PvP'd in was League of Legends. And even there, I've stopped playing it for the most part, so, you know, I'll do a couple of ARAMs every once in a while just for fun. But for the most part, I'll do bot games because I have this sort of mini game that I play with myself in League of Legends where I see how many mobs I can farm, like how much CC I can get at 10 minutes. So, yeah, I basically just try and, like, I only play for 10 minutes and then I see if I can get to like 120 or 130 like creep kills in 10 minutes, which is sort of my thing that I do. I'm not a big PvPer. I do like this PvP. Is it there? Look, I think I'm gonna throw this out there as sort of a I think Yoshi P is dropping the gauntlet. I think Yoshi P have smelled blood in the water, especially with the recent explosion of popularity of Final Fantasy XIV. I think Yoshi P is smelling blood in the water. He is recognizing and realizing that there is a massive, massive player base that is currently not playing Final Fantasy XIV that needs a little bit of a nudge. Just a little bit of a nudge. Just a, hey, come check this out. It's really cool. It's really fun. You might enjoy it. And I think they're gonna just keep going more and more ham. Like, as time goes on, we're probably gonna see Final Fantasy doing more and more things to coax MMO players from all stripes and colors into Final Fantasy XIV. And why wouldn't you? If anything, this is going to increase the pressure on World of Warcraft to do well. And that's always great. Yoshi P is a smart guy, plus he's a gamer himself. This is the best PvP it has been in FF ever. Highly doubtful they are trying to focus on the single player FF audience right now. Jumbo, that's literally doesn't mean anything. You can focus on multiple things at the same time. Yoshi P have always said, we spoke about this just earlier, Yoshi P himself said that he's a greedy developer. He wants all the players. So yes, they are focusing on the single player players that, you know, play Final Fantasy games but don't want to play FF14. That doesn't mean that it's the only group that they're focusing on. It is one of the groups that they're focusing on, and they are making changes for that group. But then you look at sort of the island stuff and you look at scalable dungeons, and suddenly you go, well, actually, scalable dungeons is going to be just for single player people. It's going to be for people that want to play MMOs. So clearly, he is focusing on more than just the single player people. I mean, Jim, yeah, I agree with you. Grabbing single player only people into an MMO is near impossible. How many games have tried it? So we can actually we can do this. ESO tried to grab the single player Skyrim players. It didn't work. Fallout 76 tried to grab the single player Fallout players. It didn't work. In general, trying to grab single player gamers into MMOs is ridiculously hard. For a good reason. Most single player players or single player gamers play the game specifically because they want to be alone. They don't want to rely on anyone else. They don't want a game that is always on, always persistent. They sort of like the fact that they can play it, finish it, it's all on them. Yoshi P is taking, I think, a very unique approach, because with Fallout 76 and with ESO, those games went very heavy on the sort of multiplayer / MMO spirit of things. So they really wanted to make sure that you understand you are playing a multiplayer game, right? Whereas Yoshi P is going and saying, right, we know that Final Fantasy is an MMO, but at its core, Final Fantasy is a single player game that turns into an MMO. So how about we allow people to play single player all the way to max level? Because you can do the story completely single player. The only time during the story that you need other people is for trials and dungeons. Well, if you allow people to solo dungeons, by the time they reach the trials, like the first real trials that they have to do, they might be so hooked that they go, well, okay, I'll try it with other people. Let's see how it goes. So I do think Yoshi P has a reasonable chance, but I don't think that's the only group that he's focusing on right now. I think Yoshi P is also very much aware that there's a lot of MMO players out there that is, for lack of a better word, disenfranchised. I want to say that's probably the most apt word I can use. There's a lot of disenfranchised MMO players out there. People who aren't playing Final Fantasy XIV, who is sticking with the game that they're playing because, you know, that's the game that they've always played, but isn't necessarily that happy with the game that they're playing. But they also don't know what other game they're going to play. This move in PvP, as I said before, is smart, because it might not be able to grab the hardcore WoW audience, but it's definitely going to grab a lot of the casual players if they give it a go. It's not automatic that they will, but if they give it a go, they might be surprised and might actually enjoy it. The island stuff, the scalable dungeon stuff, all of that stuff feels like Yoshi P is coming for WoW players hard. And I know Yoshi P have always said he doesn't want to be in a war with WoW. Like, he's always said he doesn't want this, you know, WoW versus Final Fantasy XIV. But when you're a developer of a video game, it's automatically me versus you. Because if people are playing WoW, they're not playing FF14. And if people are playing FF14, they're probably not playing WoW. Both of those games come with a subscription service. So most people don't have $30 a month to throw away on two games. So you kind of... You're almost always going to be at war with the other side, you know? I'm really curious what they're going to say about Samurai, because apparently the JP community is asking for reasons why that changes were made, as well as a roadmap for jobs, which I would love to see. He loves WoW, so he's taken stuff he likes that WoW does and puts his own twist on it, which is how you should do it. But what Yoshi P did say, you should look what your competitor is doing as well. Well, yeah, but that's one of the arguments we've made multiple times against World of Warcraft. I told you guys before about the WoW developer that basically told me World of Warcraft is the #1 MMO on the market, so we can't really look at what other MMOs are doing. We are alone on the mountain. There is no other MMO on this mountain with us. So they stopped looking at what other MMOs are doing. Because the funny thing is, even if that's true, so let's imagine that World of Warcraft is alone on the mountain and there's no other MMO that comes close to it in terms of player power or in terms of player numbers. Would it be reasonable for us to assume that some of the smaller MMOs might still have certain things that they do better than you do? Could that be a reasonable assumption? So yes, maybe you are the largest MMO, maybe you have the most players. But could you reasonably say that some of the smaller MMOs could have decent content that you could steal, for lack of a better word, right? Or at least copy or borrow from. See, that's the mindset problem that World of Warcraft have struggled with for so long. They believe that they have the truth and the only truth that matters, and that none of these other games have snapped the truth. Yoshi P, on the other hand, still seems to be in that mindset of, I need to get there. So I need to keep working so that we can eventually become the best game out there. And as long as he stays in that mindset, he's going to continue to look at what other games are doing, what other MMOs are doing, and borrowing from them. Going to be like, well, actually, this is really cool. I want to get this in my game. And then, of course, Yoshi P also looks at single-player games. He actually admitted that they also look at single-player games to borrow from. If something can work in a single-player game with a couple of adjustments and twists, you can make it work in an MMO as well. Nanako, that is also very true. If WoW wasn't so FOMO-based, the two could absolutely exist in complete harmony with one another. But at the same thing, for the first few expansions in main game, they were proud of taking things from other games and making it better. True. Very true. Example, I played AAA games, but some of the more obscure and smaller titles blew my mind with some of the features they had. Seth, I've always said that if you want the best possible games on the market, you have to go play indie games. Indie games are above and beyond anything that AAA can ever do. Because indie games are actually pushing the market forward. They actually try very hard to keep coming up with really cool and unique features and fun things to do that most AAA games wouldn't be doing because it's too risky. Drives players away, keeping them. True. Lotus, I agree with you there, 100%. We spoke about this earlier. There is a line. If you go too deep into FOMO, if you go too deep into engagement, you do end up losing players as a result of that. You don't win players. That is the fucking truth. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it from me for tonight. I will be back tomorrow night, same time, same place as always. Stick around, join the Discord if you haven't already, because I always let you know whenever I go live on Discord. Tomorrow night we'll be back. We'll probably, we'll hang out again. We'll do some reaction stuff, and then we'll jump into FF14 and do some MSQ or PvP. I'm not going to promise anything. It's all going to depend on how I feel, but I'm going to go grab some food now, and I will definitely see all of you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.